Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 281, Chapter. His breaths were husky, his body so hot white wisps of water vapor could be seen coming out of his mouth. His heart beat like an overzealous engine. His arteries were pushed so close to his body his skin adopted a very slight tinge of red. Compared to before, his strength had increased to an astonishing 170x multiplier. It seemed like a small leap from his previous 165x multiplier, but for someone of his caliber, it was massive. Hiya. Gruu. DxD. Imposing, unyielding, domineering, that was the aura Igor gave off without doing anything. He stood in silence with his eyes closed. Crimson aura rapidly fluctuated around him like a flame, yet he was cool like the waters from a lake. But in this state, his calmness could quickly be replaced by spontaneous outrage. Exclamation point. His eyes suddenly flashed open, revealing a pupilless gaze before he exploded in a blaze of untold power. Hiya. Gruu. Once more, a swirling red dust storm quickly formed around him. His roar to the skies engulfed the region in his terrible wake. It was only fortunate this seemed to be a brief outburst. His aura calmed and the pressure decreased once more. His roar was no longer sustained, leaving it to fade in a vague echo. Phoo. He breathed out calmly, as if his previous outburst was nothing more than a way to relieve himself. Were it on Earth, such a casual action might have seen a devastating loss of lives were it to be done in populated areas. My power is increasing, overflowing. His voice came out raspy-like. Every movement of his muscles could be seen when he clenched his fists. Waves upon waves of demi-ki filtered out of his body and escaped through his skin as aura. There was no suppressing this overwhelming surge of excess energy. So it'd be better if it was put to good use. He. Come out. I want to fight you. His words were graced by silence, but his grin did not fade. In fact, it was threatening to spread even further. It was already remarkable he had the patience to remain standing without acting out. But how long that would last, nobody knew. In the end, Triney couldn't help but mourn the inevitable. Either she came out or he came inside, the latter being an unwelcome scenario. Given how much work she put into perfecting the mindscape, she didn't want it trashed by this troublesome blonde. Sigh. Since he seemed conscious enough to be aware of her presence, she decided to get everything over and done with. Fine. From his forehead, a golden stream of energy poured out before it started materializing a few meters in front of him. She first appeared like a golden statue that slowly gained life. Her arms were crossed in annoyance. Her eyes were closed as if she didn't want to see this annoying pest. Slowly, a gentle surge of chakra solidified her form into corporeality. All the four elements combined to give her a solid living form with nature energy acting as the soul to support her presence. But she never imagined that just as she opened her eyes, she'd come face to face with Igor's demented grin and a charged orb especially prepared for her. Hello. Ka, DRUUUUUU. DxD. 3 days of fighting. It took 3 days of fighting to sate Igor's desire for battle. The fight ended not because he was fatigued or anything, but because his need for food finally outpaced his desire to continue fighting. It was over these past few days that Triney finally got a glimpse of how much energy Igor had and could generate at any given moment. He could release attacks larger than cruise ships like they were nothing. Any energy he burnt was swiftly replaced by a batch of fresh demi-ki from his divine strand. Triney did not default to her true form, but used her origin mode combined with the aura-flowing state. She'd initially dominated him, but Igor was far too quick at adapting. The stronger she was, the faster his strength climbed to match hers. By the end of the second day, they were equal. In her current state, she was 2 times stronger than him in his demigod state and nearly 20% stronger than him in his full power state. Such a gap was not something that could easily be closed without significant training, yet he caught up to her in just under 48 hours. What was worse, he wasn't easy to put down. His reserves were endless. His healing rate was too high and his endurance was unmatched. Her full power punches couldn't harm him with enough damage to take him out. It was during those times she lamented the weakness of the aura-flowing state, but it was also this technique that gave her a fighting chance. She even wondered why she agreed to not using her true form. Being equals was annoying. But nonetheless, the fight had raged on without a decisive winner. Igor's ludicrous growth made her once more realize this: he was still a demigod. If his full-powered state allowed him such insane adaptability, how powerful would he be if he became a god? Perhaps even if she regained her true body, she still wouldn't be his match. But that only served to make her desire for more power. He already knew how to use nature energy without her help. It wouldn't be long before he could create it, especially once he can use chi. If she was still weaker than him by then, would he still need her? Maybe she'd be tossed off to the Sid. Ow. What are you thinking about so much? You're worrying me, Triney. She was brought out of her daze back to the real world. It had just been a while since their fight and Igor was in rags. Her dress could easily be recreated using chakra. Igor had powered down to his normal demigod state. He no longer had the crazy expression on his face. His mouth was covered in grease, and aside from the red hair and eyes, he looked very normal. Still, his worry made her feel a bit calmer. Don't worry about it. She waved off his concerns. The future was still far and unknown. As long as she worked hard, she'd remain ahead of him. DxD. Time chamber, 4 months later, 4 years after entry. There was a reason Igor was so focused on mastering control over his full-powered form. It wasn't just a transformation. It was an evolutionary trigger, a true representation of his form as a demigod. If he referenced the term correctly, using what he now called his true demigod form granted him XP buffs in battle or training. This was completely different from his demigod state. His true form could not be classified as a simple transformation. It was universally known that transformations were only direct multipliers. Lifting 100 kilograms in his transformed state would only give him the same benefits as lifting 10 kilograms in his base state. But for his true form, it was different. His true form was like his new base state. Training, fighting, any increases to his strength would be buffed considerably in comparison to his base state. It was for this sole reason Igor wanted to attain control over it. It was no longer a mere transformation. That was why he now called it a form, not a state. His fights against Added and Triney were proof of his prognosis. To gain an almost 20% increase in power was something that would at least take him weeks or even months to obtain just through fighting. If he trained like a maniac, he might just see an increase just under a week, and that's with using his demigod state to heal himself. To reference those weird terms once more, his true form was broken. For months of training saw a small increase in power. It was still large, but it couldn't be compared to fighting with Triney. For months of training propelled his power from 200 to 230x his base state. It couldn't be helped. Over 3/4 of the time was spent tempering his control. If he included fighting, he might have broke the 300 margin, but that would also make it that much harder for his body to endure the transformation. His biggest obstacle during these 4 months was regulating the amount of ki his divine strand produced. Not only was he burning through food like there was no tomorrow, but it made training harder since his muscles were already inflated. They were as strong just as they were weak. His true form placed his muscles under constant tension from the huge amounts of demi-ki flooding them. Rigorous training was a sure way to snap them to pieces. If he could manage to regulate and decrease the amount of ki he produced, he'd be able to decrease the swelling. But that was easier said than done. For months of effort and he'd barely managed to decrease his muscle mass by 3%. It was too hard. His ki circulated over 200 times its normal speed. Trying to squash that down was the same as trying to place his palm over a pressure washer. If he wasn't careful, he'd tear his ki veins apart, and those were a pain to heal from. He'd initially thought of giving up and fighting Triney for a quick increase in power, but that'd be tantamount to asking for death. Keeping a lid on his energy was hard enough as it is. Igor knew if he continued to get stronger, he'd reach a point where he truly wouldn't be able to control his energy. At that point, his body would overflow with demi-ki, and if the power high just so happened to make him lose his mind, he'd explode like a balloon, a very gory balloon. Going out while fighting wasn't a bad way to die, but self-deleting himself and not leaving a full corpse was an embarrassing way to go. Triney's strength without using her true form was somewhere around 240x's base strength, and that was if she really pushed herself. If Igor pushed himself, he figured he could get to the 233rd multiplier. If he fought Triney, he'd bridge the gap between him and her in a few hours at most, but then he'd probably die of energy overload. Once a certain circulation speed is reached, he can forget about canceling the transformation or releasing any energy attacks. Rather than take the risk, it'd be better to obediently focus on training his body through his base form, which brought him back to nature energy once more. Crazy how things went full circle, but needs must be met. His plan was solid and would have brought immense benefits, but his strong body was like a glass wall holding back a damn one crack, and it's all over. It sure was annoying when he arrived at that regretful realization a week prior. Triney, like the annoying little midget hag she was, took the opportunity to hound and tease him over how he wasted time. True, he did waste time. He wasted time learning nature energy only to find out it was useless when it came to controlling his instincts. Then he wasted more time training for a form that'd bring him more losses than gains in the short run. But if things were looked at with a magnifying glass, everything he's done wasn't really a waste of time, maybe. He'd mastered nature energy and he's learned more about his true form. Sure, he could have focused on one aspect at a time, especially given how much little time he had, but he couldn't be blamed for his lack of knowledge. His newly gained insight was helpful, but it wouldn't prevent him from getting a beating from added in the upcoming war. That idiot Goku lover must have surely picked up some tricks since their last battle. Igor might have lost once, but it'd be embarrassing if he disgraced Prince Vegeta by losing to a pervert and his loser dragon again. He still had a year, so for once, he decided to put off his training and work together with the Triney. Those 3 tails she gave him were cool, and he was so looking to the other 4. Wake up, old hag. It's time to train. And some might wonder why Igor can use his origin demigod state to reach 500x's base strength, yet struggles to handle a measly 230x multiplier in his true form. All of this can be explained rather easily. To put it simply, the problem lies in the quantity of energy produced and the circulation speed. For starters, Igor produces a lot of energy in his true form, and that energy circulates through his veins at 230x's normal circulation speed. It is extremely hard to control such energy, especially when he continuously produces it. That's why he can't even rein in his ki inside his body. It always leaks out, and the only way to stop him is through hunger or overwhelming strength. The origin demigod suppressed state, on the other hand, is different. I know it's a mouthful, but bear with me for a moment. The circulation speed is the same as his transformation's multiplier, meaning the speed is 50x's normal circulation speed. That's paltry compared to what he's used to, and it's easy to control. The key aspect to take away here is this transformation is more focused on quality instead of quantity. Nature energy already enhances his base form by a 10x multiplier. If the transformation is stacked on top of that, the results speak for themselves. The only reason he can't bear it for long is the strain to his mind. The boost to his perception is so massive his brain can't handle all that information. If he can train his brain to withstand high loads of information, then he'd be able to safely push to combining his origin state with his demigod state. At that point, he'd have a 1000x boost to his power. Chapter 282, Chapter. His newly gained insight was helpful, but it wouldn't prevent him from getting a beating from added in the upcoming war. That idiot Goku lover must have surely picked up some tricks since their last battle. Igor might have lost once, but it'd be embarrassing if he disgraced Prince Vegeta by losing to a pervert and his loser dragon again. He still had a year, so for once, he decided to put off his training and work together with the Triney. Those 3 tails she gave him were cool, and he was so looking to the other 4. Wake up, old hag. It's time to train. DxD. 1999/09/15, September 30th, 1999, Thursday, Heavenly Realm. That time of month has arrived once more. From youth to veteran, all were looking forward to this upcoming war. In the Heavenly Realm, war had become a staple of their culture, a field where warriors are filtered from cowards and where bravado is put to the test. In the Heavenly Realm, those who fear or admonish war are universally despised and spat upon. This was no place for cowards and pacifists. War was the breeding ground for many of their pantheon's top warriors. In this world of theirs, no matter what conflicts or disagreements, it was universally acknowledged to settle them all on the battlefield. Be it racial hatred between Deva and Ajuka, grievances against other warriors, or any other reason, all of it could be discussed with their blades. It wasn't unheard of for allegiances to be switched. It also wasn't unheard of for Deva from Indra's side to suddenly fight alongside the Ajuka in Shiva's camp. Those not yet drafted into the army of supreme-class entities could freely switch their allegiances without repercussion, though it was somewhat frowned upon. Schemes and backstabbing, however, were extremely frowned upon in the Heavenly Realm. Uncovered or discovered plots would be met with an extremely harsh punishment, which often resulted in death, especially since gods such as Shiva and Indra made it known they despised such conniving actions. So it stood to no surprise why the Hindu pantheon was one of, if not the strongest pantheon in the world, and also had the highest rate of unity amongst its ranks. There were people and races who still hated each other, but the hate is bound to mellow when you've killed your enemy 6 times. It was no wonder the Heavenly Realm was a place all warriors desired to be in. For people like Igor, this realm could be considered a home away from home. In this upcoming war, there were already talks of watching the 2 heirs fight against each other once more. It was clear the previous time was not enough, especially for those who were unfortunate enough to pass out during the fight. There were murmurs and silent pleas for a second fight between them. Some of the supreme-class entities also expressed the same sentiments. The last battle between the 2 heirs was legendary, and after some rumors spread, it was revealed Igor had not used his full power. Clearly, information of the power Igor displayed on Earth was revealed, and it disseminated through the ranks. The Ajuka used this opportunity to thoroughly humiliate the Deva by saying how Igor allowed added to win. This sort of trash talk happened even during the supply battles between those of the high class and lower. Children, teenagers, and young men traded barbs with each other, constantly bragging about how powerful their respective heirs were. Igor and Added were undoubtedly the dazzling stars of the new generation. Their power alone eclipsed their peers by considerable unimaginable margins. Most people their age were still frolicking around the ranks of ultimate class at best. The exceptions were those with extremely fortunate circumstances or powerful bloodlines. They had reached the realm of gods, but there were absolutely none besides these two who could reach supreme class, and they weren't even 15. Most boys at that age were still discovering themselves with body lotion and tissues, yet they frolicked amongst the gods and ancient entities like equals. These two were monsters in every sense of the word, and they deserved the title of heirs, leaders of the new generation. For a second clash between the strongest duo, everyone was actively looking forward to it without exception. DxD. Mount Kailasa. In the forests of the mountain, Shiva laid on the grass with his head propped against a pillow. Curled next to him was a tiger cub enjoying the ministrations of his fingers on its head. Tomorrow was the day when the main war would begin. So before that happened, he needed to speak with Igor. Tsui. Just like clockwork, the blonde arrived in all his glory. At least he had the decency to cover up with a cloak this time. Lord Shiva. Sit down with me, Demori. Yes. Igor untied the straw mat strapped to his back, laid it on the ground, and sat on it with his legs crossed. There was no need for overly convoluted pretenses between them. He did not speak further nor inquire why Shiva called him over as soon as he left the time chamber. A few minutes passed between them in silence. They were routinely filled by the tiger cub purring or occasionally licking Shiva's hand. Igor was silent without complaint. His body was pumped to the brim with nature energy, forcing his eyes to turn yellow in color. No matter how long he looked, he still couldn't believe how much of a monster Shiva was, and this was him severely restrained. I can feel the bond between you and Trihexa has grown stronger. Yes, it has. We've trained together on how to best complement our abilities. Once again, silence descended upon them. The cub playfully twisted and treated Shiva's hand like a snake. From grabbing it to biting it, Shiva didn't mind its playful nature. Your battle tomorrow, how confident are you? Igor knew he was talking about Added. I have trained as well as I could. I have no knowledge of what Added has managed to accomplish, but I will fight with full intent to defeat him. Very well. For the first time, Shiva opened his eyes and looked at Igor. Remember this. You are my heir apparent. You no longer fight for yourself, but my honor as well. I will not shoulder you the burden of attaining victory, but I do expect you to fight with your full strength, your combined strength. Igor remained unwavering in front of Shiva's gaze. I will do my best, Lord Shiva. DxD. The 1st of October marked the dawn of a new war. The air was rife with all kinds of mythical energies. Blood, gore, and blood-curdling screams of pain, sorrow, and vengeance filled the air. Wives and sisters were killed. Husbands and brothers fought with righteous fury. On the battlefield, there was no such thing as gender. Whether you had a hole or a pole, all a sword could see was a flesh sheath. War happened every month. After some point, people would adapt. At some point in time, one would not scream in pain after having their arm cut off for the 20th time. But the pain of losing a loved one, even with the knowledge of their imminent resurrection, was something very difficult to accept for most. War was not for the faint of heart. Many couldn't make it through the first 5 wars. Shell shock was not something to take lightly. Losing a comrade, partner, sibling, or lover could break a person. They had the knowledge of possible resurrection, but what was knowledge in front of instinct? Brother. It was heavily recommended to always sign up alone. As harsh as it was easier to lose a comrade you just met over a friend you knew for years. It was unfortunate for those who did not heed the warning, but the rest thrived. Pucci. Chow Chow was one of those who thrived in war. He hadn't reached the 5 wars watershed, but he was so at home in the battlefield it was like he was a veteran of 10 wars. For a normal human, that was very impressive. He was virtually untouchable by anyone. His elite training from the great sage himself meant his perception was beyond the norm. At 11 years of age, without his sacred gear, he was at the realm of peak high class. With his spear, he could kill ultimate class entities and seriously injure god class entities if given the chance. Chow Chow knew his limits. He was a smart boy for his age and had not died once in all the wars he's been in. He treaded carefully and only fought against those of ultimate class or lower. But he held an aspiration. For a brief moment, his eyes gazed at the skies. The supreme armies of Indra and Shiva stood opposite each other. The power they radiated was restrained, yet suffocating. In the midst of those powerful figures, Chow Chow singled out a golden gaze filled with indifference. His blonde hair fell to his side, not in its usual ponytail. Chow Chow yearned to follow in the footsteps of that man, of the one called Igor von Demori. Amidst all those supreme beings, he was the only human, and he was above most of them. It wasn't just Chow Chow. Most, if not all warriors aspired to be part of the supreme army, to have the pleasure of standing side to side with their god. Alas, many desired the position but could not fathom the responsibilities. Igor was very clear on what would need to be done today. No longer could he fight for the sake of enjoyment. Now, he had to fight with his title as heir apparent on the line. But no matter what, he would win. 1. Schemes and backstabbing, however, were extremely frowned upon in the heavenly realm. Uncovered or discovered plots would be met with an extremely harsh punishment which often resulted in death, especially since gods such as Shiva and Indra made it known they despised such conniving actions. Explanation: didn't this guy fund the Cows Brigade or something? I mean, it has yet to happen. I'm just putting it out there. Maybe it won't even happen. Chapter 283, Chapter. Alas, many desired the position but could not fathom the responsibilities. Igor was very clear on what would need to be done today. No longer could he fight for the sake of enjoyment. Now, he had to fight with his title as heir apparent on the line. But no matter what, he would win. It was late afternoon in the heavenly realm. The air was dyed red with blood. Corpses, be they from elders in their twilight years or children in the springtime of their youth, none were treated with dignity. Fantasies of war were shattered. War was spoken about with honor and fervor, yet no one realized how much blood, sweat, and tears they'd have to shed to receive such honor. The supreme entities in the sky remained indifferent to the suffering of those below. Who amongst them did not leave mountains of corpses in their wake? It was nigh impossible to garner sympathy from them. Igor was aware of everyone's feelings below. Pain, despair, anger, and anguish, all of it combined to create an amalgamation of taint that would make those with weak minds go insane. Their pain and suffering was intense, but it couldn't make his mind budge. The negative emotions of a few million people couldn't compare to the world's anger he had to bear when he first transformed. Indra's side was losing. He could feel their morality continue to drop under the overwhelming numbers from Shiva's army. By his guess, Indra would have to order a retreat in less than an hour. Mountains of bodies continued to pile up into mounds. Pristine uniforms were soaked in urine, blood, and fecal matter. Corpses became the new ground to walk on. Tripping on a body was not an uncommon occurrence, but it was deadly nonetheless. DxD. The time had come. Retreat. Indra's army was forced to retreat after Shiva's army secured a moderate victory. Soldiers had to retreat under heavy fire from all kinds of energy blasts and weapons with pointy edges. The Ajuka with their multiple arms chased down the remnants of Indra's army. Backs were struck with warhammers and battleaxes or pierced with swords and spears. Retreat was always a shameful affair, for it left your back open for the enemy to strike. It was universally acknowledged amongst warriors that wounds to the back were a mark of shame. Generals and other warriors did their best to rally the troops and tactfully retreat without suffering further casualties, but plans never truly went well when those with weak minds went into hysteria. For them, their lives were more important than ensuring everyone would make it back. While the soldiers scattered like ants, Igor met eyes with Added. He was bare-chested with a budding swarm of chest hair growing on him. The boosted gear was already activated on his left arm, and every few intervals, the green gem would grow ominously. The latter's breath seemed to be heavy with anticipation, like a predator's, a beast's. Igor could smell it. The scent of a dragon was stronger on Added than usual. If he could notice that, then Indra and Sun Wukong definitely could. If they didn't act, then it meant everything was fine with his friend, for now. He just couldn't shake that odd feeling. Through some means, Added had finally elevated his base strength from high to peak god class. The reason Igor suspected other means was due to how Added's energy seemed to be in a state of constant flux. Whatever method he's using might be causing him to act more different than usual. No longer did Igor hold a smirk like previous battles. This time, he was stone-cold serious. Whether Added used external means to forcefully increase his power or not, their upcoming battle would reveal everything. Today's fight would be serious without measure. The title of heir was a burden, and he couldn't afford to pull his punches. To avoid staining Shiva's name, he'd go all out from the very start. DxD. The battlefield cleared and all the supreme entities were standing on the ground. They all stood in orderly fashions, with the heirs and deputy commanders standing at the forefront. Today, it wouldn't just be him and Added fighting, but several other powerful existences. Perhaps it was fortunate or unfortunate, but Shiva, Indra, Mahabali, and Sun Wukong wouldn't be joining the fight along with the elders maintaining the resurrection circles. The combined numbers of these two armies numbered around a few thousand, maybe 3,000 at best. In such a large battlefield, their numbers appeared paltry, but their combined momentum was astounding. Fewish. Overwhelming killing intent and crushing pressure filled the region. Warriors in golden armor held their spears in preparation for battle. Several crushing auras, all ranging from low to high supreme class, could be felt. These old veterans who've experienced thousands of wars couldn't be compared to the scrubs below god class. Igor and Added were the only young UNS amongst the old veterans, but their power couldn't be underestimated. Hyperdrive. Gru. An explosion of power burst around Added, immediately kicking up rocks as his power rose to high supreme class in one go. Chi. 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 A dense armor of golden lightning covered his form. Golden stripes spread across his body and his emerald eyes bled away to reveal a golden gaze. His power was immense and directly suppressed the aura of the other veterans. Two massive wings protruded from his back. Just one of them was easily twice the size of his body. In a war like this, wings were notorious targets, but the scales covering them appeared to be very hard. His torso took on a slightly scaly appearance. If one focused, it could be seen how scales seemed to have formed beneath his skin. The boosted gear gauntlet on his left arm had extended all the way to his left chest, protecting his heart with dense red scales. Chi. 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 The crinkle of lightning arm continuously sparked around him like an aura cloak. Added was ready for this fight. If Igor could attack him through his armor of lightning, then his scales would act as an extra measure. Lord Shiva. Su. Added propelled himself to the skies with his massive wings and dropped right in the middle of no man's land. Boom. He was between the two armies, completely vulnerable to any attack. I, as the son and heir of Lord Indra, am not convinced by your heir. So I hereby challenge them to battle. His voice boomed throughout the battlefield, surprising not only the supreme entities, but also those of the god class and below who survived the war. Added's words weren't as simple as they appeared on the surface. What his words did effectively stalled the battlefield. Added's words were an affront to Shiva's dignity. It was tantamount to questioning his ability, his eye in choosing an heir. Naturally, there was only one way to resolve this. But if Igor accepted this challenge, no one would be able to interfere. Both armies would have to watch the two heirs fight. This scenario wasn't all that different from last month, but there wasn't an agreement between Lord Shiva and Lord Indra. This was purely Added's own choice. He, a single boy, stepped out and chose to disrespect not only the god of destruction, but his heir too. If Added displayed a pathetic showing, then he not only could lose his prestige, but his position as heir. Provoking a god's heir unnecessarily and losing after that reeked of incompetence. Added was aware of this, but he was willing to take the risk. Igor. I accept. A cool voice rang and soon, Igor walked into the forbidden territory. A gentle sheen of golden nature energy covered his form like a cloak. He oozed a sense of refined elegance and nobility, the type an heir of his caliber should naturally have. It was so quiet on the battlefield even the sound of his sandals walking over the gravel could be heard clearly. His cloak gently billowed in a wind of his own making. It was dark blue and patterned with black splotches that faintly looked like clouds. Written behind in bold which was Sanskrit for son, a prestigious title awarded to heirs who would inherit the position of the god before them. This position far surpassed that of a mere prince. It would be more accurate to consider heirs as holy children, for they would become gods in the future. Ta 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 ta. Igor's steps were neither fast nor slow. He oozed the power of peak god class, a far cry from Added's impressive display. But he showed no fear, for he also had the same power. So. It was gentle, but the astonished gazes of many could not be hidden. While walking towards Added, Igor's power was rising at considerable margins. Low supreme class. Mid-supreme class. Peak mid-supreme class. In front of everyone, his hair started growing longer like porcupine quills. It clumped together and stretched towards his back in an arc. The diamond tattoo on his forehead slowly spread until it was just above his eyebrows. It looked like a tribal insignia. All this time, Igor never stopped working. Earth-shattering changes occurred within him seamlessly like a waterfall. The golden aura around him turned lighter in shade, making it appear more yellow than gold. His aura gradually changed from gentle steam to liquid flame. The transition was quiet. His power climbed to the level of high supreme class without a single splash. Ta 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 ta. With a power level far surpassing Added, Igor stopped in front of him. His gaze gold like lava met Added's head on. There was not an ounce of fear within them. I will fight you. Fuawish. Chapter 284, Chapter. His aura gradually changed from gentle steam to liquid flame. The transition was quiet. His power climbed to the level of high supreme class without a single splash. Ta 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 ta. With a power level far surpassing Added, Igor stopped in front of him. His gaze gold like lava met Added's head on. There was not an ounce of fear within them. I will fight you. Fuawish. DxD. For the first time since his arrival, Igor made his power known. His power completely eclipsed Added's by a very, very wide margin. They were both at the realm of high supreme class, but the discrepancy in their power levels was clearly visible. Added was bigger than Igor by quite a margin. His current imposing form made him look a good 3 years older than Igor, yet he couldn't help but feel considerably small in front of his rival's power. Still, Added didn't show fear. Rather, he sighed in realization. You really were holding back. It was a statement, not a question. The power Igor showed had increased compared to last month, but there was no denying this was the same power his father and son Wukong told him about. It irked him how Igor didn't reveal it during their last fight, and it angered him further when he realized he still couldn't catch up. Clench his fists. Ascend. 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 Added wasn't about to be outdone. His power quickly scaled to meet Igor's. But at this level, increasing his power multiple times in a row already relied on him using his lifespan. Igor. Why did you hold back? Before he pummeled his rival into the ground and proved who's stronger, he wanted to know why he humiliated him by hiding his strength. Today I fight not only for myself, but for my teacher's name. Compared to Added's budding outburst, Igor maintained an unparalleled calmness. He was not afraid of Added's imposing figure or the massive wings that could slam down on him like massive iron blankets. Igor's words were short and concise, but they answered everything. For a moment, Added's rising anger was doused by a bucket of appreciativeness. I understand. Then let us fight well, brother. Yes. Let's. A silence stilled between them. The distance between them was barely the size of a door. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Any moment now, a new momentous clash could occur, and everyone wanted to feast their eyes on it. Boom. Their movements were too quick. No, they couldn't even be seen. The explosion from their clash released a giant dome of white light that blinded everyone's sight. Solid gravel was torn from the ground like mud. The explosive force from one singular clash was like the descent of an asteroid. No one could believe it. A mere clash caused such a commotion, it was amazing. Woo! When the light faded, it was revealed to be Added who had launched the first strike, and it was blocked. His fist was firmly caught in Igor's grasp. Remnants of smoke and steam could still be seen wafting from his grasp. Skid marks stretching a few meters were on the ground. The impact caused Igor to slide on the gravel, but he suffered no damage. His aura cloak still fluctuated gently without any hiccups. Igor was silent, but his casual expression exposed his thoughts. Was that everything? Added looked imposing, but Igor's might made him seem diminutive. Humph. Rhea. Ka, Drew. An emerald blast wave shot out of his mouth, but Igor twisted his body to avoid it. Added tried to correct his aim, but a swift palm strike to his chin shut him up. Goo. Porg. Added was momentarily dazed. He was forced to swallow the energy down his throat, but he instinctively brought his wings with the intent to pierce Igor with the claws on the side. Grab. Igor's perception wasn't for decoration. Added's wings closed in on him like a bear trap, but he swiftly grabbed the bony joints, stopping them in their place. Crack. He was ruthless. His grip was so tight he cracked the scales and fractured the bone inside. In one movement, he jumped up and landed a powerful dropkick on his rival's chest. Goo. The kick sent Added skidding back by a few meters. He covered his chest with his hand with a low groan of pain. He felt pain not from the kick, but from the vile energy that threatened to tear him from the inside, an energy he was immensely familiar with. Heh. To think you'd easily get past my defenses. From the beginning, Igor wasn't affected by his lightning and his attack passed right through his scales. It was completely incomprehensible. Tsui. Shut up and fight. Boom. A descending axe kick to the head quickly reset Added's hard drive. Igor was in no mood for pleasantries during a fight. His kick nearly made Added kiss the ground, but the Deva quickly halted himself from falling and used his powerful wings and leg muscles to jump back. Sue. Just in time to avoid receiving the dangerous swirling orb in Igor's hand. Zoo 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 zoo, asterisk vanish, asterisk. Igor let the orb dissipate and prepared himself to meet Added's attack once more. His perception crucially analyzed every single fluctuation, every single twitch, and every single fire of Added's nerves. The moment Added made a move, he could almost accurately gauge the trajectory of his attacks, like the incoming uppercut disguised as a haymaker. Sue. Still, just because he could predict the attacks didn't mean he could easily counter. For all it was worth, Added was really, really fast. Boom. 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 Their forms disappeared into barely discernible flickers of light. Ascend. 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 Igor had to rely more on predicting and dodging in order to fight against Added. He remained ever so calm even when he seemed to be on the back foot. Logically, perception meant nothing in front of overwhelming speed, and Added did have overwhelming speed. His ability to not only move very quickly, but instantly change direction was very impressive. Half the time, Igor had to use his instant vanish to avoid some of the more unpredictable strikes Added could come up with. Highly intense maneuvers that could break bones were normal for Added. His onslaught kept Igor on the defensive meant sooner or later, he'd break through the blonde's defenses. The fight continued on with the fight seemingly in Added's favor. His combined might and speed made him a terrible foe to fight against. He seamlessly integrated the use of his wings into his fighting style, often using the claws on them like daggers. Seconds turned into minutes and minutes into dozens of minutes. The speed of this fight was so high anyone below Supreme Class could forget about seeing their movements. They couldn't glimpse even their afterimages. The only signs of their presence were the constant explosions of power and the cracking sound of bone against bone. Boom. 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 Each blow between them was like the sound of cracking thunder. Igor was relatively reserved in terms of counterattacking, but Added went full on with his punches. Igor and Added moved so fast even those on the lower end of Supreme Class struggled to follow their fight. What was agreed upon, however, was, Added was in trouble. The veterans could clearly see since the beginning, not once has Added landed a strike on Igor. Ascend, transfer, and penetrate were all attacks he used without scruples. It could clearly be seen he was putting every ounce of effort into this, to defeat his rival. But all his abilities mattered not if they couldn't land. Opportunities for his, one with the world, technique were impossible to create. Any of his attacks fueled with his, penetrate, were seamlessly avoided. Igor parried or dodged everything with a calm expression. He was slower than Added in terms of raw speed, but his perception and reaction speed more than made up for this shortcoming. From the beginning, this fight has been in his control, and that had an effect on Added. Damn it. Stop prancing around, you coward. The boy committed a rookie mistake by letting anger gradually cloud his eyes. His attacks became more desperate, his movements more erratic. Each and every moment, he was trying to get just one shot in. He was losing sight of the greater picture and didn't realize how his moves became that much easier to telegraph. In a fight between entities of their level, or any level for that matter, falling into a blind rage was no different from skirting along the edge of death. Poochie. Silence. Drip, drip. Wah, what is? A thin golden tendril barely the width of a kitchen knife had protruded from the ground and pierced through his heart. He was skewered in midair and his body just froze. Is that it? Igor's calm voice rang out. I trained for this. Clenches Phi. Don't move or else I'll kill you and end this farce in your humiliation. Igor's tone leaked with budding killing intent. He was completely serious, and Added knew it. Not like this. I can't lose like T-. Disappointing. Igor did not intend to humiliate Added, but his current showing was nothing short of disappointing. He was fighting like a complete amateur. He remained oblivious to the trap set in the air and lost control of his emotions. This spear piercing into his chest, Igor half expected it not to work. The normal Added would never have fallen for such a thing. This version of Added was too wild and aggressive. He was not calm and methodical like he should be. Regardless of circumstances, Added would never lose his head in battle. This either meant this Added was an imposter, or you can't control this power, can you? It was a statement, one that Igor confirmed when Added's eyes glazed over like black mercury for a moment before reverting back to draconic. Added was clearly about to be overtaken by anger, but Igor had long since lost the appetite to play around with his idiot of a friend. I don't want to fight a mindless beast. Chapter 285, Chapter. You can't control this power, can you? It was a statement, one that Igor confirmed when Added's eyes glazed over like black mercury for a moment before reverting back to draconic. Added was clearly about to be overtaken by anger, but Igor had long since lost the appetite to play around with his idiot of a friend. I don't want to fight a mindless beast. DxD. I told this brat not to overly rely on that dragon of his. Now look at him beaten and bruised like a rotten banana. Very high up in the skies of the heavenly realm, Indra and Sun Wukong watched the battle below with differing expressions. The old monkey had his arms crossed in slight fury and annoyance. His tail swooshed behind him animatedly, betraying his agitated state. Indra on the other hand was quiet. His eyes could vaguely be seen through his glasses, but the slight twitch of his mouth showed he was somewhat disturbed by the sight before him. In their battle, Igor was the obvious winner between the two. To be accurate, calling it a battle would be a misnomer. It was a one-sided beating. Added was played like a fiddle and ended up being pierced in the heart. Such a wound wouldn't kill him, yet. I agree, old Sunday. My son has already lost. But I hope he will learn and grow from this. Indra was not disappointed with Added. From the beginning, he had a feeling things would end this way. But just because he wasn't didn't mean Sun Wukong shared the same sentiment. That stinking brat should have listened to my advice. I'm glad he didn't. Learning through harsh lessons will be more beneficial for him. Sun Wukong couldn't help but worry when he heard Indra's words. Do you not worry this would become a dark splotch on his heart? Wukong. Everyone has taints of regrets in their heart. What matters is how they progress from it. My son may be the same age as Igor, but their mentality is too different. Indra could see the disappointment in Igor's eyes. For a moment, this triggered one of his own memories, but he quickly pushed it aside. I've spoiled my son too much. Compared to Igor, the setbacks he suffered are not worthy of being counted. Let this be the first one. From birth up till now, Adid's life has been smooth. He was the son of a god born with a Longinus-tier sacred gear. His training was supervised and his power increased by leaps and bounds. As a young scion, he was treated with respect everywhere he went. Compared to Igor's journey, Adid's lacked the pressure that would sharpen his mentality and his edge. Only when iron has gone through fire can it finally be molded into a sword. DxD. Down on the battlefield below, the situation was tense. Igor had stabbed Adid with a golden tendril of nature energy mixed with demi-ki. As part dragon, striking his heart was the same as striking the central hub of his energy network. The lightning armor surrounding Adid had vanished and his scales lost their hardness by several notches. A steady stream of energy being channeled into his body kept him paralyzed. He was like a puppet with its strings cut. He was weak before Igor and without his ability to boost himself, he was no different from a man under a guillotine. In those few moments, it felt like an eternity had passed. He felt angry, humiliated, and completely unreconciled. Igor dash. I'll end this here. You've lost. Igor retracted the tendril of energy from Adid's chest and let the boy fall to the ground on one knee. The next time you challenge me with an uncontrollable transformation, I'll kill you. For a moment, the world descended into silence. Igor was like a god before a defeated dragon. His golden radiance enhanced his divine figure. Adid was on one knee like a subject before a king, like a prisoner awaiting execution. For warriors, their greatest fear was not death, but being spared. Such a thing was no different from humiliating them. Ta, 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 ta. Adid felt rage and humiliation like he never could before. But worse, he felt disgust. He'd considered himself a true warrior, but in the face of death, he showed fear. Perhaps that's why Igor spared him and no longer entertained him. Even as he heard his rival's retreating footsteps, Adid did not have the face to look up. His head remained lowered in shame, but his anger could not be suppressed. Clench his fists. It's because he has the time chamber. That's right. If it weren't for it, he'd be nothing in front of you. As long as you expose its existence, numerous people will want to kill him. If he dies, wouldn't you become the unrivaled heir? It's a good idea, right? Yes. Let him die. 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 Stop it. Adid stood up on both feet and clutched the sides of his head like a madman. His eyes were bloodshot and his veins were bulging. The amount of bloodlust wafting off him was so dense it could be seen with the naked eye in shades of red, and that bloodlust reached its peak when he raised his head. Igor. Welsh dragon. Heavenly manifestation. A dense crimson pillar of aura covered Adid's form like a curtain. It was massive and completely obscured his figure from view. The pillar quickly expanded in radius, easily covering hundreds of meters. Sue. Igor along with any remaining soldiers did not hesitate to put some distance between themselves and this expanding monstrosity. The others were oblivious to the changes happening inside, but Igor wasn't. Through the mist, he could feel what he assumed to be soul fragments gradually suppressing Adid's conscience. He did not know where they came from, but he knew they weren't good signs. Sue. 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 Without hesitation, he raised his hand. Whomp. A small golden sphere formed within his palm. It was a very powerful blast made from a combination of nature energy and demi-ki. Adid would sooner or later turn into a berserk monster, and as it stood, Igor truly was no longer in the mood for playing around. He was just about ready to kill this transformation in the cradle when he suddenly received Shiva's mind transmission. Let him be. For a moment, Igor was curious. Was Adid's budding transformation worth the attention from Shiva? If that was the case, then he wouldn't mind seeing what his berserk friend would pull out of his rear. The orb within Igor's palm slowly vanished. He calmly stood idly and waited for Adid to ascend to whatever form he beat out of him. Igor wasn't scared nor was he excited. True, Adid was getting stronger, considerably so. His strength would no doubt be eclipsed very soon if this continued, but Igor didn't even consider such an issue as a problem. To him, Adid was no different from a mindless beast, a dog. Ruawayer. The crimson pillar burst apart to reveal a massive dragon. Its size alone covered several hundred meters, comparable to very large malls. Its towering figure brought a huge shadow over the vicinity. The flap of its powerful wings scattered dust and rattled armor. The soldiers had long since retreated by several kilometers, yet they still couldn't believe their eyes. The dragon's body was covered in red scales. Its neck was longer than the height of most buildings. Golden scales adorned its form at various points, and its hollowed gaze was especially menacing. Swoosh. 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 Where many would be overtaken by fear, Igor remained calm. So this is the manifestation of the heavenly dragon Drake Gotch. As expected of the dragon who's publicly listed in the top 5 of the strongest entities in the world. His aura was impressive, but it didn't compare to the pressure of the existence he felt when he was fighting against his clones in the dimensional gap. Still, berserk or weakened, he wouldn't underestimate his new foe too much. This clearly wasn't Drake at his prime, but Igor would still need to exert some effort to bring down this behemoth. Gru. Su. 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 His aura surged to life once more. The gentle corona of gold became a vengeful flame ready to engulf everything. Igor decisively raised his hand and pointed all 5 fingers at the dragon. Since time immemorial, dragons were always slayed with swords. He didn't have a sword, but he would make do. Clang. Is what he thought. It turns out even Drake's eyelids had some armor. Another interesting discovery was Su. Despite his immense size, Drake was extremely fast. Tsui. Boom. A quick application of instant vanish allowed Igor to avoid the swipe of very massive claws. Just one of them was already the size of a double-story house. Multiple trenches were dug into the ground just by one swipe of his claws. Beings in the lower realm of supreme class would either die or suffer extreme injuries from this simple strike. And this isn't even his full power. Igor was awed by the power of the strike, but it didn't arouse any fear within him. If he was calm enough to still be impressed, then it meant he still had some means to handle this overgrown lizard. Drake was still flying in midair when Igor stretched out his hand. Get down here. My neck hurts. Anne. Did Adid transform into a dragon or a dog? If an enemy spoke like that to me after pulling out my strongest card, I'd use those wings to fly away. Chapter 286, Chapter. Igor was awed by the power of the strike, but it didn't arouse any fear within him. If he was calm enough to still be impressed, then it meant he still had some means to handle this overgrown lizard. Drake was still flying in midair when Igor stretched out his hand. Get down here. My neck hurts. DxD. Domineering, ostentatious, arrogant, that was the aura Igor gave off when he uttered those words. Some felt he was biting off more than he could chew, especially the older generation. No matter how you looked at it, this dragon was strong. But their doubt was cut off in one swell swoop. Dozens upon dozens of massive golden arms burst out of the ground. They reached out to the dragon in the sky, preparing to charge once more. They quickly wrapped around Drake like a tsunami of vines from both sides. Everything happened very quickly. The dragon probably never expected for such a technique to be used against him. Boom. The hand swiftly pulled him down towards the ground with a loud crash. His wings were pinned to his body and his limbs were firmly held down. It was already too late for struggles, and by the time Drake realized it, an energy corrosive to his nature was being channeled into him. Roar. It felt like acid was being poured into his body, but there was nothing he could do. He struggled violently, but the golden arms pinned him down. The only thing left was his head, and he would use his flames to exterminate this puny human in front of him. Igor felt the large concentration of energy forming within Drake's throat. Without a doubt, this overgrown lizard would try and burn him to death. Idiot. Su. He instantly appeared on the dragon's snout and locked eyes with him. Learn to be obedient. He raised his foot and brought it down. Boom. A terrifying loud clap resounded throughout the region. The force of his stomp caused Drake's head to hit the ground with such force a crater formed. The dust alone created a thick cover that concealed everything. When it vanished, Drake's massive figure was nowhere to be seen. Even the massive hands were gone. What everyone saw, however, brought differing reactions to each army. Adid was lying on the ground before Igor's feet, completely unconscious and at his mercy. His skin was dark red like a dying ember and his vitality was on the cusp of dangerously low. Igor did not know what pushed his friend to use such extreme methods, but he could make guesses. Idiot. Just this little venture cost Adid several dozen millennia of lifespan, especially his forceful manifestation of Drake. Of the 7 beads on his neck, 6 of them had been broken and the 7th one already showed signs of cracking. It didn't take a genius to guess these were probably lifespan beads given to him. From Igor's guess, each one contained 10,000 years of vitality, and this idiot blew through 60,000 years worth of vitality. TCH. If Adid was his son, he would have beaten him like a bastard grandchild. His own lifespan was just barely above 50,000, and most of it is thanks to Triney, yet this idiot squandered more in less than an hour. For a moment, Igor looked at Adid's prone form. His friend's actions were too rambunctious and uncontrolled, not to mention they reeked of carelessness. If he didn't put him down quickly, Adid would have died from manifesting Drag. Idiot. If you weren't my friend, I would have killed you just to teach you a lesson. Sue. He didn't stay any longer. If he did, he was afraid he'd give this idiot a few slaps just to reset that useless brain of his. DxD. Adid suffered a humiliating defeat. From beginning to end, it was abundantly clear Igor did not use all of his power. In the words of a certain monkey, he was handled like a snot-nosed brat. He was retrieved from the battlefield and sent back to recuperate. His body couldn't bear the strain of forcefully manifesting Drag and had suffered tumultuous damage that could only be healed by life force. The war between the rest of the Supreme Class entities continued soon after and the battle was explosive. Strange magic circles, rare artifacts, and all kinds of powerful techniques were traded. The youth once again had their horizons broadened. A fight between beings of the Supreme Class really was something else. Many assumed Igor would participate, but the blonde remained by Shiva's side since his overwhelming victory against Indra's heir. Not a speck of dust stained him nor was a piece of fabric torn. From beginning to end, he was in control. Adid's humiliating defeat no doubt soured the morale amongst Indra's army. So in the end, it wasn't all that surprising when they were defeated. Their battle lasted 3 days in total and dozens of them died. Igor was powerful, but there were people far more powerful than him who fought down below. He saw strange transformations that propelled individuals from high to peak Supreme Class. Perhaps this was Shiva's intention, to remind him not to get a hot head. Indeed, Igor did almost get a hot head. He barely tapped into Triney's power and he managed to soundly defeat Drag. It was a bastardized form of the dragon with barely any conscience, but his head did inflate a bit at his easy victory. Now, Igor was once more forced to realize even if he sprouted all 7 tails and burnt his life force, he'd be killed before the end of day 1. He wasn't afraid of death, but of how he died. It'd be a stain on his heart if he died because of a big head. DxD. 1999/09/30, October 4th, 1999, Monday, Mount Kailasa. It's been 4 days since the war began and 1 day since it's been over. Igor didn't have the heart to stay in the heavenly realm and visit Indra and Sun Wukong. Part of the reason was because he beat Adid Black and Blue, but the main reason was he needed to give his friend some time to learn his lesson. Igor had no doubt Indra used him to teach his idiot rival a lesson. Adid treated life force like toilet water and had no fear in expending thousands of years of life force just to pursue a higher form. Igor could haphazardly guess Adid forgoed training his base form and focused on attaining higher forms of his sacred gear. Now that he'd encountered a setback in the form of a handsome warrior such as himself. You're not handsome. Igor was sure Adid would learn a valuable life lesson. And the pot meets the kettle. You forget you were also in his situation, Igor. And what did I do? I realized the most logical solution and went back to training my body. Unlike him, I don't have endless reserves of lifespan. You generate an entire human's lifespan in a day. Surely you can afford to squander a bit. That idiot also squandered a bit. Look where that got him. Unlike him, I don't have a father who's willing to condense life force beads for me. Maybe if you call Lord Shiva, that he'd be willing to dash. Cough cough cough. Igor sat up with a start as he choked on his own spit. He was completely and utterly unprepared for Triney's sudden rebuttal. He was so surprised he even slammed his forehead into a low-hanging branch. Whwa, what the, cough cough cough. He hit his chest several times, causing the small droplets of tears on the corner of his eyes to fly away. He truly wasn't prepared. Call Shiva, father. Did she want him to die? Well, not yet anyway. Not yet. Damn hag. As soon as I get my hands on you. Wah. I was joking. The calmness induced by the nature energy coursing through his body was completely wiped away by her remark. Hours of connecting with the surrounding nature was reduced to a pile of excrement by this damnable girl. Meanie. I said I'm sorry. Your sorry isn't worth a fag's underwear. Igor begrudgingly stood up. All the animals that previously gathered around him had vanished like a fart in the wind. If it weren't because of his current location, Igor surely would have cursed up a storm. He was deep in the forest, but he'd learnt not to underestimate Parvati's hearing. Damn it. You dirted your cloak. What? He craned his neck over his shoulder and noticed a small patch of mud had clung onto the helms of his cloak, the cloak Parvati especially made for him. Fuck. Oh my. Such a vulgar word, Igor. Parvati in all her glory was suddenly standing in front of him as if she was there this whole time. She was adorned in a long floral dress that tried but failed to hide her very motherly figure. Her smile wasn't quite a smile, and with how she was, Igor reckoned he'd get less food today. Triney. Yes. Fuck your mother. Chapter 287, Chapter. Parvati in all her glory was suddenly standing in front of him as if she was there this whole time. She was adorned in a long floral dress that tried but failed to hide her very motherly figure. Her smile wasn't quite a smile, and with how she was, Igor reckoned he'd get less food today. Triney. Yes. Fuck your mother. DxD. Dinner with Parvati was already stressful enough. Having dinner with both her and Shiva was a recipe for migraines. The sun had set and all three of them were gathered around the table. Igor felt today's dinner was very intense given how Parvati had that gentle yet very dangerous smile on his face. He did not know what to think of the women. She was very mothering. From forcing him to take showers, constantly reminding him to eat, and always on the lookout for any foul words he might spurt, those were the hounding behaviors of a mother. He didn't know exactly how to react to her actions. He wanted to feel angry, but it wasn't like he could beat her. He was powerful to others, but she could easily restrain him like a toddler. He certainly took a hit to his pride when one finger flick to his forehead pulled him out of his demigod state like a fish out of water. Her ability to seal his key network was something he still couldn't prevent. He could break it, but he'd be dead by the time he did. In short, this woman was terrifying just as he was kind. But he was a son of Demori. He had no concept of fear. But he did know how hunger felt. On his plate was a pile of rice, a lot of soup, and only one piece of chicken. This was clearly intentional. He usually got 10 and Shiva got 12 while she rarely ate meat. He could feel the remaining 9 pieces calling for him in the pot, begging for him to devour them, to absorb their nourishment, to attain their very essence. Igor. Are you fine with the meat? This was clearly a ploy to control him through his desire to eat. She wanted him to apologize for cursing, but he wouldn't. Nothing was wrong with swearing. It's fine, auntie. He took his spoon and began eating. He'd show her. He'd show her he was stronger than his instincts. Her food was delicious, but it wasn't a chain she could use to bind him. At worst, he'd just have to hunt for that extra protein. It might not taste as good, but he'd steal some salt along the way. Oh. I guess you don't need those extra pieces I made for you. Igor felt like crying. She was clearly bullying him. Her tone of disappointment was clearly fake and her words were premeditated. A series of word traps led him to a situation where he either had to put aside his pride and say, actually, or grit his teeth and sparingly eat this chicken wing. This very small chicken wing. Damn it. He must stay strong. Bending to her control now would only increase her influence over him. Sooner or later, he'd be no different from a soy boy. He'd miss out on some chicken, but he'll just have to hunt for 6 or 7 deer in Africa. It might not be good for the environment, but he really needed some calories after that farce of a fight a few days ago. Igor. You did well. Shiva's voice brought Igor out of his inner struggles. The sudden congratulations came so unexpectedly he was momentarily caught off guard. Thank you. You displayed efficiency befitting someone of your caliber. You left no room for doubt in each of your victories. But always remember to never get conceited. I won't get conceited. There are still people stronger than you in this world. The supernatural world has many means of restraining or ending you. I'm a war. Always keep up with your training. Never underestimate the supernatural world and never forget your motivations. Your potential is great and I sense more in you waiting to be unearthed. Until the time for your training with me and Nandi arrives, utilize the time chamber of yours to enhance your base power. Do not make the same mistake as Indra's son. Finally. Shiva was done. Thank you for . One more thing, Demori. Vain twitch. Was the Shiva in front of him a pre-recorded hologram or was the god intentionally messing with him? The first 2 times could be said to be coincidences, but the third time, Shiva was deliberately messing with him. He had to be. And how right Igor was. When he looked at his barren plate with a gaze darker than a black hole, Shiva's mouth curled upwards just slightly in amusement. He could see why his wife enjoyed teasing the blonde. Demori. I heard from Nandi you were interested in the soul-tearing bell. Giving it to you is impossible, but you can come once every 7 days for a session. Igor looked up in surprise. The grievance he had instantly disappeared after Shiva's offer. The allure of having such a valuable training tool available would significantly improve his strength and soul. Now he had even more reason not to become a hermit in the time chamber. He could train his sisters efficiently and receive some guidance from Nandi too. It was a big win. Thank you, Lord Shiva. DxD. 1999/10/04, May 1, 2000, Monday. 7 months have passed by gracefully since Igor's overwhelming victory against Adid. Since then, his rival never appeared again in any of the following wars. For 3 months, Igor came to observe the wars, but never partook in any of them. Shiva was adamant he only learned and observed, for as powerful as Igor was, he could not compare to those entities who've lived for thousands of years. After 3 months, Igor also faded from the fight scene and hadn't been seen since then. This news greatly alleviated Shuri's and Aurelia's worries, especially the former. She nearly hugged him to death when Igor came out with the news. Of course, he also had to bring her down from Cloud 9 when he told her he'd be leaving for training in June for a minimum period of 3 years. Her expression at the time was quite funny and he had to struggle not to laugh. In the Underworld, his sister was busy helping the devils in implementing the overhaul system. It was fortunate none were so stupid as to take advantage of, or bully her. He wasn't privy to what Surzex and his friends did during the 4 months he was away, but many devils treated him and Aurelia with great respect. There was further news that made its way around the works during this period of time. Somewhere around March, rumors began spreading of the new Pope Vasco Strata working alongside the devils. They caused quite a fuss, and over time, Igor had to kill a few flies that started buzzing around Kuo in search of Asia. It was fortunate most of this work was handled by the resident exorcists like Masaomi Yagaki and a new guy he met called Shidotuji. Igor initially would never care about the latter. It was only because he'd make a good sparring partner for his sisters that he let him get close. Tuji was high class at best, perfect training material for his sisters. During these past few months, Akino and Asia made great advancements in their training. Asia would turn 8 soon and was already at the upper level of mid-class, while Akino had already entered the confines of high class. Together, they could give a man like Tuji a run for his money. It was also through Tuji that his sisters met his daughter, Shido Irina, and more interestingly, a brat from the Haidu surname called Issei. Igor was more interested in Issei because of the draconic aura the boy released. Of course, it was only a mild interest. He'd found out he had 2 twice critical sacred gears, a completely new phenomenon in the supernatural world, but not one he'd dwell upon. The boy was only 9 years old and clearly knew nothing of his gift. Having 2 sacred gears in one body was intriguing, but not to the extent Igor would pay attention to him. The only reason he even remembered Issei's name was because his sisters occasionally played with him and Tuji's daughter, and that he was something of a pervert. He had some reservations about letting his sisters play with a boy, a perverted one at that. It might be forward of him, but he'd briefly wondered what to do if one of his sisters grew to love the boy in the near future. It was a thought he pushed to the back of his head. He could revisit it when they turned 13. If Issei showed some promise as a man and his sisters showed interest in him, then he'd consider training the boy into a capable warrior. During these last few months, Igor enjoyed the time he spent with his family. Asia and Akino had completely dropped out of school, allowing him to train them the whole day. On some days when they were resting, he'd go and spar with Suji. Aside from Suji, he also met the rest of Surzex's peerage. On their own they weren't interesting. But when they all fought against him together, Igor could praise their teamwork. They could actually force him to use Kaioken X2. Granted, he kept the multiplier up constantly, but he'd occasionally release it along with his origin state whenever he fought one or a few of them. By this time, Igor's true base strength was still within the confines of peak God class. The gap between God class and Supreme class was not something he'd be able to close in the span of a few months. The use of the soul-tearing bell did however help immensely in closing the gap. He did occasionally go into the time chamber, but it became more and more worthless as time went on. Igor did not know what was happening, but he was finding it harder and harder to advance, especially after the 5th year. When he asked Nandi what was happening, the pale man was cryptic and said he'd know for himself in a few years. Igor tried to force the issue by spending 3 more years in the time chamber, but eventually gave up. It was as if his potential was capped at the peak of God class. No matter how he tried, he couldn't increase his strength by even the smallest percentage. In the end, he decided to spend the last few months home and hone what he already had. On the days when all his sisters weren't home and he had nothing to do, Igor would spend some time with Shuri. It was quite fun relaxing all day with her. She'd cook up a storm before they spent the day lazying around by watching movies or something else. Igor never really was fond of all these leisure activities, but they were more fun with her around. Sometimes, Aurelia would also be there and join them. On one side he had his woman and on the other he had his sister. Friend. He wasn't quite sure what to call Shuri. He could also call her a close confidant. One of the few things she retained from her past self was the use of the word era. Perhaps it was because the situation had calmed down and she no longer had any burdens on her shoulders, but her signature phrase came out of retirement with full force. Lately, even Aquino had started to mimic her mother by using the word. There were times when Baraquiel and Azazel came over to visit. Shuri did not bear any animosity towards the former and treated him like a normal person, even going so far as to offer him refreshments. Igor was unclear how the two of them resolved the tension between each other, and he wouldn't pry. As long as his family was whole, he was satisfied. And quite the time skip we got here. Igor's base state is officially stuck at the peak of God class. We can't know whether it's God's curse seal preventing him from taking that step forward or something else, but that should be addressed once he trains with Shiva. On another note, thanks for reading, and until the next chapter. Chapter 288, Chapter. There were times when Baraquiel and Azazel came over to visit. Shuri did not bear any animosity towards the former and treated him like a normal person, even going so far as to offer him refreshments. Igor was unclear how the two of them resolved the tension between each other, and he wouldn't pry. As long as his family was whole, he was satisfied. DxD. The year 2000, May 1st, Heimjima household, Kuo Town, Japan. It was a beautiful Monday morning in the small town of Kuo. Spring was still in full bloom, with summer still a bit far from approaching. The flowers around the house had bloomed beautifully and the garden was lush with fresh produce. Butterflies danced from petal to petal and small wildlife skipped across the freshly cut lawn. The ground was wet with morning dew and the inhabitants of the house were still peacefully resting. It was almost 5 in the morning and all was silent, except for one person. In one of the rooms upstairs, Aurelia quietly lay in Igor's warm embrace. Her head was on his chest, blissfully enjoying the rhythmic beating of his heart filled with vitality. She'd been awake for a while now and she was glad she did. Today began the countdown for when Igor would leave in exactly 31 days for training with Lord Shiva. The months flew by so quickly she hadn't even noticed. To think there's only a month until he'd leave for God knows how many years. I'll miss you. She drew circles on his chest with her finger. His breaths were slow and peaceful like a child's. He truly slept without a care in the world. She still couldn't believe how she ended up in this situation. It felt like it was only yesterday when they shared their first night together. In it, she lost her virtue but gained so much more. She was his queen, and he was her king. The love he never failed to show her only compounded her feelings towards him. Without a doubt, she truly and utterly loved this man. The time they spent together was short, but she was never more sure of her decision to place her life, soul, and body in his caring hands. Perhaps many would never be as lucky as her, to know what it feels like to have complete faith in somebody. Was it wrong if she was anxious to have his children? Maybe lock him in the basement so he could never ever leave. But then he wouldn't be the same man who made her a woman that night. MMMH. Just the thought made her tighten her hold around his waist and moan into his chest. His warm touch and tender love made her feel like a giddy teenager in love. I love you so much, Igor. She was glad he was asleep. There was no way she could muster the guts to convey her feelings so casually were he awake. His peacefully sleeping visage made her bite her lips in anticipation. Ever so slowly, she raised her head and neared closer and closer, like a snake stalking its prey until... Chew. She gently kissed him on the lips. It was simple, gentle, yet conveyed all of her feelings. Her luscious snow-white hair covered them like a curtain. Her hands gently cupped his cheeks and deepened the kiss. She didn't know what came over her, but her emotions were particularly strong today. MMNH. Suddenly, Aurelia felt the arms around her tighten. In one motion, Igor pulled her on top of him before securing her against him. She tried to retreat, but a hand behind her head pressed her against him once more. Her eyes were still open in surprise, but she soon closed them and let herself sink into this feeling. In each other's embrace, they spoke in tongues few could ever hope to truly experience. There were no words, but they confessed their feelings to each other as many times as there were stars in the sky or grains of sand on the shore. It was only, and only after a few minutes did they finally separate from each other. Their eyes, both cerulean in color, met each other. Aurelia's eyes sparkled with untold emotions while Igor had a small meaningful smile on his face. Well, that is one way to wake up. Did you sleep well? Very. She descended once more and they shared a deep kiss filled with passion. Chew. I slept very well, Igor. A very bright smile formed on her face, completely brightening up his morning. There was nothing better than waking up to the sight of a beautiful woman beaming at you with a heartfelt smile. Even the stoniest of hearts would melt at this sight. Mother would have loved her. DxD. Shuri awoke from her deep sleep. As soon as the first ray of sunlight hit her face, her eyelids fluttered open. She pushed away the blanket, revealing her gifted figure draped in a purple nightdress patterned with tiny teddy bears. Months of training showed themselves in her strong yet supple thighs. Part of her time spent with Igor was through sparring, otherwise, she would often be tutored by Amaterasu herself. As a result, her strength had made a rapid increase from low to high ultimate class in the past few months. Hiya. She cutely yawned while brushing away the remnants of sleep from her eyes. Aquino and Asia no longer needed to go to school, yet contradictorily, she found herself waking up much earlier. Well, maybe it wasn't much of a coincidence. Woo. I wonder if he's awake yet. She sat up once more and squinted her eyes when one of the sun's rays directly hit her in the retina. It couldn't be avoided. It was her fault for sleeping with the curtains open. But if she wanted to wake up as early as possible, then this was the only possible method. In a house full of people with supernatural hearing, an alarm could wake the entire house up. So she soon got up and slipped her feet into a pair of slippers. Hiya. She yawned once more while stretching her body for a good 5 seconds. When her arms flopped down to her side, she felt liberated, especially the back of her shoulders that seemed to have some tension. Era. What are you doing outside, you naughty girl? So indecent. She took one of her babies that had flopped out and placed it back within the confines of her dress. In the meantime, she took the time to admire her figure in the mirror. The constant time in the sun gave her a delicate tan. Her arms and legs were toned with subtle traces of muscles. It was fortunate her hair remained silky soft like it always was. Kami-sama knows how much she loved it. She stretched herself once more before rounding the bed and walking over to the window. She peered at where Igor would always meditate early in the morning, yet was surprised when she didn't see him there today. That's odd. He never misses a day. She figured he must be asleep, so she turned around and walked towards the door. Since she was already awake, she might as well take a long morning BA. Her thoughts were cut off when she glanced at the calendar hanging above the light switch. May 1st. Lazy. Maybe I'll take a break in May or something. I want to experience what it's like to live as a lazy person and sleep in May. That's 4 months from now, Demori-kun. Is it so hard for you to call me by name, Shuri? I'm afraid if I do, Aurelia-san will kill me, Demori-kun. The conversation she had with him played in her head like a record. There was only a month remaining until he left for the next few years. For a moment, Shuri stood in place. He was about to leave, and if he would be indeed gone for the next few years, then all the work she'd put in over the past several months would be for naught. No. I must talk with Aurelia-san. Chapter 289, Chapter. The conversation she had with him played in her head like a record. There was only a month remaining until he left for the next few years. For a moment, Shuri stood in place. He was about to leave, and if he would be indeed gone for the next few years, then all the work she'd put in over the past several months would be for naught. No. I must talk with Aurelia-san. DxD. Subtle seduction, that was how she would tame Igor. He was a lover of legs, so she wore slightly shorter, more youthful dresses to show off a bit of thigh. She would initiate intimate contact with him that would blur the lines between casual and romantic. Was she reaching for something? Well, she didn't intend to almost shove her cleavage in his face. Was she sitting down? Pardon her for pulling her dress in a way that made her rear look more shapely. It was these little things she did so he would look at her as a woman, not just another sister. And it worked. There were times when his eyes lingered too long on her body. The problem was, this man was too straight. His gaze was ever only appreciative without a hint of lust. In fact, it was the other men who had the reaction she wanted from him. When they were in the park, he looked at her like how those car enthusiasts would admire a vintage car. It was those stinky-eyed random men who had looks like they just sniffed an aphrodisiac. It was fortunate he was there to scare them off, maybe break the noses of some who were more persistent, but couldn't he at least inherit some of their perverseness? It wasn't like she was unwilling. But if it were easy, then he wouldn't be who he was. Getting out of the sister zone was hard, but Shuri was confident in her plan working. Trigger his lust through her body, his heart through his stomach, and his care through her demurne, a three-step plan that was guaranteed to work. Of course, there was one disadvantage to this plan. Well, a couple if she was honest. She didn't think it possible, but she fell even harder for him. He treated her kindly, respected her boundaries, and treated her like a very good friend, sister. It was scumbaggy, but the more he stayed loyal to Aurelia, the more she wanted him. Igor was too rare of a catch. No wonder Aurelia trusted him so much and could leave for the underworld with peace of mind. Speaking of the Silverette, Shuri would never dare to do this without her permission. Aurelia didn't quite explicitly agree, but she hinted she'd look the other way and feign ignorance. In all the months Aurelia would leave for the underworld, Shuri would take the opportunity to target Igor. It was fortunate he'd stopped going to the time chamber. It made her job much easier. It was still difficult, however. She was a bit subtle with her actions, but this straight-laced man wasn't biting the hook. On the other hand, it seemed like she was the one in danger of falling head over heels for him, again. Why couldn't this handsome, charismatic, strong, idiot of a man look at her like the predators they saw in all those wildlife films? She'd lost count of how many times she considered just sitting on his lap and take his lips to heaven and back. But she couldn't. She had to play the long game. One night of passion wasn't worth the eternal estrangement that would follow after. He's the one who had to fall for her, not the other way around. Well, it was already too late for her, but she still had enough rationale not to push him down on the spot, though it has been getting harder. She could still manage to last for the next year or so before she caved to her desires, but she might not have the chance if he left in June. There was only 1 month left, and after all this time, she'd only moved from sister zone to friend zone. It was unfair how a beautiful woman like her had to chase after a big clueless oaf like him instead of the other way around, but it couldn't be helped if her heart loved this big clueless oaf to death. Still, it wasn't fair. He should have been all over her since long ago for Cammie's sake. If she didn't know better, she'd swear he swung the other way. But she had to calm down. She couldn't lose her way. In 1 month, he'd leave, and this time, she needed to pull out all the stops. Perhaps she could cooperate with Aurelia, but that'd be too brash. She'd made it abundantly clear she would not help at all. The pool. Demorikuin has yet to see me in a bikini. If I propose it as a family outing, no one will have the ground to refuse. It was a trump card she prepared to use for the last month Igor would be here. She'd invite everyone so as to make everything look natural. She was hesitant, but she'd also invite Cleria's new knight, Masaomi Yagaki, along with his apprentice, Irina Shidu. If there was another male around, perhaps it might trigger Igor's possessiveness. It was a practical guarantee he'd shield Aurelia from any prying eyes. She just hoped she'd also be shielded, not like a brother protecting his sister, but as a man protecting his woman. Perhaps she was too forward with that thought, but it wasn't bad to hope. Hope gave her the belief her mattress would also make squeaky sounds soon. DxD. A normal family breakfast was all Igor could ever ask for. Asia was by his side at the table. Aurelia was on the other side with Akino. Shuri sat at the head with the other head seat vacant. Everyone was feasting with joy, especially Igor and Asia. Those two never gave up their fast eating habits. Their hands practically blurred with how fast they shoved food into their mouths. It was 8 in the morning and the town had come to life. There was a war ongoing in the heavenly realm, but Igor once more took no part in it. There were times when he felt a bit anxious being away from training and fighting. Sitting around was weird. If he summed up his entire life, it was always about training or fighting, and after 8 decades of these constant habits, it was hard to relax. Today was one of the days his sisters would have their day off. It was also the day they picked to go play with their new friends, Irina and Issei. He didn't understand why his sisters would waste time with those two. They were like normal humans in every right. They couldn't even jump twice their height, and their speed could barely reach double digits. No matter how he looked at it, his sisters choosing to associate with these two kids was pointless. But kids were kids. Perhaps his sisters loved bullying the weak. They always did win at games like tag. Regardless of reason, he'd let them play around. At least he wasn't going alone. Shuri would be going with him while Aurelia would be going to the Underworld, again. That woman of his was really attached to her work and wanted to see it through. It was going well so far from what he knew. When Aurelia was gone, Shuri wasn't bad company. She had crappy taste in movies, but meh. To each their own preferences. Be it her or her past self, they were both fond of those horrible romance movies. Sometimes he found himself wondering if she'd ever find love or someone else again. He no longer harbored thoughts of her getting together with Barakwheel, but it was almost guaranteed Shuri would have suitors. She was a very beautiful woman, really beautiful. He could shamelessly admit she was quite a catch. His only problem was which scumbag would capture her heart. He had to at least make sure they weren't weak, or at least had the potential and desire to surpass God class. But so far, he hadn't seen Shuri go after someone. On the contrary, it was others going after her, including yokai. As Amaterasu's priestess, she did appear in public occasionally to conduct rites, and Wadia no, the temple she oversees, has gotten very famous. He had half a mind to neutralize all those perverts. Useless wastes weren't worthy of her. Maybe he'd see about finding Shuri a potential suitor. Suji would make a good candidate, but he wasn't sure of the man's drive yet. No matter what, whoever courted Shuri, or any of his sisters for that matter, could never be allowed to stagnate at God class. In the real supernatural world, only those with strength in the supreme class had the right to talk business. And unbelievably, Shuri is pulling out all the stops. I half expected she'd be reserved, especially in her thoughts. I can say with utter finality her Yamato Nadeshiko mask has utterly been shattered, at least from my perspective. Or maybe all women are just this perverted and they hide it really well. Who knows what those creatures think? Chapter 290, Chapter. He had half a mind to neutralize all those perverts. Useless wastes weren't worthy of her. Maybe he'd see about finding Shuri a potential suitor. Suji would make a good candidate, but he wasn't sure of the man's drive yet. No matter what, whoever courted Shuri, or any of his sisters for that matter, could never be allowed to stagnate at God class. In the real supernatural world, only those with strength in the supreme class had the right to talk business. DxD. There were few things Igor hated in his life. Laziness, complacency, and cowardice were amongst those. He hated those who sought to harm his family, and last on the list, anyone and everyone who would dare tell him that eating meat is evil. Off the top of his head, those were the things he abhorred with his very essence. But now, he felt he'd add another thing to that list, another person. A pay. Clench his fists. I'll break him. Dot. A few moments prior. Igor and Shuri were at the park with the kids. Asia and Akino were playing together with Issei, Irina, and some other kids. He and Shuri were content to sit on the bench by the fountain and watch the kids play. Everything was going well, until that Haida kid came running over like a dog and eat. A pay. The action was too sudden. Here they were chatting about life. The next moment, a soon-to-be bloodstain was shouting about breasts at the top of his lungs. It didn't take a genius for anyone to realize exactly whose memories Issei was excited about. Clench his fists. I'll break him. He knew of Haida's particular affliction, but he'd be damned if he let the boy act like a godforsaken pervert. Fu. Don't do that, Demori-kun. He's just a child. TCH. That's how they all start. His mumbles were muted by Issei's enthusiastic footsteps approaching them. The 9-year-old boy was cute and had large innocent eyes. The soles of his sandals hit against the paving as he made his way to the target of his desires. Luscious breasts perked up by a very pretty, yet modest dress. 3 ropes crisscrossed over the gap exposing the cleavage, but in Issei's eyes, that only made them more tantalizing. Wow. He stopped right in front of her with very bright eyes. Wani-chan. Can I touch? Vein bulge. That was enough. Igor couldn't endure it anymore. Listen here, you little sure MMMPH. Shuri quickly covered his mouth with her hand before he could speak any further. He'd nearly corrupted her child with his rampant swearing a few years ago. She didn't need him exposing another child to a colorful new world. Era. Wani-chan is happy, but I'm afraid I'll have to say no, Issei-kun. Aw. Again. Motherfew MMMPH. Shuri silenced him once more while maintaining an amiable smile. Don't mind him, Issei-kun. But like I said, you can't keep asking me to touch them. You can only do that with the girl you love and who loves you back. Issei's head lowered for a moment. But I love you. Aw. Wani-chan cares about you too, Issei-kun, but you're still too young. We'll see when you grow up, alright. Alright. Dot. Shuri stretched out her remaining hand and pat him on the head. Go and play with your friends, Issei-kun. They're waiting for you. Okay, Wani-chan. I'll grow up quickly and come back for your pay. Without another word, he turned around and sprinted away towards Akino and the others. He left behind a smiling Shuri and an Igor with a face darker than the bottom of a pot. I'll break his legs, all 3 of them. Era. Shuri playfully shoved Igor on the shoulder. Don't say that about a child, Demori-kun. What kind of child dreams about breasts? That's a pervert reborn. Dot. She leaned on his shoulder and looked up with deep amber eyes. Is someone jealous? Jealous is the wrong word. It'd be more accurate to say I'm concerned. Really? A playful smile spread on her face. A child makes you concerned, Demori-kun. Conqueror of worlds. Hegemon of 1,000,000 troops. Why are you making me out to be some evil villain from those sci-fi novels? You say the most random of things at times, Shuri. Random. Didn't you once say you wish to conquer worlds and command 1,000,000 troops? Igor's expression changed as if he ate something sour. That was only one time. I didn't expect you'd remember something from months ago. Era. How could I forget? I thought you were cute when you stood up and declared MMPH. Igor decisively covered her mouth with his hand. His entire face was similar to someone who just saw and smelt the results of laxatives. Don't bring that up. Please. He didn't know what came over him back then. They were watching Dragon Ball and Goku had just defeated Frieza. Logically, Frieza's empire should have been passed on to Goku, but since Goku wasn't one who'd accept it, Igor foolishly declared he'd inherit it. Who knew Shuri would remember such an embarrassing moment? He wished the earth could just swallow him up. The shame he felt could not be expressed in mere war. Lick. Ah. Igor pulled back his hand and saw the wet spot on his palm. You licked it. He was incredulous, but all Shuri had was a teasing smile. Would you have let me go if I didn't dash? Shuri couldn't complete her sentence when Asia came running over. Her expression was a mix of confusion and indignation. She grabbed Igor's thighs and poutingly reported her grievances. Big brother. Issei said he wants to touch my chest when we grow up. In the background, Issei was lying prone on the grass with a massive lump on his forehead. Akino was standing in front of him with her little fist raised, seemingly berating him from the looks of things. Such an action did alleviate most of Igor's anger, but his desire to cripple Issei still existed. Don't worry, Asia. He patted his sister's head with a kind smile. Big brother will make sure he never ever bothers you again. He stood up resolutely and walked over, but not before leaving a voice transmission to Shuri. I won't go too far. The children were only a few dozen meters away from where he sat with Shuri. While he closed the distance, he began unbuckling his belt. Igor had never been a fan of casual wear, but he was glad he wore the clothes Aurelia made for him. A white shirt, brown suit pants, socks, and black formal shoes, simple attire for a simple man who grew up in the 90s. His style of dressing made him look much older than he should be, and he preferred it this way. Since Issei's father failed to educate his son, then he'd be the elder and discipline this brat. Ta, 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 ta. His shoes tread on the grass, calmly taking him to the currently prone Issei. He pulled out his belt in one motion and wrapped it around his hand. Without a word nor hesitation, he reached Issei, grabbed the boy's arms, hoisted him up until he dangled in midair, and began whooping him. Pa. 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 Aya. Aya. Pa. 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 Waya. It hurts. I'm sorry. Pa. 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 In the eyes of many parents and other onlookers, Igor erected corporal punishment upon the boy. Issei was completely helpless. Both his arms were restrained and he was held in midair. His cries and pleas for Igor to stop attracted everyone's attention, but Igor did not stop even once. Pa. 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 For this brat who dared hold ideas of molesting his sister, he'd educate him in place of his useless father. Igor knew full well Issei was still at the age where he could still be corrected. Sitting him down and conversing with him. Useless. That could be done after the boy's brain was formatted and recoded, and the best way to do that was through a thorough beating. You're going to learn today. Pa. Aia. An. Poor Issei. What was he thinking? But in all seriousness, his parents really spoiled him a lot. In the novel, it was a stroke of luck he didn't turn out too bad, depending on who you ask. If you ask the brother or father of the girls he peeped on, they'd have differing answers. I'm willing to bet if he didn't have the boosted gear and protagonist's aura, he probably would have landed in prison or worse, dead. Don't underestimate how violent men can be, especially fathers. Hell, if I'm right, Rias and Sona apparently pulled some strings so Issei and his friends wouldn't get expelled. Now imagine what happens if you get expelled from a prestigious school rarely any other school is willing to take you. Perhaps some of you may view corporal punishment as evil or archaic, but you can't deny its effectiveness. No, seriously you can't. I'm not picketing for it to be adopted. I'm only speaking as someone who saw wastes who grew up without discipline. There are outliers who outright abuse their children instead of disciplining them, but you can't deny Issei needs some discipline. Maybe he'll stop his perversion, or maybe the power of a pay is too strong to be snuffed by a mere beating. Who knows? What I do know is he won't be sitting down properly and his parents will probably have a heart attack. Chapter 291, Chapter. For this brat who dared hold ideas of molesting his sister, he'd educate him in place of his useless father. Igor knew full well Issei was still at the age where he could still be corrected. Sitting him down and conversing with him. Useless. That could be done after the boy's brain was formatted and recoded, and the best way to do that was through a thorough beating. You're going to learn today. Pa. Aia. DxD. Stop. Stop hitting my son. A woman in her 30s came sprinting across the park with a sake bottle in her hand. She had brown hair and hazel eyes, her face contorted in rage and fear. Question mark. Igor turned his head and saw the woman running to him, fully ready to smash the bottle across his head. Before she could get close, he calmly placed Issei on the ground and turned around, grab. Just to catch her hand in mid-swing. Good. I was wondering who were the parents of this undisciplined child. The moment he turned around, a well of fear formed in Miki Haidu's heart. Igor was tall with a very defined physique. She felt very small in front of him and his firm grip on her arm unnerved her. The veins on his calloused hands and forearms were prominent and his cerulean gaze was very intense. Just his imposing physique alone weakened knees, never mind his intense yet casual gaze. No one would blame Mickey if she cowered and... Who gave you the right to hit my child? The woman exploded in rage. She tried wresting her hand from him, but she couldn't get it to budge in the slightest. Do you know why I disciplined your child? Once more, that pool of fear rose once more. Igor's strength exceeded her expectations and his calmness made her feel unease. But this fear was like a small bucket of water in a bathtub of righteous motherly fury. I don't care. You aren't his father. You are correct. I would never let a woman like you birth my child. You. Not only did he hit her child, he even had the gall to insult her. Yet Igor cared not for her feelings. A mother who indulges their children is no different from waste to him. I am certainly not his father, for no son of mine would casually tell a girl he wants to touch her breasts when she grows up. You're lying. I don't believe you. You're lying. In place of Mickey's incredulous reaction, Igor calmly raised his free hand and took the bottle from her hand. You know I'm telling the truth. You know what your child is capable of. This woman was very lucky Issei was a child. If the boy was even remotely older than 15, she'd be dealing with his corpse. He understood Mickey's instinct to defend her child, but that was it. Just because he understood didn't mean he'd be understanding. My sister is turning 8 this year. Your son is a year older. How can a child this young know and desire a woman's breasts like someone twice his age? Does this not speak of your indulgence? Every word he said was like an arrow. Not once did he break eye contact with her. You have failed to educate your child. Now my sister has to bear the consequences. She may not fully realize your son's words now, but when she does grow up in the future, they will scar her. He calmly reiterated his displeasure. A woman's body was her palace. Asia would undoubtedly treasure herself in the future. If she understood the gravity of the claims made on her body, it would undoubtedly haunt her. He didn't even want to think of how she would feel if in her blissful young age, she'd agreed to let him touch, unaware of the consequences and implications. Hayudu. Restrain your son, or the world will do it for you, and it will not be kind. Igor let go of Mickey's arm and walked away. He's already disciplined Issei. At least for the next few months to a year or two, he was sure the boy would restrain himself. Even if his parents remained indulgent, Igor was sure Issei would remember this moment every time he thought of doing something perverted to any of his sisters. Humph. Scum. You should have beaten him more. I wished I did, but that's enough. I'm disciplining him, not scarring him. He didn't need to look back to know Mickey was cradling her crying son in her bosom. He also didn't need to know how at the sight of her son crying, all the words he said prior would flow out the other ear. I'll call the authorities. You had no right to beat my son. Mickey uttered the threat in full view of everyone. Multiple parents, especially fathers, looked at her with a somewhat displeased frown. All of them heard the boy proclaim he'd touch the girl's breasts when she grew up. Some, if not most, approved of the brother's actions in disciplining the boy, *. But with recent changes in times and news of a law soon to be enacted against child abuse, many couldn't help but wonder how this young foreigner would handle this. Igor stopped in his tracks. Mickey's words didn't frighten him. It would be beyond humiliating if he let some weakling humans arrest him. But at least for the time being, he didn't want to add uniformed officers in his body count. I suggest you don't do that. He subtly turned to face Mickey. Your family can't handle the consequences. He left that one sentence and walked away, and that unnerved Mickey. His calmness didn't sit well with her. His threat, she didn't know what he meant by his statement, but fear of the unknown shrunk her righteous motherly fury by more than half. DxD. Time passed once more with no repercussions. Mickey had soon left with Issei and Irina, leaving Asia and Aquino to play with some of the other children. They seemed to be unaffected by the previous episode, distinctly highlighting a child's short attention span. There were a sludge of some dissatisfied strangers who gave Igor glances every now and then, seemingly in complete disapproval of his earlier actions, but none of them dared call the authorities. It wasn't because they were terrified, but because they couldn't figure out this young man's background. Just a single sentence had the mother silent and obediently retreat without a fuss. His clothes were of high quality, so maybe he was a noble scion of some corporation. It was common knowledge large corporations had a team of lawyers with plenty of money to burn in court. No one wanted to pit their budget against a potentially rich heir, especially for a child who wasn't even theirs. Ko has never seen any poor foreigners, and no one wished to take any chances. As for the person in question, he sat next to Shuri, content to watch his sisters play with other children. He cared very little for the differing looks he received, but Shuri seemed to care. Demori Koen. Are you not afraid you went overboard? She asked, more with intrigue than worry. He was wearing cargo shorts, so the blows didn't go through. His cries came more from fear than pain. In comparison, Aquino's punch to the top of his head would have hurt more. Fufufu. Indeed, Akino-chan has quite the strong fist. Of course she does. A smug smile formed on his face. She was taught by the best. Era. Such daring words, Demori-kun. I fear under your tutelage, my daughter will grow muscles. What's wrong with muscles? She'd be a goddess of war with biceps that could crush stone. Fufufu. But. She stretched out her slender arm. Are you sure this isn't better? Gently, Igor took her arm and lowered it with a stony face. Careful. We must not expose our allegiance to the Third Reich. Eyes meet. Smiles widen. Puffed. Pui. Fufufufu. An. 1. All of them heard the boy proclaim he'd touch the girl's breasts when she grew up. Some, if not most, approved of the brother's actions in disciplining the boy. Explanation: this is still the early 2000s. Corporal punishment is still widely accepted and used, especially by the older generation. This does not in any way reflect my preference for corporal punishment. I'm just going with the times. Don't drag me into any debates. Chapter 292, Chapter. Careful. We must not expose our allegiance to the Third Reich. Eyes meet. Smiles widen. Puffed. Pui. Fufufufu. DxD. City of Lilith, Devil Territory, Underworld. The capital city of the Underworld was filled to the brim with devils. Its prosperity in the past few months had reached new heights. The whole reason for this was because of the newly established Center for Evil Peace Modification. The place was crowded with devils coming and going. Guards worked to keep everything in order as numerous reincarnated devils came over to book a session to have their pieces modified by the one and only, Aurelia von Drachenberg. The Aryan had become a very influential figure during these past few months. She not only used her clones to modify evil pieces, but she also taught classes on how to modify them. Aside from scientists who worked under Ajuka, many influential figures paid exorbitant prices and resources just for a chance to be personally tutored by her. It was not wrong to say her popularity and influence was growing. Her fame was already on the same level as the Satans. She was loved by the people and numerous devils were indebted to her. She may not be a devil, but the respect she received was no less than the head of a clan. Right now, Aurelia was hard at work teaching a class of devils the intricacies of the evil piece and how to modify it using her seal. Noble or scientist, they all listened with rapt attention. At the same time, hundreds of her clones were working alongside Ajuka to modify the pieces of those who applied for the initial phase. Behind her was a large screen showing a large complicated diagram of a magic circle. In her hand was a pointing stick she used to highlight areas of importance. Remember, you have to be careful of these several matrices here, here, and here. You cannot modify them unless you've removed these 6 linkages from this octagonal bond. Once you've done so, you can link your demonic energy to the octagonal bond and begin making the necessary changes. And this brings us to the end of this morning's lesson. Re-thing. Please note. All trainees are to report to room 409 for today's live demonstration. Please note. All trainees are to report to room 409 for today's live demonstration. You are free to leave, everyone. Take care to properly observe the procedure silently. Any questions will be answered in the next class. Thank you, Lady Aurelia. The group of devils left the classroom one after the other, leaving Aurelia alone. Once they all left, she hunched over and placed her hands on the table. Sigh. It was only around mid-afternoon, yet she felt the fatigue creep up on her. It wasn't just the fatigue from today, but from the past several months. Every single day, she had to not only train class after class, but also process a day's worth of information from hundreds of clones. It was fine the first few weeks she did it, but it became more and more tiring as the months went by. What was more tiring was hiding all of this from Igor. He worried too much about her, and if he truly found out about her workload, he would no doubt put a stop to everything. It warmed her heart how he cared for her, but what she was doing was a necessary step for her goal, her dream. Woo! Another deep breath escaped her throat as she sat down. She was glad she wore a simple white shirt and a skirt today. Lord knows the breeze from the air conditioner was doing wonders for her. She sat in silence at her desk and stared out the window. Her hair flew gently swayed from the wind coming in through the window. Her ethereal beauty sparkled in that moment, giving off an air of mystery. Her eyes were listless, her soft lips pursed in thought, before they slowly spread into a gentle smile. I wonder what he's doing. Whenever she thought of her blonde, a smile would sprout on her face, especially when she knew she'd see him again tonight. It was one of the few things to look forward to in her day, perhaps the only thing. I wonder how far Shuri-sama will get this time. Over the months, it had become somewhat amusing to watch Shuri try her subtle seduction tactics. She'd initially held some apprehension, but it soon became clear Igor wasn't someone you gave signs. Just like how he was straightforward with her that night, Shuri would have to be straightforward if she wanted Igor to notice her. Unfortunately, Aurelia promised not to interfere. So Shuri was left on her own. In 2 weeks, we'll go to the pool. Perhaps she might make Igor take a few more glances, but that's it. Aurelia knew Igor's character very well by now. It was why she could leave them alone with complete and utter peace of mind. Shuri's tactics may indeed make Igor see her as a woman, he'd see her more as a sister figure. Perhaps it was evil for Aurelia to think of this, but she was curious in seeing how far Shuri would dig herself into this pit. Igor will leave in June. Perhaps this will give me enough time to truly organize my thoughts. Aurelia held no hope Shuri would forget Igor even if he disappeared for 3 years. He'd done too much for her that his impression has been left deep within her heart and soul. It was to the point Aurelia would feel like an evil person if she stopped Shuri from trying to pursue the object of her affections. Of course, this didn't make the process of acceptance that much easier. Currently, Aurelia thought of matters from a political perspective. The knowledge any child Igor fathers would receive protection from the Hindu and Shinto pantheon was a very large benefit that might possibly extend to all Aryans. And from what she'd gleaned, Amaterasu was subtly pushing for a union between Igor and Shuri. If Shuri birthed Igor a child, he would further be linked to the Shinto pantheon. It was inevitable. A man of power would become a central pillar many would wish to lean upon. There was no shortage of clans in the underworld who were willing to offer their daughters to Igor just for a chance to hug his thigh. As for having the young men approach her for marriage, no one was stupid. Aurelia most likely wouldn't kill anyone who wanted to be Igor's concubine, but Igor would undoubtedly kill anyone who offered to be her husband. It was simply a difference in their temperaments. Aurelia might tear the letters but Igor would tear heads. Naturally, none of these devils were worth it. They'd have to be at Seraphal's level just to even be considered. Shuri wasn't yet at the realm of God class, but the vermilion bird inside her propelled her strength to that level. Having the vermilion bird's approval signified her as the contemporary leader of the Haimjima clan. She was also Amaterasu's priestess and had very high potential for growth. In the eyes of many, she'd pair very well with Igor, who's this generation's shining star. His strength and connections made him a person many wanted to associate with. Sigh. She didn't want to think of these matters. Whether Shuri won his approval or got denied, she wouldn't interfere. What do the English say? Enjoy the show. Maybe the show would have a good or happy ending, but she'd enjoy the show nonetheless. I wish I was there. All of a sudden, she sensed someone trying to lock onto her energy signature. There was only one person in the world she knew who could do that. Now. There was no time to think. She quickly used a seal to mask her dwindling mana reserves. At the same time, she used some of her mana to rejuvenate herself and hide all traces of fatigue and stress. Tsui. He appeared in front of her in an instant. He held 2 ice creams in his hand, one of them already licked. Hey Aurelia. Igor's smile faded in place of a budding frown. His eyes snapped open and instantly, he moved in front of her. Splotch splotch. The 2 ice creams he held fell to the floor. What replaced the emptiness in his hands were her cheeks he quickly, yet gently cupped. Flush. If she were coherent, Aurelia would definitely berate herself for losing her composure so quickly. She could feel her cheeks coloring in real time, but she couldn't help it. His gaze was too intense. And my lord. What are you? You're tired. I can see it in your eyes. It was a statement. The moment Igor entered the room, she'd stopped channeling her mana. What she never expected was he'd still pick up the last few traces of fatigue she'd tried to hide. How many clones do you have active? 547. She did not dare harbor thoughts of lying. It was better to be scolded than lose his trust. Dispel all of them. I'm taking you home. But. You are tired, Aurelia. Have your clones finish their current sessions within the next 15 minutes. After that, let them dispel themselves. Until I leave for Mount Kailasa, you are not allowed to work. Anne. Big Daddy Igor exercising his authority, a scenario our dearest Aurelia feared. The big guy isn't taking no for an answer. On another side, I'm impressed by Aurelia's work ethic. If she was a devil, there's no doubt there'd be voices calling for her to become a Satan. Her strength certainly allows it. Chapter 293, Chapter. How many clones do you have active? 547. She did not dare harbor thoughts of lying. It was better to be scolded than lose his trust. Dispel all of them. I'm taking you home. But. You are tired, Aurelia. Have your clones finish their current sessions within the next 15 minutes. After that, let them dispel themselves. Until I leave for the Mount Kailasa, you are not allowed to work. DxD. Chaos. Complete and utter chaos ensued in the new rehabilitation center. Staff were calming hundreds upon hundreds of reincarnated devils who were just informed of the facility's sudden closure. Persons booked to enter chronostasis module, CSM, capsules had their appointments delayed. Some were pulled out just as they got one foot in. Numerous aggrieved devils questioned the receptionists and scientists charged with preparing them. Too many of them were looking forward to this moment to suddenly leave without an explanation. Years upon years of suffering, discrimination, and abuse resulted in pent-up anger which caused the eyes of many to be bloodshot with rage. If the facility did not provide a proper explanation, a riot would ensue. But the facility did provide an explanation. They only had to say one name: Lord Igor von Demori. One name instantly silenced and turned them all into obedient members of society. Lord Demori's deterrence could not be underestimated. He was infamous across the entire supernatural world for his volatile temper. The deaths of multiple nobles and elders at his hands was not uncommon news. If he could kill elders and threaten clan heads, then who were they to cause a fuss? No one dared to grumble after that. They obediently left the facility and could only hope the time Aurelia was gone would be short. DxD. A few moments prior. No matter how long the waiting list was, Igor forced Aurelia's clones to dispel themselves once they finished modifying a devil's evil piece. Hundreds of reincarnated devils had their hopes dashed when Igor did what he did. When he was asked for a reason, he simply said his sister was tired and would rest for the remainder of this month. There was outrage, but it was kept in their hearts. It's been several months since Igor last showed his face, but no one forgot how he could easily kill any of them. One by one, all of Aurelia's clones dispelled themselves without further ado. The devils sitting in the waiting lobbies could only lament as the loudspeakers announced the predicament. It couldn't be helped. Not only was Aurelia not forced to stay here under contract, but Igor was just that much of a menace himself. Still, no one dared to grumble outwardly. They'd only need to wait for another month, so there was no need to risk their lives. DxD. In Aurelia's classroom, Igor stood calmly by his woman's side. Her eyes were closed in focus as she assimilated the memories of each clone. He wouldn't lie and say he wasn't unhappy. Aurelia clearly had been hiding how she's been overworking herself. Her mana flow wasn't as smooth as it should be. It was only a slight discrepancy, but one he noticed when he really paid attention to her. Sigh. Considering they shared a bed each night, he really should have noticed something was off. That woman of his was stubborn in her efforts. If it wasn't for this dose of luck, she would have hidden her body's condition for who knew how long. Maybe he should lock her up in a basement. Or maybe kill all the devils. If he destroyed the underworld, then she'd have to stay at home. Those were brief considerations brought by his intrusive thoughts. They were a bit extreme, but there was no denying they'd produce results. Knock knock. Question mark. Dakang. The door opened and Ajuka walked in. He was garbed in unnecessarily fancy robes which made him look like a pansy in Igor's humble opinion. Ajuka, unaware of Igor's evaluation of him, briefly glanced over at Aurelia sitting silently at her desk. She looked to be asleep, so he didn't bother her. Demori Cohen. A pleasure to meet you. I believe it's been 3 months since we last saw each other. Looks like my advice was nothing to you. 3 months later and you're still a scrub. Igor was a bit disappointed in how Ajuka's strength had never increased ever since he advised him to train many months ago along with the other Satans. Their lack of desire to improve disappointed him. Nonetheless, he wouldn't show it on his face. It has, Ajuka. Have you been well? I've never felt better, Demori Cohen. Nonetheless, I won't waste more of your time. I'm here to wish Aurelia-san a well-deserved rest. Oh. Igor raised an eyebrow. I thought you'd try to convince me to let her stay. Ha ha ha. How could I? On the contrary, I feel guilty for letting her work for so long. Igor looked at Ajuka with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. You have a very slick tongue, Ajuka. Felt guilty? Lies. Don't use it when you're around me. Ajuka knew Aurelia was working herself to the bone. He probably arranged her workload that way so he could milk some more benefits from her. Aurelia thought she was smart and benefited more from this, but she sometimes forgot these devils were over 5 centuries old. There's no way they'd lose out. If she was gaining more popularity and influence than them, then they were reaping secret, more lucrative rewards in the background. The thought alone annoyed him. Sue. Igor instantly appeared next to Ajuka and placed his hand on the man's shoulder. Aurelia is someone I care dearly about. As such, I want nothing to overwhelm her. She's not your tool to further your agenda. It was a threat, a very blatant threat. If Ajuka tried justifying if he so much as breathed the wrong way, he would kill him, consequences be damned. Where awards are deserved, they would be rightfully given. Ajuka remained calm in the face of a powerful threat. His composure was noteworthy, for he remained standing in front of someone who could end the entire underworld in an instant. Message received, Demori Cohen. Good. Igor gave Ajuka's shoulder a friendly pat and walked back towards the desk he sat on. Leah is someone with a hard head. She won't rest unless you force her to. You can close this center on some days for a few weeks under the guise of training staff or some other reason. It's up to you. Either way, I don't want her to be overworked. A wry smile spread on Ajuka's face. He was really helpless in front of this blonde. I understand your concerns, Demori-kun. I'll see what I can do. Without further word, he turned around and left. Aurelia leaving so soon would be a critical blow to their plans, but compared to pulling face with Igor, the former was easier to endure. In hindsight, maybe it was best she took a rest. Aurelia was their golden goose. If she committed a mistake due to fatigue, it would give the old Satan faction some wriggle room to work their plans. As always, Demori-kun is so refreshingly straightforward. Contrary to expectations, Ajuka walked down the hallway with a smile. With Igor, one never had to guess his true intentions. He had straight talk, the refreshing kind. I'll convene with Surzex to discuss Aurelia-san's schedule. If this can satisfy them both, it will be worth it. As for almost losing his life, he knew Igor wouldn't kill him. He hadn't stepped on the boy's bottom line, so at best there'd be a warning. A little death scare was nothing compared to the benefits of having Igor as a deterrent. DxD. Back in the classroom, Igor waited for Aurelia to fully assimilate all the memories. It was a process that only took a few minutes, but it left her in a state of nigh-complete vulnerability. Her mind would be so focused on everything else she'd temporarily enter a stasis state similar to unconsciousness. She'd usually assimilate them back home, but there was no need since he was here. The minutes trickled by and soon enough, Igor felt her heart rate slow down to normal. Her mana pool had recovered, but her skin was a bit pale. Woo! She released a deep breath and stood up. It was terrible timing and context, but Igor was drawn to her legs clad in a silky pantyhose. His dissatisfaction with Ajuka was pushed to the back of his mind when he saw those shapely thighs. No matter how many times he saw them, they always raised a fire in him. Calm down, you idiot. Let her rest first. He got down from the desk and walked over to her. Come on. Let's go home. Wait, Igor. I still have to get my things. She felt a little shy, not because of his close proximity, but because she sensed a spike in his lust. That brief, yet intense gaze had her feeling warm all over. They were in a classroom and according to the books she's read, flush. No. Don't think too much. In a bid to quickly leave this place, she created a clone to help her pack up. Yet, Aurelia never imagined the sudden betrayal. Her clone didn't help her pack up, but went over to Igor and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Chew. The smirk on her face was particularly salacious and filled with unkind intent. Madam wants to make babies with you in the classroom, my lord. Shoo. The clone dispelled herself without hesitation, leaving the madam in a boiling pot. Aurelia was so embarrassed she didn't have the heart to look him in the eye. Her cheeks were as crimson as his hair in his demigod state. Why did her clone have to say that? She wished the ground could just open up and swallow her. She wished she'd maybe devoted her time to studying time reversal magic instead of the curse seals. She wished she. So cute. Aurelia froze when Igor enveloped her in his arms, his strong arms that could pick her up right now and flush. Her shame intensified tenfold. If it wasn't for that damned clone, her dignity wouldn't be in tatters like this. No. It was his fault for making her like this. If only he wasn't so strong, so charming, if only he didn't have this scent, sniff. This heavy masculine scent. Pervert. She could practically feel Igor's smug grin. I'm not a pervert. Yes you are, Leah. But don't worry. He leaned close to her ear. I also think you smell good. She shivered in his grasp. The smooth baritone of his deepening voice provoked reactions in her body she didn't want happening here. Let's go home. Your stuff. Home. Her eyes were squeezed shut, her cheeks puffed up in shame and embarrassment. Igor truly felt Aurelia was cute. He wrapped his arm around her waist and placed 2 fingers on his forehead. All right, Leah. Let's go back. Tsui. Anne. Imagine a grown woman, mature in every metric possible, getting shy like a middle schooler. It's honestly adorable if I think about it. A pretty nice contradiction. Chapter 294, Chapter. Author's note. I'd first like to apologize for the unseen delay. The heavy rains we've been experiencing for the past 2 days caused some mishap with the power lines. I believe one snapped. Nonetheless, I hope you enjoy this chapter and the next. Tomorrow is Monday and as usual, 2 chapters will be uploaded. DxD. Let's go home. Your stuff. Home. Her eyes were squeezed shut, her cheeks puffed up in shame and embarrassment. Igor truly felt Aurelia was cute. He. He wrapped his arm around her waist and placed 2 fingers on his forehead. All right, Leah. Let's go back. Tsui. DxD. Kuo Town, Japan. It was late evening in the developing town of Kuo. Everyone had returned to the house and preparations for dinner was being made. The aroma of sizzling food, spices, and oils filled the house with its homely scent. Asia and Akino were helping Shuri in the kitchen. The two used magic to hover in midair so they could reach the counter due to their short height. They helped chop onions and other vegetables and Shuri would use telekinesis to move whatever they cut into the pot. Their teamwork guaranteed tonight's dinner would be a scrumptious feast. Igor was with Aurelia in their bedroom. The lights were out while the curtains were open. The Silverette had fallen asleep a short while after their arrival a few hours ago while Igor had returned to the Underworld to collect her stuff. When he returned, he didn't interrupt her, but was content to let her rest. It was a shame his outing to the park with Shuri and the kids had to be cut short, but he really didn't expect Aurelia would be experiencing heavy fatigue. He didn't like how she hid this from him, but he could understand. Yet just because he understood didn't mean he'd be understanding. He was about to depart for Lord knows how many years. He didn't want to meet a zombie upon his return. As the sun set, he accompanied her in bed and while she slept, he was drawn to her cute face. For the past hour, he'd been admiring her like she was the greatest art piece. He hadn't even realized an hour had passed. His gaze would reveal an overwhelming amount of affection before it would darken like the night sky. Ajuka's audaciousness left him feeling bitter. His sister's drive was taken advantage of and it resulted in her losing her health, *. No one must harm you. Ever. His fingers gently caressed her soft cheeks. No one. Aurelia was everything to him. The adoration, respect, and care he felt for this woman triumphed everything. He desired to give her a good life, which was why he was so determined to get strong. Unlike noble titles, true authority lies in absolute strength. If he can continue to get stronger, his power alone would open many doors. His name would command respect and as his woman, everyone would scramble to bend over backwards and lick her feet. Even currently, his name commanded respect. The only reason Ajuka listened to his request is because he possesses the power to destroy all of devilkind. Igor's only problem was, this woman of his didn't use the power that came with his name. You frustrate me sometimes, you know. His finger trailed the outline of her soft lips. Sometimes he wanted to open up her head and see what went on inside her head. She couldn't be afraid of Ajuka or Surzex, right? Wait. Are those two maybe blackmailing her or something? But that couldn't be. But what if? What if while he spent some time here on Earth, the devils took the opportunity over the months to manipulate Aurelia into overworking herself? Did they target her emotionally? Physically? Maybe he'd have to torture. You're going too far, stupid. Geez. Does your IQ have working hours or something? Igor's gradually darkening gaze reverted back to normal after Triney's sudden bashing of him. Whatever. What would an old single hag know? Well, this hag knows what you're thinking is stupid. The devils gain nothing from manipulating Big Sis. Well, maybe you're right about that part. But then again, they could have some hidden agenda. Mo. I'm going to fart in your brain if you keep acting stupid. Alright. Alright. Fine. I was wrong. He didn't know if she had the capability, but he'd rather not take the chance. Still, for a woman to so easily suggest she'd F.A. Meanie. I wasn't going to do it. I just wanted you to be quiet for a bit and stop being shameless. Igor brushed her off. The ball was in his court now. Don't worry. I know the elderly have problems with excessive farting. That's humans. I won't argue with you anymore. Igor placated her. I'm joking, little Triney. You're the cutest little thing in the world, after my sisters of course. Triney's short-term satisfaction was cut off by the last part. I'm not talking to you anymore. He. Despite Triney's rather harsh phrasing, she was right about one thing. The devils would never take advantage of Aurelia. There were too many people as her backers. Excluding him, there were the Shinto who would go mad if something happened to her. I hope she'll take those breaks offered. She can't kill herself for her goal. He would never claim to truly understand her desires nor would he ever downplay them. As someone who personally witnessed the massacre of her people, Igor understood why she so greatly desired to bring back the prosperity of her people, and the devils were currently the best way to do that. Sigh. He felt a bit regretful he couldn't help her. His training would begin in a month and there was little to nothing he could do to help her out. What he could do was get stronger and become her strongest backer. DxD. 2000/05/01, May 9, 2000, Tuesday, Kuo Town, Japan. In the blink of an eye, a week had quickly passed without issue. Aurelia was on an impromptu leave, so she was home most of the time. During the week, Igor tried getting Triney to meet the rest of the family again, but she was still afraid. The only time she'd phase herself into the real world is deep in the woods, where she'd chat excitedly with Aurelia. Igor did initially want Triney to be trained by Aurelia, but he gave up on the idea since he still wanted his sister to rest some more. It was surprising how quickly they got along with each other, and how much Triney could complain about him. He'd never heard so many adjectives for stinky before. Perhaps he'd have to beat some sense into her before they leave. On the other hand, his sister's training was still going well. Igor did say he'd have a lazy month, but that applied to him, not Asia and Aquino. On the days when they'd train, he'd wake them up exactly at 4 in the morning, just like today. His sisters weren't morning people, but a rare dip in the Pacific would do the trick. Kaya. Their cute squeals of shock and surprise sounded like music to his ears. Rise and sun, little sisters. It's time for training. He really loved his instant transmission. By combining it with his origin state, he was no longer restricted to supernatural individuals or large clusters of energy. The shark he used as a target quickly swam away in fear and dared not come back. Igor wished people were like animals, able to recognize an existence stronger than them. Get up or drown, my little cuties. We have a lot of work to do. Today marks your new training program, learning how to fight in, under, and over water. Whoosh. Whoosh. Asia and Aquino quickly flew out of the water. They were sopping wet, their pajamas absolutely drenched. Asia brushed several strands of her hair and regarded her brother with angry intent. Ah. Her intent is so cute. But if she really wants to make people quiver in fear, she'll have to take lives and transform it into killing intent. He could see about initiating his sisters in their first kills once he comes back from training. In the meantime, he wanted to see the progress over their teamwork. Alright, you two. There's no Tuji today. Both of you will go up against me. A white light enveloped his hands before it vanished to reveal the manga of Dragon Ball. If you can make me put down this book, you win. But remember, come at me with the intent to kill. An. 1. Ajuka's audaciousness left him feeling bitter. His sister's drive was taken advantage of, and it resulted in her losing her health. Explanation: will anyone tell him Aurelia could have walked away at any given moment? Because this is beyond irrationality. Ajuka nearly became an obituary for something so stupid. Chapter 295, Chapter. He could see about initiating his sisters in their first kills once he comes back from training. In the meantime, he wanted to see the progress over their teamwork. Alright, you two. There's no Tuji today. Both of you will go up against me. A white light enveloped his hands before it vanished to reveal the manga of Dragon Ball. If you can make me put down this book, you win. But remember, come at me with the intent to kill. DxD. Birds, bees, and all sorts of other lifeforms fluttered amongst the forest leaves on this beautiful day. The lovely scent of exhaust fumes and the pitter-patter of school students were the highlights of this Tuesday morning. All was peaceful in the town of Kuo, particularly the Hanjima household. Igor had taken Asia and Aquino for training in the Pacific. It was well known they wouldn't return until evening for dinner. As for what they'd eat, Asia and Aquino would have to hunt for their food. In the meantime, Aurelia and Shuri remained together at home. Coincidentally, Shuri did not need to leave for training or temple duties, and Aurelia was on forced vacation. Contrary to expectations, there was no hostility between them, at least not anymore. There were times in the earlier months where Aurelia found it hard to bear the sight of Shuri seducing Igor. It was particularly because of this she'd drowned herself in work in the underworld. But as time went on and Igor remained obliviously steadfast, her grievances were replaced by amusement and acceptance. It was 7 in the morning and the sun had fully come out. Aurelia was still bed, faithfully fulfilling her duty of resting. It was somewhat underwhelming given how she was used to working at this time. It's been so long since she'd slept in. It's been decades. She could barely remember any moments where she slept in like this. Igor-induced fatigue didn't count. Flush. That big oaf was insatiable. She had the mana to keep up with him, but he was getting too good in pushing all the right buttons. It was him who was supposed to be tuckered out. Not the other way around. She was thankful her strength had increased. All that time spent working with her clones brought about a few bouts of enlightenment. She was still stuck at the peak of God class, but she could handle low Supreme class entities and, if given time to prepare, mid-Supreme class entities. Over the months, she'd worked alongside Cleria Belial and Tuji Shidu to turn Kuo into a fortress. Cleria was still overseer, though it was more in name than anything, and Tuji had been promoted to leader of the church base here in Kuo. Through her expertise and their resources and manpower, the entire town of Kuo was an impenetrable fortress no one below Supreme class would be able to penetrate nor survive in. She did wish to make it so even super devils would be killed, but the resources needed were too rare and expensive. It couldn't be helped. The larger the array, the less powerful it became as more energy became decentralized. But it wasn't a loss. If she was in Kuo, Aurelia could hold off a mid-supreme class with a chance of killing them. Igor didn't need to be mentioned. If needed, he could combine his and Trihex's power to fight against a peak supreme class for 5 minutes. Shuri was coming along well with her strength. If she drew upon the Vermilion Bird's power, she could fight against a high god class and hold off a peak god class. Compared to her and Igor, it wasn't a lot, but Shuri had a lot of room for growth. In a few years, she'd become another pillar figure alongside her and Igor. Asia and Aquino weren't worth mentioning yet. Tuji Shido was only a normal human with the power of a high class. If he used a holy sword, he could qualify as a low ultimate class. Aurelia didn't put much hope in him. The man and his wife were already approaching 40, a period where their power would see a decline. The most interesting of all, at least now, was Masaomi Yagaki, Cleria's knight who died while fighting against the Heimjima assassins after Shuri. His death and revival was special in a way that he possessed both holy energy and demonic power. His ability to wield a holy sword whilst being a devil was a matter kept secret by one of her sealing techniques. As long as he didn't use his devil powers, Masaomi could continue wielding his holy sword and serve as an exorcist without issue. The only ones who knew of his hybrid identity aside from Tuji were a few other exorcists and Vasco Strata. The situation in the church had changed greatly because of the new pope. Vasco skirted the line between moderate and extremist, but there was no doubt the man was efficient just as he was ruthless. In less than a year, the church has seen a rising death toll amongst its ranks. Numerous exorcists, scientists, and other personnel were executed on a monthly, sometimes weekly basis. Spies, betrayers, corrupt priests, and radical exorcists were all executed. The hunt for those who were excommunicated and banished never stopped. If they were caught, they would be retried for their previous crimes along with new ones if they committed any. Those who were falsely excommunicated were brought back into the fold and enjoyed very enviable treatment. As for those who committed deplorable crimes, particularly rape, torture, and/or inane murder, enjoyed death by 1,000 cuts, an ancient method of slow execution pioneered by the Chinese. Vasco was given many names in his short tenure, the Butcher Pope being the mainstream title. Ever since his inception, blood flowed like river, and the people could never love him more for it. Multitudes upon multitudes of families scrounged up whatever little savings they had to travel and personally thank him with heartfelt tears. Too many families had lost fathers, mothers, and siblings to rogue exorcists. People from different nationalities traveled to Italy to personally see the Pope. Under his leadership, the church that was expected to see a rapid decline after his radical actions instead saw a sharp incline, and for one key reason: Vasco was transparent. As the new Pope, he exposed hidden deeds the previous popes did. If it was not too shameful, he'd reveal it to the public and execute those even remotely responsible. From the guards who patrolled the hidden bases to the masterminds behind the experiments, all of them were executed. The only unfortunate aspect in all of this was Vasco could not afford to see Asia and Igor, at least not in the near future. His grandchildren in all but blood were publicly recognized as devil associates. Their former relation to him did spark rumors of him cooperating with the devils, but they were squashed soon after. In secret, Vasco did meet up several times with Surzex to discuss methods of cooperation, but the time to do so publicly hadn't arrived yet. Both leaders were still working to gain control over their respective factions. Vasco was still battling dissidents who served to undermine him, and the Four Satans still had to root out the old Satan faction along with Zekrom Baal and his Great King faction. What was undoubtedly true for both parties was some time in the future, Igor would be the key to uniting both factions, perhaps all three of them if possible. Azazel had been silent these past few months, but according to what Aurelia knew from various sources, he'd taken in a disciple, a hybrid of a devil and a human. Azazel could be said to be a pioneer in how accepting he was of other races, and maintaining relations with him would undoubtedly be fruitful. In the future, Aurelia saw a possibility where all three factions would unite to form a single pantheon, the Christian pantheon, with Igor as its leader. All she wished was for him to continue getting stronger. The stronger he was, the more each of the three factions would be pressured into becoming one. Aurelia knew if he were here, he would whine about the sudden workload she was preparing for him in the future, but the benefits couldn't be denied. If Igor headed the Christian pantheon, then there'd be another guarantee: their people would live without the threat of extermination. She could already envision it in her mind, a future where Aryans, devils, fallen angels, and angels lived together in harmony. With the Shinto and Hindu as their allies, everything would be perfect, and ultimately, a world without war would be born. In her lifetime, she knew how politics, alliances, and treaties meant nothing in front of absolute power and time. With time and the passage of generations, people would forget, conflicts would rise anew, and dissidents would grow like weed, like coca-bean. There would be no shortage of people who would seek to restart conflict for their own selfish goals, but all of that would mean nothing in front of power. Igor had that power and would continue to gain more. His current strength alone surpasses many, if not all faction leaders, and places him directly on par with the true gods of pantheons. His training with Shiva will allow him to tap into power which could only exist in legends and folktales. She was very confident of that fact. If Shiva truly considered him his heir, then the god would make sure Igor would surpass many other gods in strength. Perhaps no, he will become stronger than Amaterasu, Odin, Zeus, and all the leaders of each pantheon. He told her himself how his current strength would be enough to force Indra into his true form, and that was saying something. His power would make him the undisputed leader of the Christian pantheon. The best part in all of this: he was immortal. Igor was nigh unkillable. His healing rate was out of this world. His cells were filled with so much vitality he could, in theory, regenerate entire limbs. His lifespan was not fixed. Every day, he produced the life force of an average human. That worked to not only increasing his lifespan, but also functioned as a reserve should he need to tap into untold power his body cannot handle. He was a monster in the making, and a monster that needed to be at the helm of her plan. Unswayed by politics, women, and bribery, Igor was a prideful warrior who would keep the likes of Serzex, Azazel, and Michael in check should know when her plan comes to fruition. His following of the old ways ensured he would be impartial to matters concerning the people and would be extremely ruthless in meting out punishment to those who engage in corruption. Such a person, unaffected by the passage of time, one who would remain true to his values and constant in his thinking, was the leader this world needed. In time, he would become a god worthy of worship. She was very confident in this fact. In time, he will become someone who could shake the universe with his presence. Such a person who possesses these capabilities would truly deserve the title of supreme god, and he will be one. Anne. I hope her planning won't interrupt his grind. In fact, I don't even need to hope. I cannot picture Igor doing paperwork, parades, or attending numerous meetings. Our guy will probably show up to flex his strength, kill a few scrubs, and move on with the grind. Aurelia will most likely be the de facto leader by my guess. Husbanding the toughest guy in the room does come with its perks. No will say nothing when she calls the shots. Chapter 296, Chapter. His following of the old ways ensured he would be impartial to matters concerning the people and would be extremely ruthless in meting out punishment to those who engage in corruption. Such a person, unaffected by the passage of time, one who would remain true to his values and constant in his thinking, was the leader this world needed. In time, he would become a god worthy of worship. She was very confident in this fact. In time, he will become someone who could shake the universe with his presence. Such a person who possesses these capabilities would truly deserve the title of supreme god, and he will be one. DxD. Aurelia walked down the stairs tiredly. She was exhausted from resting. It was quite a contradiction, but her body was urging her to return to bed and sleep. Apparently, since she slept past the usual time she woke, her body popped some confetti in celebration and entered hibernation mode soon after. Therefore, the brief scope of energy she'd usually have was gone. Yawn. She was definitely tired. Her slow steps were truly befitting of her age. She was 63, yet she looked to have never aged a day past 23. Her feet tiredly shuffled along the floor towards the stairs in slow and deliberate motions. Her eyes were narrowed, her eyelids so heavy she felt like she could sleep on the spot. She tread down the steps in her nightdress. She never let go of the railing until she made it to the bottom. It wasn't until a moment later did she notice the aroma of fried food. Ah. Her eyes briefly widened with curiosity. She made her way to the kitchen and found Shuri to be hard at work. She had an apron on her body and a smile on her face. A small television was placed on the counter and Aurelia could recognize the actress from Romeo and Juliet. In short, the kitchen was an organized mess. It was more confusing than chaotic. Be it the television, the oily pans, or the used chopping board, none of them compared to what attracted her attention. Shuri-sama. 3 massive lunchboxes the size of a man's torso were filled with stacks upon stacks of fried meat, vegetables, fish cakes, and rice balls. Era. You got here just in time, Aurelia-san. Do you wish to accompany me? Demori-kun took the kids out for training, so I want to wait for them with breakfast on the coast. For a moment, Aurelia's mind was blank. Igor did routinely dunk Aquino and Asia in the ocean, but he always brought them back to train within the borders of Kuo. Today was the first time he remained there. I see. I'd be grateful, Shuri-sama. She went over to carry one of the boxes when Shuri stopped her. Era. Do you intend to seduce Demori-kun with your attire? Question mark. Aurelia's mind was a bit slow in processing the information until she suddenly realized her current state of wear. Her cheeks gradually stained red. She was so embarrassed by her oversight she quickly turned around and left. I will correct it now. She kept her voice even and cool in an effort to preserve that little bit of dignity she had. But who'd imagine just a short moment after, Shuri's melodious voice would ring in her ears once more. No underwear. Aurelia-san. How bold. Show. Aurelia vanished in a flash of golden light, leaving Shuri alone in the kitchen. The woman had a small smile on her face, amused how the prim and proper Aurelia provided a certain blonde, easy access whenever he felt the itch. It's always the quiet ones. Fufufu. DxD. Igor loved his sisters. Akino and Asia. He loved them to death. If the world allowed him, he wished to spoil them rotten every day like all those noble scions. With a single word from him, he could get them the fanciest dresses, the most professional of servants, prestigious houses, and luxurious accessories. But he didn't. It was precisely because he loved them he didn't want for them to be raised like this. The world was unkind to those naive to the cold reality. He wanted to raise his sisters like the princesses they were, but he feared a future where they'd be taken advantage of due to their naivety, their weakness. Are you going to stay down? Don't expect me to save you, Asia. I'm not getting my book wet. He was a strongman with numerous enemies, both known and unknown. Anyone around him would be in danger just from associating with him. Igor knew he was strong, but he had not reached the level of might where he could be careless in the supernatural world. Do you call that a punch, Akino? Put some power into it. The only thing you're good for is helping me flip a page. Of all those around him, Asia and Akino were the weakest. They were very easy targets anyone could use to get to him. His love for his sisters was public knowledge. They did have considerable backings, but only a fool would consider that as enough deterrence. Asia. Stop lagging behind. Don't let Akino fight alone. In this world of theirs, only power was the truth. No matter what, he had to get Akino's and Asia's strength up to par. Aurelia and Shuri were sorted, especially the latter. Her strength continuously rose and her training was overseen by Amaterasu herself. Aurelia had the memories of her ancestors as her teachers, so there were no problems there. I know you're tired, but your fatigue means nothing in the battlefield. Control your stamina like I taught you. Akino could potentially receive training from Azazel, but Asia would almost have no one suitable enough to teach her. His sister was a brawler like himself while Aurelia was a swordsman. There were ancestors who were brawlers, but she wouldn't be able to teach Asia properly if she herself didn't know the subject well enough. Look at you two. You fight like complete amateurs. It's only been a few hours, yet you're already tired. What did I tell you about managing your stamina? Above the waters of the Pacific Ocean, Igor calmly regarded his sisters who tiredly hovered above the water. Their clothes were drenched in water from the rare times he attacked them. Compared to them, he was no different from when brought them here. Not even the fringes of his coat had water on them. The sun bore down on them like a torrent, yet it could not warm up the cold atmosphere around them. You two look like you want to murder me right now. Humph. Asia was aggrieved while Akino fixed him a friendly smile with dark intentions. He ruined my hair. Igor was impervious to her inner thoughts, but he did know she was inheriting too much of her mother's personality. All right. We'll take a break for the next hour. I've reached an interesting part in the manga and I don't want interruptions from you lot. I'll meet you on the shore. Sue. He was gone. Just like that. Maya. Big brother is mean. Mean. Asia's cheeks were puffed up in indignation. Not only did he wake them up by plunging them into freezing waters, but he also had the gall to read a book in front of them. It was annoying. Asia-chan. Ni-chan is only doing what's best for us. But, he's gotten too bad recently. At 10 years of age, Akino was showing significant signs of growth, both physically and mentally. Unlike Asia, she had developed some sense of the world and knew how this training would be vital for their safety in the future. Still, that didn't give Igor the reason to ruin her hair like that. Asia-chan. Let's put laxatives in Nii-chan's food. Huh? What are laxatives? Akino smiled darkly. Something that will allow us to punch him in the face. DxD. Igor hovered in the sky, his presence completely hidden from his sisters. His blue coat, worn from years of usage, fluttered in the winds. There were no clouds to hide his form, but Igor could rapidly shift his position just before being seen. No matter what happened, as long as they were out of Kuo, he'd never leave them out of his sight, not with several threats looming around. What he was happy about was Akino's growth. She took the training a bit more seriously than Asia, but he didn't like how events had forced the little chick to mature early. It was a fortunate outcome. Asia was hellbent on not being left behind, so even if his littlest sister was a bit more lax, she'd never let the gap widen. He was satisfied with their progress. From people barely qualified as low class to individuals who could run circles amongst even the older devils was an unprecedented feat as far as their age was concerned. Asia and Akino were both at mid-class and high class respectively, with the former approaching high class soon. Compared to him who took years to reach high class, they were much better. but he feared they would lose their drive if he were to disappear. They were immensely strong for their age and they knew it. They were prodigies in the making with limitless room for growth. With the lack of competition, it was a given they'd soon become arrogant and content. In order to combat that, he could arrange a scenario where they'd face immense danger. Perhaps that would ignite their desire to progress. There just happened to be convenient little targets close by who'd make a move if he didn't show up soon. There were risks with this idea. His sisters could get traumatized under the threat of death. He knew these leeches only wanted to kidnap them, but they wouldn't know that, certainly not in the heat of battle. On second thought, maybe it was too soon for them to. Let's put laxatives in Nii-chan's food. On second that, maybe he should let the danger come to them. They'd be too occupied with training to think of stupid things like this. Anne. Demori Training 101. Thrust two little primary school girls into life and death battles and label it as growth. Chapter 297, Chapter. In order to combat that, he should arrange a scenario where they'd face immense danger. Perhaps that would ignite their desire. Still, maybe that was too moo. Let's put laxatives in Nii-chan's food. On second that, maybe he should let the danger come to them. They'd be too occupied with training to think of stupid things like this. DxD. Asia and Akino were celebrities in the supernatural world, for the wrong reasons. The last he heard from Azazel, their information was requested by the dozens each week. It wasn't just Igor who knew they were valuable targets, but several other forces. No matter how many he killed, there were still eyes stationed several dozen, or even hundreds of kilometers around Kuo. They'd learnt not to attempt infiltrating the town, but passively keep their eyes on any movement through traditional non-magical methods. Hackers were paid to hack the security cameras of Kuo. Network service providers were paid to monitor phone calls. Animals like crows were trained to recognize their pictures and report on their location. People were doing all they could to monitor the most valuable duo without incurring their protector's wrath. Asia and Akino were under the protection of the Shinto pantheon and the strongest Aryan who has ties with the Hindu pantheon. Such powerful backers would undoubtedly deter many, but not all. Igor was not sure how, but near the end of their first session, he sensed some energy signatures observe them from hundreds of kilometers away. These eyes were the main reason he called an end to the training session. His initial instinct was to come out and kill them, but he decided to use these random scrubs as life lessons. After his intentionally misleading words, his sudden disappearance caused these forces to swoop in. His golden gaze was aware of every single one of them. In his origin state, not only was Igor's perception dramatically enhanced, the nature energy coursing through his body literally blended him in with nature, making him nigh imperceivable to many sensory techniques. These assassins, kidnappers, or whatever else they may be were only mid-class in power, the perfect training dummies. There were 6 of them, 3 humans and 3 devils. Perhaps they feared he would sense any ultimate class sent to abduct the children and they didn't want to take risks even with a high class. They were wearing the exact same equipment Eunice Gremory wore when she listened in on their meeting a long time ago. They must have figured Eunice's strength as an ultimate class was what gave her away. It was unfortunate their information was severely outdated. Even without his origin mode, he'd be able to sense their life force from dozens upon dozens of kilometers away. Since he'd used them to test his sisters, he might as well find whoever is behind this whole thing. DxD. Reporting, targets are in sight. Threat has left the scene. Preparing to move in for capture. Report received. Move in for target capture and exfiltration. Targets are Hajime Akino and Argento Asia. Instructions received. Requesting permission to utilize Mach 50 for swift target retrieval. Permission denied. Mach 50 releases energy output above accepted stealth levels. Clearance for this operation is limited to Mach 29. Knowledge received. Requesting permission to utilize Mach 29 for swift target retrieval. Permission granted. Request for Mach 29 usage has been logged. Communication systems will be cut off upon no further requests in 10 seconds. Underneath the waters, a highly skilled team of 6 individuals were swiftly moving towards the duo. Faint runes glowed on their black skin-tight bodysuits, preventing shockwaves and other factors associated with moving at such speeds. Their faces were covered by the suit, making them appear like black mannequins without distinct facial features. They shot through the waters at breakneck speeds, covering dozens upon dozens of kilometers in seconds. This was an elite team designed to capture the siblings of the Underworld's biggest threat. Igor von Demori was too powerful to be controlled or eliminated. Aurelia von Drachenberg could not be eliminated in a short span of time. Shuri Hajime was also a target that could not be eliminated or captured before the arrival of reinforcements. The only viable solutions were Asia Argento and Akino Hajime. The only problem was Igor constantly hovering over them, until today. This was a momentous chance, a chance to possibly gain control over an entity that could potentially claim the 3rd spot as the strongest behind Great Red and Ophis. Their bodies glided in the waters, the seconds passing as they reduced the distance. They had to be quick. Asia and Aquino were kids, but they dared not underestimate those two. There was less than 100 kilometers, a distance they would close in just a few seconds. There was complete silence between them. Everyone had an understanding of what to do. Capture, paralyze, and escape. No one had any qualms breaking a child's spine. That could be healed with a phoenix tear. DxD. They won't be able to react to this. Time had slowed down to an almost complete stop around Igor. His calm gaze was currently thinking of ways to indirectly warn Aquino and Asia of the impending threat. If I send a voice transmission to Aquino, she won't fight desperately since she knows I'm there. I also can't spook the assassins into retreating. If I show my face, they'll try to escape or commit suicide trying to. This was the perfect opportunity to train his little sisters. They knew he would never hurt them too much, and that diminished their sense of danger. He needed to bring it to sky-high levels so when he's gone, they wouldn't even deign try to escape Kuo. Those are runes on their suits. They're quite complex. Let's see, should I cause a malfunction? Runes were a series of words chained together to create a magical effect. If he just so happened to temporarily cut off a part of the chain, a temporary surge of uncontrolled energy would result in a minor explosion. It would injure the person and conversely, alert Asia and Aquino of unexpected arrivals. If they can't figure this out, I'll give them a beating for being naive. Tsui. He appeared behind one of the 6 figures and grabbed their leg. To him, the world was still and all of them were like statues. He channeled a bit of his energy into the persons and let the fireworks play out. Tsui. As the world returned to normal, a small explosion of energy happened. Doof. Nana aaaaa. The man's screams were cut short as his body quite literally ruptured from the inside out. The sudden deceleration from traveling almost 35,000 kilometers per hour to a measly 300 kilometers per hour unleashed a blinding pain that knocked him unconscious and dangerously close to death. The suit's high tensile strength meant no blood leaked through it. Igor only disrupted the rune chains related to speed and stability, but did not interfere with other rune chains, namely the one related to absorbing the energy created from moving at such high speeds. The man's sudden state stunned the other operatives, but 4 quickly rushed onwards while one turned around. The rupture of a rune chain would release a small explosion of magical energy and there was no doubt the girls would notice it. At this point, they could only blame the suit for being faulty and quickly apprehend the girls. Failure was not an option. DxD. Aquino and Asia were flying towards the shoreline. To be accurate, Aquino was the one flying. Asia had taken to running on the water's surface. Wee. The waves behind her were over twice her height and spread from her in a V formation. The impact of her little feet constantly hitting the ocean's surface sent high splashes that sprayed Aquino across the face, but the little blonde didn't care. Her arms were spread wide. Her bare feet treated the water's surface like land and the waves like dunes. It took immense mana control and a strong physique to freely run on the water's surface like Asia was doing. Come on, Aquino. Run with me. Compared to the exuberant Asia, Aquino felt a bit insecure. Since Igor wasn't here, she didn't feel safe without his presence nearby. Something about being alone like this unnerved her greatly. Come on, Asia. Stop playing around already and fly. They were already traveling at speeds comparable to supercars, but flying was faster, much faster. Hi. Stop complaining and run with me, Ache. Quiet. Aquino silenced Asia and looked around vigilantly. Just now, she felt a spike of energy from 70 kilometers away by her estimate. She didn't know what it was, but all she knew was she felt this tingling sensation in the back of her neck. Remember, you too. Learn to trust your instincts. Rather err on the side of caution than casually dismiss something. Many people have died because they chose to ignore their instincts. Aquino remembered Igor's words clearly. The tingling feeling in the back of her neck was getting stronger. Rather than pointlessly ponder, she'd rather mistakenly kill thousands of ocean life than risk being sneak attacked. Asia. Jump. A massive magic circle appeared beneath her feet and a second smaller one on her hands. If you ever feel you're in danger, don't hesitate to release your strongest attack, even if you're in a public area. I'd rather attend 100 funerals than attend yours. Gallic thunder. Boom. Anne. I'd rather attend 100 funerals than attend yours. I think this quote is cold as hell, until I remember I'd also be collateral damage. Chapter 298, Chapter. Asia. Jump. A massive magic circle appeared beneath her feet and a second smaller one on her hands. If you ever feel you're in danger, don't hesitate to release your strongest attack, even if you're in a public area. I'd rather attend 100 funerals than attend yours. Gallic thunder. Boom. DxD. Aquino trusted her instincts. There was something monumentally wrong at this moment. So she unhesitantly pumped over 2/3 of her energy into this one attack. Cloudless skies that shone brightly above them darkened instantly. The air was oversaturated with the power of her light energy and mana as it coalesced together. Gallic thunder. A fiery massive column of purple thunder the size of a large room struck the ocean waters in a flash. The effects were instant. Boom. The intense heat from the amalgamation of mana and light energy caused a steam explosion from the sudden evaporation. For a brief moment, there was a crater on the ocean's surface, as if someone scooped out thousands of kiloliters of water. The power from the attack caused a massive shockwave to immediately propagate. The power of the attack, the rapid evaporation of water, and the resulting steam explosion all combined to create a powerful shockwave that tore its way not only through the air, but underwater as well. The combined intensity and the large displacement of water created several tsunamis of varying sizes in different directions. All these aspects combined to form one massive shredder that extended for tens of kilometers in all directions. The first three aspects were especially the most dangerous. Anything within a 50-meter radius would have been ripped to shreds. As the steam slowly dissipated, crackles of purple lightning and spontaneously combusting flames became common sights. In the hazy mist, Aino hovered above the waters with her wings spread out. Her pajamas were slightly singed from the after effects, but as the initiator of such an attack, she was largely unharmed. Huff, asterisk huff asterisk, asterisk huff asterisk, asterisk huff asterisk, asterisk huff asterisk, asterisk huff asterisk. What affected her was the fatigue from the sudden drain in her reserves. Combining her flame affinity with her father's holy lightning was not something so easy to accomplish. Regardless, she was sure whatever threat was here was deader than dead. Aino put her all into this attack and did not hold anything back. A third of her reserves remained and she could feel them refilling. Just a short rest and she'd be able to. Her neck tingled again. It was so intense it felt as if the tip of a blade was pressed against it. She quickly turned around, only to be confronted with a blurry figure lunging at her with a magic circle in their arm. Ah. She knew she couldn't react in time. That circle would touch her forehead before she'd be able to raise her gua. Sue. Like a knight in shining armor, Asia appeared above the figure with her fist reeled back. Several dark lines covered it and the mana she felt from it was overflowing. Boom. The strike was so loud it sounded like a thunderclap. Asia's fist directly hit its target on the figure's spine. Crunch. A large snapping sound as bones were crushed sounded alongside the thunderclap before the figure was sent flying towards the water's surface. Boom. Another explosion ensued. The kidnapper hit the water so hard they rebounded as if they'd hit concrete. Sue. Asia very quickly appeared below the kidnapper and punched upwards, accurately hitting them in the gut. Goo. Sue. They were sent flying upwards towards Aino, who held two large golden lightning spheres in her arms. Her eyes were filled with viciousness and without hesitation, she threw them. Poochie. Poochie. If the kidnapper was still alive, then they were definitely dead after suffering a spear to the heart and stomach. Aino didn't even need to think about it. To be accurate, she didn't think at all. Such a blatant threat to hers and Asia's lives needed to be exterminated with ruthless efficiency. Plop. The would-be kidnapper fell into the water and gradually sunk below it. The two holes on his body, each the size of 3 men's fists, were filled with water. Huff 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 huff. Aino's breaths were heavy. She tiredly stared at where the corpse was still clearly visible and boiling. Don't look. Asia swiftly appeared in front of Aino and covered her field of vision. Don't look, Aino. I know what happens. It's not nice. Asia. Aino's river of worry flowed anew when she saw Asia's current state. Her sister in all but blood suffered from various burns across her body, particularly her face. When Asia appeared below the kidnapper in order to punch them upwards, she'd exposed herself to temperatures exceeding the surface of the sun. It was only for less than a second, but temperatures easily reaching 7,000 degrees Celsius still left several burn spots on her skin. Her pajamas were thankfully made of cotton so they didn't melt onto her skin. Several patches of fabric were burnt off, especially the parts that came into contact with droplets of water. If Asia had stayed there for several moments longer, all of her clothes might have burnt off. Thankfully, her skin was healing at a visible rate. Her sacred gear allowed her to recover nigh instantaneously, making her a hardy tank with a rapid healing factor like her brother. Don't worry about me, Aino-chan. This is nothing to me. You, who would worry about you? Why did you chase after them? Did you not know the water was hot? Asia looked down at the water. She didn't have heat resistance like Aino, so she could feel a tingly sensation below her feet. She was far enough to only need a negligible amount of mana to keep her skin from flaying off. Thinking upon it now, if she paid attention, she would have felt the water was very hot. Oh. She looked at the surface once more, specifically where the corpse was. Whoever that person was, they were definitely dead. Let's go home, Aquino. Home? You still haven't explained to me what you were thinking. Ah. A lopsided grin spread on her face. Teehee dot. Vain twitch. Asia. Asia could only smile lightly. No matter what, she had to keep Aquino distracted. Until her big brother came back, she didn't want Aquino to focus on the fact that she killed someone. Asia was no stranger to corpses. She even had people die in front of her. Her twilight healing couldn't save everyone after all. But Aquino. Asia was afraid her friend would break down. Ma. You'll scold me when we get home. I'm hungry right now. At least temporarily, she had to divert her friend's attention. DxD. So, mind telling me who sent you? High up in the skies, Igor held the mangled soon-to-be corpse of the kidnapper. It was a man, grievously injured to the point where he'd die at any moment, and he knew it. His left foot was blown off from the explosion of the rune, leaving him with a stump. The bones in his body had either cracked, splintered, or crushed to dust from the force. A devil like him, no matter how strong the physique of his clan was, would die in less than a minute. There was no need to talk. The devil remained silent in defiance. The moment they failed to kidnap the two kids, he knew one way or another, he'd be killed to avoid information leakage. TCH. Igor felt slightly miffed at how he couldn't torture the information out of him. Even illusions might send this scum croaking a lot sooner. Surzex, Lucifer. The man uttered the name of Surzex with all the strength he could muster. He was a dying man, so he could at least release the name of his superi. Do I look like an idiot to you? Sirs. Crunch. Igor crushed the man's skull. Curtains of brain matter, fluids, and skull fragments leaked through the gaps in his fingers. He horribly mutilated the man's head without blinking an eye, for he would not be made an idiot. Do I look like I was born yesterday? The amount of years he's lived weren't for decoration. If such weak deception could fool him, he would have long since been played around by the devils. At least your loyalty to your organization is unquestionable. He released his grip and let the men fall to the boiling waters below where the rest of his comrades were. He didn't glean much meaningful information, but he had a lead. Someone from Asgard is definitely involved in this. They'd have to be a god if they wanted to produce or acquire these suits. Different from the one Eunice Gremory wore, Igor felt the remnants of divine energy in these suits. These were probably made or procured in a hurry, likely for this singular operation. It could also be a trap made to misdirect his attention, but he'd take it nonetheless. Those runes he read were no doubt the work of a Norseman. Asgard. If Odin followed the same logic as the gods he knew, then that old man most definitely had higher strength than portrayed. Perhaps he also had a true form or something similar. Either way, Igor knew he didn't have the strength to bulldoze his way through Asgard. 3 years. If he wanted to grab Odin by his scruffy beard and beat the answers out of him, then he needed to train hard. I have to make a breakthrough. Anne. I read the last statements and just remembered the scene in Avatar, The Last Airbender, where Aang grabbed Ozai's beard. I'm imagining Igor will pull up to Odin's throne and grab the man by the beard. Chapter 299, Chapter. Asgard. If Odin followed the same logic as the gods he knew, then that old man most definitely had higher strength than portrayed. Perhaps he also had a true form or something similar. Either way, Igor knew he didn't have the strength to bulldoze his way through Asgard. 3 years. If he wanted to grab Odin by his scruffy beard and beat the answers out of him, then he needed to train hard. I have to make a breakthrough. DxD. Remote location, Underworld. As far as the eye could see, there was barren, scorched landscape in this deserted section of the Underworld. The skies were cloudless and not a single plant or shrub could be seen for kilometers. The terrain was flat with nary a boulder nor dune, and the rocky soil was immensely hot. Only small insect-like creatures could ever entertain the thought of thriving here. As for other life forms and devils, it would be illogical to create a residence in such a desolate location. Indeed, not a single structure could be seen with the naked eye, emphasis on naked eye. If Aurelia or Igor were here, they would be able to feel the existence of seals, dimensional seals to be specific. Those seals acted as anchors to a very small hidden dimension that hosted a pristine mansion filled with luxurious decorations, carvings, and perfectly maintained lawns and gardens. Shrubs, bushes, and trees were expertly pruned and all manners of flowers were elegantly arranged. The scorching desert sun was like the gentle morning sunrise in this semi-detached realm. The mansion was pristine and refined, bright and lively, but no one would think it was the birthplace for numerous schemes. In a large office upstairs, Zelafam Bale sat on his chair in the darkened room. His figure was hidden in the shadows, leaving only his ring-adorned hand exposed to the light. On his desk were 6 amulets, and each had a crack on them. Thumb, thrum, thrum, thrum. He thrummed his fingers on the table in thought. His facial expression could not be seen, but his disappointment could be perceived. Sending a low class will not be feasible. Sending 3 top-tier mid-class along with 3 magicians was the limit of what he could release. He'd speculated sending high-class specialists would alarm Igor, but it seemed even mid-class operatives could still be sensed by him. This naturally cannot continue. Securing the 2 girls is important for our plans. But how? It had taken months for this single opportunity to come. The intel he received almost guaranteed Igor would not discover the operatives. For months, several operatives had been stationed outside Kuo. Not one of them were killed by Igor. Or perhaps, he could sense them all along but didn't bother hunting them. The intel must be outdated. Before I act, I must secure more intel. Igor's true capabilities was always a troublesome endeavor to uncover. According to intelligence reports, he did not embody himself as the type to hide his trump cards. He was the same as his ancestors in that aspect, prideful. Yet it seemed he had no need for trump cards. Every year, he is shown to possess new capabilities or his existing abilities had grown beyond estimated projections. In short, his rate of growth caused any current intel to quickly go out of date. Just a year ago, it was reported he could just barely notice Uniscremery, an ultimate class. A few months later, he killed all the high-class operatives sent to Kuo. Who knew a few months later, their mid-class operatives would also be detected and killed? Such losses not only depleted resources, but increased the chances of their organization being uncovered. Thrum. Some adjustments would have to be made. Zelafam did not want to do something pointless constantly. His previous thought of gathering intel on Igor was cancelled. It was a fruitless endeavor as time demonstrated. What he needed to focus on was capturing Asia and Aquino while they were young. The latter was optional, but Asia was an absolute must. As long as she could be captured, Igor would naturally come under their control. But Zelafam was not naive. Igor was a wild bull. There was no knowing how he would act if his sister was taken. If this step was taken lightly, he might destroy the underworld in a rampage. I have to find another scapegoat. His initial plan during this failed mission was to let Asgard take the blame for kidnapping the girls in the event of failure. He purposely arranged human magicians to act with his operatives so it'd seem as if they're from a rogue group sponsored by someone from Asgard. But for his next attempt, Asgard would not be a suitable sacrificial lamb. His plan for capturing the 2 girls had to undergo a change. It was clear capturing them while they're on Earth would be difficult beyond measure. But what if they were in the underworld? There are several targets who come to mind. The target to carry the pot of blame preferably would have to be someone young, perhaps younger than a century. They would also have to be a noble scion from an influential clan, and furthermore, it was best if they were from the new Satan faction. A young, rich, and spoilt devil would not have seen the supernatural world for what it truly was, a slaughter field dominated by the strong. These young scions who've never experienced fear would quickly bare their fangs against the Aryans if motivated properly. Those who believe themselves to be smart would be especially easy to manipulate. Thrum. His mind quickly worked through a set of candidates. The underworld had no shortage of young scions with questionable fetishes. Armpits, feet, water sports, scat, torture, vor, it was endless. There was no lack of scions who indulged in secretive actions under the covers. Amongst them, one of them who fit all the criteria with extra steps was Diodora Astaroth, the younger brother of Ajuka Astaroth. If I recall, he should be nearing his 70s soon. There wasn't much information on Diodora due to his low profile, but some things could eventually be dug up no matter how deep they were buried, like his love for nuns and torture play. His abnormal obsession will be very useful. If I plan everything perfectly and have Asia brought to the underworld, he surely will not be able to resist himself. Diodora's desire for nuns in his peerage was not something frowned upon. If the boy wanted a harem of nuns, no one would shun him. It was further helped that he only went after excommunicated nuns. In this way, he wouldn't incur trouble with the church. Zelafam cared not for these niceties. He knew Diodora was a sadistic psychopath. His desire bordered on the realm of a mental affliction. If he provided the boy with a golden opportunity to acquire a famed nun, then he'd no doubt take it. This will take some time to plan. Asia's visit to the underworld had to be natural. She wasn't a devil, but she was also the younger brother Igor. No one would make a fuss. Rias could possibly be used as a breaking point since there is no other reason for Asia and Aquino to come to the underworld. Taking her at the Gremory Manor would be difficult. It would have to be a public venue, perhaps the raiding game arena. With that singular thought, numerous ideas started flashing in Zelafam's head. Rias Gremory made it no secret she wished to be disengaged from Riser Phoenix. It was within plausible reason that sooner or later, she'd propose a raiding game to get out of her engagement. Taking her age into account, she'll be eligible to participate in mock battles once she turns 12. Currently, she was only 10 years old and only had one peerage member. But, a lot could happen in 2 years. Most scions built up their peerages gradually over the century, but Rias would especially be in a rush since by the time she has her first period, she'd likely be given to the Phoenix in marriage. If she builds up her peerage, she would most certainly challenge Riser to a battle. Her winning or losing isn't important. What matters is she invites that Asia and Aquino. That would make for the perfect event. Whether either side wins or loses, a banquet would follow after. Many nobles would be invited, including Diodora. In that window of time, he'd help the kid get his hands on Asia. Once she's in his hands, it will be easy for us to acquire her later. Zelifam planned to wait for a day or so. As long as Igor's reaction was not too harsh, he'd take Asia from Diodora's hands before he reincarnated her. As for the boy's life and death, it did not matter to him. In fact, it would be best if the latter happened. A conflict between Igor and Ajuka would create a large gap for the Bales to penetrate into the woodworks once more. Ha 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 ha. If he has Asia in his grasp, he can remotely control Igor into severing his ties with the Underworld. As long as he's careful not to go too far and remains meticulous in his steps, Zelifam was confident he could keep Igor underneath his thumb for the next 20 years. Oh, how I love it when a plan comes together. DxD. Some may be surprised at Diodora's age, but do remember this. Devils have a lifespan stretching 10 millenniums if I remember correctly. It's reasonable if everyone born within 100 years is considered a single generation. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if Riser is in his 40s. Chapter 300, Chapter. Important notice. Please read. No spoilers. I'm aware of my unannounced hiatus and it's a fault on my part for not notifying all of you invested in reading my work. What I'm about to say is not an excuse, but more of a reason as to why I haven't been updating. Eventually, I decided to issue a hiatus that would begin on February. I had plans to upload all the chapters to webnovel, fanfiction.net, and Royal Road by the 4th, but something stupid happened. All my chapters are saved on my USB and I so happened to forget that USB when I left for another city where I'd study for the whole of February. My cloud only contained chapters up to 302 instead of the 316 I'd written by then. Logic dictates I should have issued a message on all platforms I'm uploading to informing you of all of this, but I didn't respect you by doing so. For that, as cringy as some of you may find it, I apologize. My actions completely disregard the support you've shown me for reading this far. God knows how many grammar errors and subpar delivery you've had to go through. The delivery is wholeheartedly my fault, but I blame MTLs for corrupting my ability to spot grammar errors. It is unfortunate I can't continue with the story for the next few months, but these certifications I'm studying for are needed if I want to advance any further in my field. I hope you'll enjoy this batch of chapters. They officially bring an end to the arc and I trust some of you will enjoy the ending. Of course, the ending is only temporary. I'll breeze through these exams and bring you the next arc. The author's notes, ANs, at the end of each chapter were largely kept the same. Only those relating to my hiatus were removed. Thanks for reading. DxD. Ha 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 ha. If he has Asia in his grasp, he can remotely control Igor into severing his ties with the Underworld. As long as he's careful not to go too far and remains meticulous in his steps, Zelifam was confident he could keep Igor underneath his thumb for the next 20 years. Oh, how I love it when a plan comes together. DxD. Japan was home to many lush forests, particularly along the shoreline. Small rural villages completely separated from the government thrived through hunting, gathering, and fishing. The people who lived here were completely self-sufficient and lived like those from the old times with very traditional buildings. Just a kilometer or so from one of these villages, Igor idly sat against a tree and waited for his sisters. He did not need eyes to see how they were flying towards him. They were low on energy, making it difficult for Aquino to teleport herself and Asia back home. He had thought of teaching Asia how to use the instant transmission like him, but it would be immensely difficult for her. Mana was way less dense than ki, not to mention spirit ki. Just for her to flare her mana and tear a void in the dimensional gap would require reserves belonging to a peak god class. She could learn the standard Aryan teleportation circle, but that would require her to be a full Aryan, not a half-blood. Unfortunately, Asia was still a bit too weak to be inscribed with the inscription that would break the curse seal. High class was a hard requirement and no way would he let her use a random teleportation circle. Those things required a lot of mana and took time to prepare. It was fortunate the flying speed of his sisters was fast. He made sure to train their physiques to margins beyond normal. At the speed they were flying, they'd probably cover those several hundred kilometers in half an hour or so. Let's let that experience marinate in their heads for a bit. It was their first battle experience and Aquino had her first kill. Seeing someone die and being the cause of someone's death were very different things, but Igor knew his sisters were strong. Akino witnessed him rip out the hearts of the Hime-jima assassins, and Asia witnessed the deaths of many people her sacred gear couldn't save. Both in their own rights were mentally strong enough to handle this. He believed in them. Should I get them some food? It'll be 9 soon. His sisters definitely wouldn't be in the mood to hunt, but roasted whale should lift their mood. I hope that village sells salt. He wasn't in a rush to leave. He'd wait here for his sisters, bear their grievances, offer them some comfort, and then go out hunting. The multiple tsunamis Akino caused were all stopped by him, otherwise this village along with others would have been flooded before the 10th hour. He cared not for the inhabitants of those places. He certainly wasn't a hero. He only saved them because he didn't want to overwhelm Akino with the responsibility of causing multiple deaths. I'll have to teach them to disregard the lives of others. It isn't realistic to fight with the intent of limiting damages. In a brawl between two men, it is inevitable their boots would trample a few unlucky insects to death. At their level of power, humans were the equivalent of those insects. Trying to prevent wanton destruction of life is a noble goal, but making it a priority is a foolish ideal, with the end result being death. Akino will be easier to convince, but Asia will be difficult. His cute little sister offered a prayer to their enemy just before they left. She was very kind, but he needed to nurture a certain depth of ruthlessness in her. I'll see what I can do over the weeks. These things could not be rushed. He had to do it gradually, perhaps introduce her and Akino to the scum of society. It was inevitable as their power rose, the status of weak sentient life forms in their hearts would be eroded. His only job was to increase the rate of that erosion. For now though, he'd relax in silence. His sisters would arrive in a few minutes and congratulations were in order. Neither of them needed to feel bad about the loss of life. They were scum humans and scum devils unworthy of his sister's precious tears. DxD. The flight was silent. For the past 500 kilometers, Asia and Akino traded no words. They could sense Igor's aura in a town just a few dozen kilometers away. They'd get there in less than a minute if they kept up their current pace. Their thoughts were transparent, or rather, Akino's were. She just had her first kill and Asia didn't need to be smart to know her best friend was affected by this. She herself didn't know how she'd feel if she ever took a life one day. I hope I won't have to. It was a naive thought. She was only 8, but she'd managed to grow some sense. Her big brother educated them daily on their worth without mincing words. As the younger sister of an influential person like him, it was inevitable she and Akino would be targeted. When that happens, he expressed they should not hesitate in eliminating their opponent, just like today. Sigh. Sometimes, she missed her blissful life in the Vatican. She lived in a golden cage, but it was a golden cage of blissful ignorance. Only a year has passed since she left, yet it felt like she'd experienced 10 years of life. Right now, all she wanted to do was hug her big brother, maybe bonk him on the head for leaving them like that. DxD. Sue. Sue. Igor stood up when he saw Akino and Asia land just a few ways from him. Their pajamas were in tatters, but thankfully not to the level of indecency. You two did well. You dealt with a threat and swift. Sue. There was no hesitation. Leaving behind only a blur, Akino swiftly launched herself into his embrace. Her arms latched tightly around his neck and her legs interlocked around his back. She clung onto him like a koala, but there was nothing cute nor amusing about this sight. Trickle, trickle. Igor felt her silent tears on his shirt. Akino was sobbing and he let her be. Everyone would process their first kills differently. Sigh. There went his plan of being casual about it. Sometimes he forgot his sisters weren't born in the heavenly realm. They fought so well and trained with such fervor he subconsciously treated them like the youth from there. Don't cry for him, little chick. His isn't worth your tears. Sniff, asterisk sniff asterisk, asterisk sniff asterisk. Admirable. She was trying to keep herself strong. In a situation where adults decades her senior would have broke down or lost their minds, she still had the will to not collapse. I remember my first kill. He gently brushed back her hair. I was 14 and hunting for scrap metal to sell for food. He chuckled at the memory, especially when he noticed Asia's disbelieving gaze. Some random guys came and wanted to steal the copper I found. I didn't want to kill them, so I tried talking them down, but they wouldn't let me off. All of them pulled out their knives. It was clear they were willing to kill me for 3,000 yen. You could only afford a CD with that money. For a moment, his eyes darkened before they regained their light. They called me a poor-looking foreigner bastard, someone who wouldn't be missed even if they were to die. Ironically, they were right. It was 1992, long before he met the old man. No one would miss him if he disappeared. When they attacked, I fought back and killed one of them. I still remember the shock I felt when my fist punctured through his chest. I froze on the spot and almost got killed by the others. In the end, I killed them all. That killed them all was said with so much casualness it was frightening. Were a normal human to hear this, they would no doubt label him a monster. What I want to tell you is this, little chick. Be it the mortal world or supernatural world, death is everywhere, especially in our world. We can't live like normal humans. Our births and circumstances make it impossible. I'm an Aryan, you're a hybrid, and Asia wields a valuable sacred gear. Sooner or later, people would come and kill us. If we want to survive, then we have to be prepared to kill too. He placed his finger underneath her chin, propping her head up so they could meet eye to eye. Her eyes were moist and red from crying. Her lips quivered, but she remained strong. The only thing she couldn't do was look him in the eye. Look at me, little chick. He softly kissed her on the forehead and gently rubbed her head. You did well to defend yourself and Asia. Do not regret that. Hug. Aquino hit her head in his chest and nodded against it. MMN. And you too, Sia. You supported Aquino at a crucial moment. Your attack destroyed their attempts. He walked over to her and ruffled her hair. Good work, little sister. Anne. Living in the heavenly realm has severely distorted this guy's logic. I'm still appalled at how he let 2 elementary schoolgirls face a dangerous threat with no support. He didn't break them in slowly, but directly threw them off the deep end. At the very least, he could have interfered when he saw Aquino was about to kill that devil. Could have saved lots of unnecessary trauma. She's still 10 for goodness sake. Some of us were still eating sand at that age. It doesn't mean I don't understand his logic. I just can't casually accept it. Taking a life is traumatic and there's a high chance all of this could have gone wrong, if it hadn't already. Chapter 301, Chapter. You did well to defend yourself and Asia. Do not regret that. Hug. Aquino hit her head in his chest and nodded against it. MMN. And you too, Sia. You supported Aquino at a crucial moment. Your attack destroyed their attempts. He walked over to her and ruffled her hair. Good work, little sister. DxD. Time passed slowly. On the coasts of Japan, Igor did not perform another training session nor go hunting. Instead, he began pointing out the flaws of the battle his 2 sisters just had. To do such an action shortly after Aquino had her first kill would seem like a horrible thing to do, but he knew what he was doing. In events like this, the more he treated this matter as a simple methodical operation, the more he'd nurture their disregard for life. If he was honest with himself, what he was doing could potentially backfire and worsen Aquino's guilt and apprehension, but he needed to drill it into their heads that this was how the supernatural world functioned. Lives were only numbers on a statistics sheet. Those 6 people will be labeled as losses, simple tallies with their worth given a finite number. In the mortal world, they could receive a burial and a condescending, heartfelt message on a newspaper, if they're worthy of a page in the first place. In the supernatural world, never mind a complete corpse, you'll be lucky if your soul is not degraded to an ingredient. It was the simple reality of things. Nothing could be changed. The world was harsh and even harsher on the oblivious and innocent. His 2 little sisters were budding saplings beneath his shade. Sooner or later, they will need to be moved into the sun. It was his role as the big brother to prepare them for the storms and hurricanes that came with. Preparing them for rampant attempts at their lives and freedom, for the many tumultuous events they will face in the centuries to come would require not only strength, but resolve, guts, and more guts. Today was just one of the steps he's prepared for their rite of passage. The world will not allow them to age, so he needed to get their heads in gear. I want the both of you to listen to me. What I will say next is important. The 2 girls sat in front of him with their legs crossed. They were so focused they cared not for the decaying leaves that fell on their heads nor the sting of salt from the ocean entering their eyes. Their onesies were covered in burned spots and discolored splotches, but they didn't have any lingering injuries. Aquino. Asia. Both of you did well handling that situation, but you could have done it better. Aquino. You hesitated in trusting your instincts. Your senses were warning you, yet you almost made the costly mistake of dismissing them. Next time, don't do such a thing. Instincts exist for a reason. His sharp gaze then turned towards the little blonde. Asia. You are too lax on your guard. Aquino suggested you fly back, but you insisted on running the whole way, giving the enemy ample time to prepare an ambush. The supernatural world is a dangerous place for the weak, especially for you too. You are my younger sisters. Many want to kidnap you so they can control me. His words they casually dismissed hit harder at this moment. He was only gone for a while, but there were people already prepared to take them. You've been living a carefree life in Kuo, so you never understood how dangerous it is outside. I won't always be there to protect you, nor will Aurelia or Shuri. Someday in the future, you will be completely alone. Once that moment arrives, you need to have the strength to deal with that yourselves, or at least hold on until someone rescues you. His departure next month would not go unnoticed for long. In less than a year, someone would eventually realize he's gone. By the second year, schemes and attacks would begin. Once that happens, Aurelia and Shuri would be hard-pressed to keep the two kids safe. He could only hope they were never sent out of Kuo, for once he comes back, he'd kill all those who revealed themselves. Moving on, I'll continue with you, Aquino. You hesitated, but you eventually listened to your instincts. You did a great job in releasing that strike. You managed to make one of the two unconscious. I dealt with that one. It was a lie. He couldn't say she killed all four of them on the spot. Sometime in the future, he'd tell her first kill was actually her fifth. What is problematic was your lapse in guard after releasing the attack. You must remember to thank Asia for saving you. Otherwise, there is nothing more to complain about. Your decisiveness in ending your enemy was the best choice in this scenario. His suit augmented his speed, so should you have been light-handed and spared him, he would have become a problem. Next, he faced Asia once more. Asia. Your initial guard is lacking, but your situational awareness is worthy of praise. When combat began, you quickly spread your senses, identified the enemy, and decisively struck him down. What is problematic is when you become focused on the enemy, you lose track of your surroundings. That is why you nearly boiled yourself to death just to follow up on your attack. You further made the mistake of letting your guard down after Aquino dealt with the enemy. I understand you were concerned for her, but your sense of danger mustn't come with an off switch. He gave them appropriate praise and admonishment. The words he said right now was the same as striking the iron while it's hot. Nonetheless, both of you did extremely well for your first real fight. Placed in a similar situation, many would have failed. He walked towards them and crouched down. The moment he did so, however, two separate magic circles appeared, one red and the other golden. Vwong. Vwong. Still, Igor didn't stop his movements. He stretched out his hands and pat them on the head. I'm proud of you too. He gave them one last pat on the head before he stood up to face Aurelia and Shuri. Immediately, he could see their eyes were focused on the children, a horrible realization spawning on their faces. Aquino. Shuri rushed to her child and instantly wrapped her in a tight hug. Mama's here. It'll be okay. She didn't know the situation. All she knew was her daughter had lost her innocence. She had taken a life. Applaud had to be given where deserved. Under the warm embrace of her mother, Aquino remained strong. Shuri's care was like a battering ram slamming against the walls of her composure. She remembered her brother's words over and over again. The supernatural world is not for the weak. It does not have mercy and is not understanding. Only the strong are allowed to move untethered. She knows the threat of death. That night when the Heimjima came, that night when she had to leave her mother behind, was her first glaring experience in just how vile the world could be. Igor took the time to train her. She couldn't disappoint him by showing weakness, not after all the effort he's put into her. It's okay, little chick. You don't have to be strong when I'm around. I'll hold up the wall for you. Trickle, asterisk trickle asterisk. His simple words were the last straw. Steady streams of tears stained her mother's dress. Her body quivered as she held her sobs in. But when she felt Asia's hand on her back. I'm here for you, sis. And her soothing voice, she truly couldn't hold it in anymore. DxD. Killing intent is the resentment of all those who died unfairly, unjustly, or were unwilling to leave this world. Their resentment sticks to their murderer like a pungent stench. From animals to sentient beings, everything that dies will release its resentment upon its killer. When Aquino killed that devil, his resentment clung onto her like the stench of a skunk. For Igor, who'd killed hundreds of thousands, adding one person to his body count was nothing. For Aquino, that first body would change everything for her. The only condolence she had was it was in self-defense. It took a while for Igor to explain the situation to Shuri, even going so far as to reveal Aquino had killed 5, but only witnessed 1 die by her attack. Aurelia had tactfully led the 2 children to the village to trade for some refreshments while Igor would bring Shuri up to date. In truth, he debated letting those 2 lances pierce the devil, but he ultimately decided to let nature take its course. Demori-kun. Did you force her? No. I also didn't expect her to kill him. I assumed they'd try and capture him, but Aquino's decisiveness surprised me. Igor casually leaned against the tree while Shuri stood a few ways off, her hands clutching her dress tightly. She was a nervous wreck. Taking a life would change someone's eyes, dull them. She never wanted her daughter to lose that innocent light in her eyes. Demori-kun. Why did you let her do it? You could have stopped it. Igor quietly looked at Shuri. His eyes stated the obvious: what she was saying was redundant. Shuri. You should know our world by now. I love the little chick, but I understand the dangers of our world. I would never force Aquino to kill, but I also wouldn't stop her. The sooner she learns, the better. But in this world, you can either be mediocre or rise to the top. There is no in-between. You can blend in with the grass or grow to become a tree so large nothing can chop it down. You should understand that. Akino and Asia need to grow up quickly. We cannot afford to coddle them like we've been doing, Shuri. If one day. Sigh. Igor looked up at the skies hidden behind the leaves. His gaze turned slightly melancholic in thought. If one day, something happens to me, I want them to be able to carry on. I don't want them to be pawns or slaves. I don't want them to be prize targets for peerages or victory trophies sold at auctions. I want them to become strong people who can hold themselves with their backs straight. Life could never be guaranteed. For all the strength he had, he could die tomorrow or in a few years. He didn't fear death, but feared the consequences from his death. Silently, Shuri closed the distance between them and took his hand. You won't die. Oh. A slightly amused smile formed on Igor's face. Her seriousness confused, yet intrigued him. What makes you so sure I won't just die? You won't. When Shuri raised her head with a fierce shout, her eyes were prickled with a trace of tears. Her grip on his hand was strong and she absolutely hated how casually he treated this matter. You won't die. You can't. Once more, Igor smiled. This time, however, it was gentle. He could feel her concern through her tightened grip. Her sincerity was enough to move his heart. Thank you, Shuri. I'll do my best, for all of us. Anne. That was the perfect moment to kiss. Just saying. If the situation was willing, this would have been the perfect moment. Chapter 302, Chapter. What makes you so sure I won't just die? You won't. When Shuri raised her head with a fierce shout, her eyes were prickled with a trace of tears. Her grip on his hand was strong and she absolutely hated how casually he treated this matter. You won't die. You can't. Once more, Igor smiled. This time, however, it was gentle. He could feel her concern through her tightened grip. Her sincerity was enough to move his heart. Thank you, Shuri. I'll do my best, for all of us. DxD. 2000/05/09, May 17, 2000, Wednesday, Kuo Town, Japan. Time passed once more. It's been a week since Asia's and Akino's first battle. The two girls became more motivated in their training, even going so far as to forsake playing around with Issei and Irina. Igor felt like it was Christmas come early. The enthusiasm his two little sisters had made him wish to crack open 100 bottles of beer. If it wasn't for his Aurelia asking him not to, he would have cleared out the nearest bottle store. Since he couldn't celebrate through drinking, he did it through killing. He'd been silent for a few months so the spies became a little more daring. Perhaps 1,000 murders would shrink their heads. With the help of Cleria and Azazel, they tracked down every single spy with their sights on Kuo. Human, devil, fallen, or any other race, he killed them all with no discrimination. His knowledge of geography was so good as long as he had the exact coordinates, he could teleport to a person's house and finish them off. In one night, news of multiple deaths numbering in the hundreds made its way through the works. None were left a full corpse, all were beheaded through what seemed to be a clean sword strike. Whoever was responsible, their movements were so fast no camera caught them and no magical barriers could stop their entry. As for the one responsible, several days had passed since the massacre and he was watching his two little treasures fighting in the skies above the forest. Asia and Akino remained faithful to their training and began seeing improvement in this week alone. He was not stingy with the herbs from the time chamber. Every night, he'd fill their bath water with them. Right now, his little sisters were like blurs in the skies. Their speed made it impossible for the normal human eye to see nothing but blurred shadow figures and the outlines of shockwaves from their speed constantly breaking the sound barrier. Igor sat on a beach chair observing their fight like a happy old man. Their fists were his fireworks and the thundering sound of their clash was music to his ears. If he had Sun Wukong's monkey wine, then it'd truly be a perfect day. Aurelia and Shuri were in the house preparing afternoon lunch. From the smell of it, it was going to be some nice juicy steaks. Now he really wanted that wine to wash it down. It wasn't sake, so. Boom. 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 Amidst the distant sounds of Akino and Asia's fight, Igor pondered whether what he was about to do was worth it. The monkey sage won't mind, right? He had to think things through carefully. He wasn't sure whether he could take on the old monkey in a fight yet. Maybe treading on the side of caution and perhaps visiting a normal bottle St. Sue. Sue. Cork pops. Glug 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 glug. Ah. Good wine. Igor held a leather bottle in his hand. A coat of foam layered above his lips like a mustache. He licked it off, corked the bottle once more and gave a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Worth it. He slung the strap hooked to the bottle over his shoulder and sat on the chair once more. With a good swig in his belly, perhaps it was time to rest a bye. Cork pops. Glug 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 glug. This wine was really good. Glug 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 glug. He loved how strong it was. This wine was especially made for those in the supreme class, so he didn't need to cancel his kaioken or dissipate the nature energy in his body. Glug 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 glug. Ah. Empty already. Well, that was disappointing. He didn't expect he'd finish it that quickly. There was no need to hesitate. Sue. Sue. He returned once more with 3 bottles of monkey wine. One of them was already uncorked with half of its contents gulped down. Igor swayed lightly, but he still managed to keep himself straight. Right. I forgot this thing is strong. How are you managing, old hag? Asterisk snore asterisk. Heh. Low tolerance weakling. Igor took a swig of the bottle once more, and now, he was really starting to feel the effects. The old sage's monkey wine not only targeted the body, but also the soul. Triney was linked to him through their soul, so it was no surprise she was knocked unconscious from the wine. Barely 3 liters and you're all tuckered out. He downed the last remnants of the bottle and stored it in his time chamber. He corked open the second bottle and took a swig of it. The monkey sage would probably kill him if he found out he dipped into his storage, but he didn't care. His sisters were fighting in the skies, displaying combat competency befitting of their level. The smell of meat promised a scrumptious lunch, and now, he had very good wine to pass the time. All in all, today was a good day. DxD. Snore. Amidst the sounds of combat, Aurelia and Shuri stood over Igor, who was drunkenly sleeping on the deck chair like the mess he was. 3 empty wineskin bottles lay empty around him, not even a sip of wine remaining in them. He drank himself into a complete stupor. They could only be happy he didn't have any drunken episodes. At least the house was still intact. Fufufu. I never thought Demori-kun liked to drink. Aurelia didn't comment on Shuri's statement. Igor wasn't an alcoholic. He was too busy to spend his days drinking. It's just, on the times he did drink, things tended to happen and anything made of concrete got free demolition. When he developed the taste. She didn't know, but she assumed it started in the heavenly realm. Sigh. Let's not disturb him, Shuri-sama. It was only a false alarm. Earlier, they'd felt Igor's presence come into being. He's usually hidden by his nature energy, but there were times when he expelled it. What made them flash towards him, however, was when he not also lost his kaioken, but his breath and energy fluctuations labeled him as unconscious. When they flashed to him, they thought it was a soul invasion or some other attack. Never did they imagine this. Era. He looks so cute like this. I could just gobble him up. Shuri-sama. Please carry yourself with a bit more restraint. Ah. Compared to you, I still have much to learn, Aurelia-chan. For her own sanity and dignity, Aurelia chose to remain silent. She was almost 30 years older than Shuri, yet she couldn't compete with her in the game of teasing. She had to keep her eye out for any slip-ups Shuri might commit in the future. That should level the playing field. MMNGH. All of a sudden, Aurelia felt her lips were sealed by another pair. Her eyes went wide open, her body frozen in complete shock and surprise. The movement was so fast she didn't have the time to react. However, upon seeing that speck of blonde hair and feeling that familiar sensation, her body automatically relaxed. Her eyes narrowed before eventually closing. She surrendered herself to his embrace, enjoying the feeling of his rough, calloused hands on the back of her head. His tongue roamed her insides. She could taste the remnants of alcohol from him. It wasn't bad. He pulled away before she could fully submerge herself into this feeling. It left her unwilling and unfulfilled. If it wasn't for Shuri, who was close by, she'd have taken matters into her own hands. Sister. You smell really nice today. In the midst of smelling his hands, his eyes were inadvertently drawn to Shuri's chest. Shuri. You're. What's that line called again? Fuck it. That line between your chest, cover it up, god damn it. Unrestrained that was Igor whenever he was drunk. Any and all thoughts he has, be they intrusive or not, will directly pass to his mouth. To those who knew him, when he was drunk, he reverted back to the Igor of 94 with extra steps. Era. Compared to Aurelia, who was turning red in the face, Shuri took the initiative to close the distance between them. Such a daring proclamation, Demori-kun. Bah. If I said it, I meant it. Here. Take my coat. I don't want those bastard gods looking at you. Igor took off his coat, revealing his vigorously trained upper body. For a moment, Shuri was dazed and subconsciously swallowed her saliva. His muscled chest, his chiseled abdomen, his broad shoulders, his veiny arms, it was too exciting. Gulp. Igor's constant reliance on scent is ringing some warning bells for me. Does he have a smell fetish, or is his sense of smell just that good? Perhaps it's the latter, because the guy can identify and verify your identity through scent alone. Perhaps he can smell the pheromones Aurelia releases whenever she's ready. It's kinda odd she just thought back to that easy access memory, and a few moments after, Igor's on her. Maybe it's, you know what? I won't think upon it further. These two are perverts. He has a smell fetish. She has a public fetish. That's my prognosis until otherwise. End of story, and until the next chapter. Chapter 303, Chapter. Era. Compared to Aurelia, who was turning red in the face, Shuri took the initiative to close the distance between them. Such a daring proclamation, Demori-kun. Bah. If I said it, I meant it. Here. Take my coat. I don't want those bastard gods looking at you. Igor took off his coat, revealing his vigorously trained upper body. For a moment, Shuri was dazed and subconsciously swallowed her saliva. His muscled chest, his chiseled abdomen, his broad shoulders, his veiny arms, it was too exciting. Gulp. DxD. Domineering, unrestrained, dazzling, this man just continued to tick off her checkboxes. And those dazzling muscles. Kami-sama knew how much she wanted to put her hands on them. She knew men had a thing for a woman's chest, but by the gods did she want to lay her head on his. If it wasn't because she respected Aurelia, she might have just offered him a chance to hide her ravine. Then again, there'd be plenty of time later for an unraveling. If he was drunk, then he'd have less inhibitions. Less inhibitions meant greater chances for her to leave a deeper impression. This was a great chance for to massively chip away the barrier between them. He found her attractive, so there's no doubt he considered her a woman. Now she just needed to make him consider her a possibility. Why don't you sit down for now, Demori-kun? You must be tired after drinking so much. She took this opportunity to touch his chest and his chiseled back. Hard. It's like she was touching steel. You could shred iron filings on them. Gulp. But she couldn't be distracted right now. Please help me, Lia-chan. It wouldn't be good if she made the First Lady angry or jealous. A word from her could rebuild the wall she painstakingly dug through for nearly a year. Ah. All right. Aurelia placed her hand on Igor's shoulder, but his teasing voice uttered a sentence she didn't want him to finish. He. Why are you so shy, Lia? You're not like that when we're in bed. In fact, you're the very op MMPH. Q quiet. Aurelia wished the moon could just fall on them. Why did he say that? Especially in front of Shuri. Did he not know how that woman was? She was vile. She was demonic. His actions just gave her 6 months of teasing material. Era. Aurelia did not dare remove her hand from Igor's mouth. Who knew what other secrets her now second favorite blonde would say? Why? She could only blame herself for not paying attention to him. She'd heard of how unrestrained he was when he was drunk. Ah. She reflexively pulled away her hand when she felt his tongue on her palm. Don't restrain me, Lia. And I can walk just fine by myself, Shuri. I'm not drunk. You hear me? With how clearly he spoke, if she didn't feel his ki constantly fluctuate, Shuri would believe he wasn't drunk. But right now. Can you even fly, Demori-kun? Humph. Dare doubt me? Well, watch this. DxD. It turned out, drinking and flying was not advisable. Igor could barely get his feet off the ground when the wine dragged him under. His ki control was foobar star. The moment he tried to fly, he drew too much ki, the very same ki that was working hard to suppress the effects of the monkey wine. In his state of sudden unconsciousness, the minutes trickled by the dozen. Soon, 2 hours passed since Igor was drunk. The wine had been completely flushed out of his body and soul by then. It just so happened the first person to recover wasn't him, but a very angry Triney. Moo. Stupid. 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 You're a big meanie. Monkey wine had the fortunate advantage of not resulting in any hangovers, but it did leave someone feeling a bit woozy, as if they'd woken up from a deep sleep. The last thing anyone wanted after a very good nap was hearing a woman's nagging. Quiet down, old hag. Give me some time to boot up. I'll give you a proper spanking when I'm awake. No. No, I'm not quieting down. You know I don't like the dark. For a moment, Igor paused. His eyes remained closed, yet he was wide awake. He sent his consciousness into his inner world and found Triney standing in front of him with an expression of grievance. Tanned skin, black dress, and luscious golden hair. She would definitely become a beauty once she grew up. Now, however, tears prickled her eyes and dulled their amber glow. The nature around her seemed to emulate her sadness. The grass was wilting. The sun wasn't as bright, and the flowers were dying. Again, Igor was brought to silence. He was careless for he'd forgotten one crucial fact. Ever since they'd merged, Triney had never fallen asleep. It wasn't because she was incapable, but because it reminded her of the darkness she'd been trapped in for countless years. Sigh. He crouched down and brought her into a hug. His selfish actions caused her to relive a deep-rooted trauma. He couldn't even begin to fathom how helpless she must have felt. I promise I won't do it again. He was serious. He might enjoy monkey wine, but that was enjoyment, not a need. Triney remained silent. She knew her fear was pathetic, but she couldn't help it. When she finally knew the light, she never wanted to go back to the darkness, not even for a moment. Maybe someday she'd tackle her fear. But not today. She didn't want her world to go dark again. It was scary. DxD. Igor once again came back to reality. He'd been with Triney for the past few hours, but it might have been a few minutes or even a few seconds that had passed in the real world. He still felt a bit terrible, but his mood was remarkably better compared to before and reached new heights when he felt who was next to him. Leah. My lord. He felt her gentle scratches on his scalp. The sensation of her soft fingers was so comfortable he almost fell asleep again. He groaned in pleasure. His head was on her creamy supple thighs. She ran her fingers through his hair and her floral scent filled his nose. He turned his head so he could face her navel. His arm swung around her waist, locking her in place. Ah. Aurelia was briefly surprised by the sudden movement, but she soon continued scratching his hair, though there was a new problem. Your fingers feel so good, sister. His head was right against her navel. When he breathed, she felt his breaths right on her nether region. It was much worse when he spoke, for the vibrations from the baritone of his voice carried deeply. Oh no. Her body was reacting, and she couldn't stop it. Wasn't she reacting too quickly? He hadn't even done anything yet she was close to drenching herself. Her cheeks flushed when she felt her folds moistening. It was like a roller coaster, except that hollow feeling went down instead of up. She wisely chose to keep silent. Shuri was downstairs and should have sensed Igor was awake. If nothing happened, they'd soon be called for lunch. She didn't want to seem like a loose woman. To Aurelia's subtle dismay, Igor's hum of questioning sent another vibrational attack on her nether. It didn't make sense. It was only a simple hum, but it was like throwing a stone on an already cracked dam. For a moment, there was silence between them. Igor looked at Shuri before sniffing the air. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Smiles. Igor could smell it. A new scent mixed with her natural odor, a very familiar scent. He raised his head with a knowing look, but she didn't meet his eyes. He veered his head so he could capture her gaze, but she looked down and closed her eyes tightly. Leah. He wouldn't accept that from her. His hand slid between her thighs, his fingers snaking their way to her knob. Her body quivered at the sensation, but she didn't resist. It was only when his finger lightly brushed her entrance did she hastily grab him. And not now. Eh? Really now. He smelled her unique scent of arousal and he knew her personality inside and out. This woman of his was very conservative and was embarrassed by anything indecent. Yet, she herself was more perverted than him. It was a very gentle flick, one that accurately found its target. The tingling sensation compounded by pleasure weakened her grip on his arm. He took that opportunity to gently work his finger over the fabric of her underwear, all while controlling his thumb to turn that knob on. Igor. For a moment, Igor paused. Her half-lidded eyes, her flushed cheeks, her pouting lips, she was so beautiful. He could no longer hold hims. Knock, knock, knock. Nichan. Mama says lunch is ready. Oh. DxD. Aurelia was losing herself to the feeling of love and lust. His firm hand around her waist and his gentle caresses between her legs was driving her to a new fever pitch. It was only his hand, but she was on the verge of staining her underwear. It was embarrassing, but she wouldn't stop herself. When she met those lovely blue eyes of his, she felt her body heat up all over. She couldn't understand why she became a gooey puddle of mush whenever he held her. Her limbs refused to obey her, making her ripe for his taking. It didn't help how there was a certain part of her ready to take. She was brought back to reality when he suddenly caressed her knob. His coarse thumb rubbing over it evoked a very pleasurable sensation, a feeling so good she'd subconsciously moaned. It was embarrassing, especially when he had that stupid grin of his. Igor. She wanted to admonish him, but was rendered mute by the intense gaze he suddenly gave her. Flush. Why is he? His penetrating gaze amplified her shyness. They've known each other for over a decade and have been romantically involved for almost a year, but whenever he looked at her like that, her heart would do a little jump. There were no lies in those sky blue eyes. He rarely said it, but he loved her just as much as she did, if not more. She leaned close. Knock knock knock. Nichan. Mama says lunch is ready. Oh. Igor's response was weak. Aquino's interference was a much-needed breather for Aurelia. When she broke away his gaze, her heart calmed down. In its place, however, a realm of desire and anticipation welled up. Igor. She wanted him. Chu. She wanted him right here and right now. And 1. It turned out, drinking and flying was not advisable. Igor could barely get his feet off the ground when the wine dragged him under. His key control was Fubar star. Explanation: Fubar means F** ket up beyond all reason/recognition. Moving on, Aurelia is a pervert. We knew it before and it's still a fact to this day. Those smut books she read over the decades and Yasaka's teasing made our little bundle of purity a closet pervert. But she gets a pass because she's cute. Chapter 304, Chapter. Igor's response was weak. Aquino's interference was a much-needed breather for Aurelia. When she broke away his gaze, her heart calmed down. In its place, however, a realm of desire and anticipation welled up. Igor. She wanted him. Chu. She wanted him right here and right now. DxD. Time passed and the minutes turned into dozens of minutes as they trickled by. Igor and Aurelia were busy, so Shuri stored their lunch and dished out food for Aquino and Asia. Not long after the two girls had finished eating, they went out to fight once more. Currently, Shuri was alone in her bedroom, her senses focused on the guest room next to her. Today, Aurelia was careless. Maybe she'd been overcome by desire, but she didn't set up concealing magic. The sound of their lovemaking was barely dampened by the walls. Their figures were clear as day through Shuri's senses. Her collective perception allowed her to see them through the wall. For minutes on end, Shuri watched and listened with slight embarrassment. They're so intense. Truthfully speaking, Shuri did not know how lovemaking was. Her predecessor's memories did not carry over to her aside from those vague feelings of knowledge and experience. Considering her body was reconstructed, she could be considered a virgin in all rights. This is nothing like what I know. She commented with a flushed face. Shuri would never admit it to anyone, but she's seen a lot of those videos. None of them were like what she was seeing. These two weren't intense in the manner that they would break the bed, but their gaze was intense. She could feel it from here. They weren't just running with each other. They were connecting on a far deeper level, on a spiritual level. Their bodies and souls were connected, and that resulted in intense energy fluctuations perceivable to those with superior senses. Is this how she feels every time? The bond between them was manifested before her very eyes. This was far from the soulless coupling she knew of. It made her feel envious. Shuri had never known this was what Aurelia experienced every day. It made her understand why the Silverette was so hesitant in sharing. Igor had become her life just as she'd become his, and she was interfering in their matrimony. For a moment, Shuri thought of ceasing her attempts. Her time spent seducing Igor no doubt hurt Aurelia. The only reason the Aurelia was agreed was because she unfairly took the lead on Igor. In truth, Shuri would also be very hesitant to share him, especially given how exceptional, capable, and loving he was. But dump. The moment she thought of giving up on him, her heart clung on harder. It was far too late for her to back out now. Her infatuation with him had long since passed the stage of physical attraction. This was the same man who boldly intruded on the territory of gods and risked life and limb to avenge her. This was the same man who was ready to defend her from Amaterasu herself. From the beginning, he'd shown her care and concern. She knew his pain and how much he cherished the family he had. She intimately knew his loneliness, his sorrows, and his failures. She'd seen it all, felt it all, and knew it all. It was hard enough holding back her feelings for him. To leave. It was impossible, no matter what anyone said. Demorikuin. Someday, she wished he'd hold her like he did Aurelia, for him to look at her with the same love as her. Someday, she wished he'd unabashedly refer to her as his woman, to proclaim it throughout the supernatural world for all to know. Demorikuin. She wanted to feel his arms around her waist, his chest against her back, and his breaths on her ear. She envied the hungry gaze he gave Aurelia and also wished to be kissed anywhere and everywhere. Demorikuin. Was it so wrong? Was it so wrong to love him? Perhaps it was. Perhaps it was a cardinal sin and an unspeakable act to many. But what was the use denying it? It wasn't just her heart. Her mind, her body, her soul, everything of hers wanted him. NNG. She wanted to feel his warmth deep inside her just like Aurelia was. She wanted to be held, to entangle their arms with each other as he kissed her all over. She wanted him to handle her both roughly and gently, to let her feel the carnal pleasures of intimacy and the wonderful throes of making love. Han. Her womb quivered. She wanted to know how it would feel to have him inside her. Everything Aurelia was feeling, she wanted it too. She wished to substitute herself with her sister, to know how his hard chest feels like, to have his hands on her waist. Who? Demori Kuan. But most of all, she wanted him to accept her. A woman like her was unworthy of someone as dazzling as him. But she wished, sincerely wished from the bottom of her heart, that he'd hold her in his arms, and say, "I love you. I love you so much." DxD. Boom. 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 The skies of Kuo experienced constant sounds of fireworks. The sound was high in the sky, yet constant booms had residents wondering what was causing it. Supersonic jets. Perhaps, but they'd at least see its silhouette in the sky. No one would imagine the booming sounds were caused by two little girls not even old enough to be considered teenagers. The fight between Aquino and Asia was intense. The two girls traded powerful blows as if they were trying to kill the other. In battle, there was no kinship. Only fists. Aquino had both her wings out. Her body occasionally flickered with golden lightning, the physical enhancement aiding her in dodging Asia's cruel blows. Where Aquino was nimble and focused more on energy attacks, Asia had brute strength and was a close-up fighter. Hiya! Boom. Green rune-like markings covered her arms, each of them stemming from the two silver bracelets on her arms. Those bracelets were the developed form of her twilight healing sacred gear. From their initial state as two rings on her fingers, they one day manifested as bracelets. It didn't increase her power by much, but it certainly allowed her to punch properly. Take this. Boom. The green runes flowing all the way to her shoulders was an ingenious way Aurelia taught her to use her sacred gear. By concentrating the healing power, she could freely punch at speeds beyond sound without breaking her bones. Such speeds allowed her to fight equally against Aquino, but her sister in all but name was just that nimble. Mau. Asia backed away in anger when her fist failed to connect. She was wary of Aquino's lightning lances. She could make the runes cover her entire body, but that consumed a lot of mana. Unfortunately, as a human, she didn't have much mana to spare like Aquino. Still, her years of using her sacred gear increased her reserves considerably, especially in the last few years, so she wasn't completely lacking. Focus. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Her emerald gaze continuously tracked Aquino's movements, not daring to let her out of her sight. Hours of constantly fighting with barely half an hour of rest was taxing on her. So she needed to finish it fast. Sue. She charged forward and stretched out her hand. Drew. 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 She fired multiple mana blasts aimed not at Aquino, but around her. She was restricting her movements. Rising Sun Fist. Aquino was stuck. The dense cloud of mana blasts surrounded her. She had no choice but to reply with her own attack. Chi. 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 A light spear coated in golden lightning manifested in her arm. She flew forward and was ready to let it meet Asia's fist. Tsui. Suddenly, Asia appeared behind her. Her fist was releasing an alarming amount of mana, and it was aimed directly at the base of her neck. Hiya! Boom. It was a crippling strike. Asia was ruthless and attacked with the intent to kill. There were plenty of Phoenix tears, so they need not worry about holding back. So today, it was her victo, Re. Poof. The Aquino she just hit exploded in a mass of crow feathers. When she looked around. Chi. 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 She heard the telltale sound of crackling lighting right behind her. Her neck tingled because she knew right now, a blade was aimed right at her neck. It was her loss. Trickster. Hi. Aquino mockingly swung her lightning halberd around before dismissing it. I win. Humph. Naturally, Asia was not pleased. She'd put in so much work just for that one attack, even going so far as to use her brother's instant vanish. By the way, Asia. When did you learn Nichan's technique? I'm not telling. She huffed and turned around, ready to descend to the ground. Yet she barely dropped a few dozen meters when her body suddenly ceased up. Her muscles froze. The shallow dizzy spell she'd had for a while suddenly amplified tenfold. The world was inverted. She couldn't tell up from down or left from right. Asia. Aquino appeared next to her sister and held her up. She knew what was happening. It was the after effects from the instant vanish. Calm down. Close your eyes and take deep breaths. At this point, Green runes had already covered Asia's body. The cramps caused by moving at such high speeds were slowly being relieved, and in a minute or so, the dizziness would also disappear. Aya. This is not fun. Aquino only smiled weakly at Asia's complaints. Their brother's instant vanishing technique was not something one could just use willy-nilly. It required a strong body and a capable mind to move at such high speeds. Asia. She had neither. Hi. That's the last time she'll try it. She was tempted to laugh at her friend, but it would be uncouth. What Asia needed the most was a phoenix tear to recover her reserves. In fact, she could also use a phoenix tear herself. Come on, Asia. Let's go see Mama. Anne. Sue, did either of them remember to set up a concealing barrier? I doubt either three is in the right state of mind to perceive any third parties. Chapter 305, Chapter. Hi. That's the last time she'll try it. She was tempted to laugh at her friend, but it would be uncouth. What Asia needed the most was a phoenix tear to recover her reserves. In fact, she could also use a phoenix tear herself. Come on, Asia. Let's go see Mama. DxD. The sun was shining brightly in the town of Kuo. It was mid-afternoon and many students were finally released from school. Some went home and some went to spend their time at the park. The weather wasn't particularly hot and it guaranteed for a nice afternoon. However, in a house tucked inside the forest, two lovers engaged in sensual loving, completely engrossed in each other's bodies. They hugged each other in the shared enjoyment of their intimacy. She was under him, her arms and legs wrapped tightly around his body, trapping him in her hold. Their eyes never left each other, for they were connected intimately. Nothing needed to be said. Their eyes spoke words deeper than what could ever be conveyed verbally. I love you. These were three words so callously overused throughout the centuries they've already lost their meaning. These words so casually treated as a joke and said to whomever whenever with a manner of whatever held a different meaning to these two. Both were hurt in their own rights. Their unique experiences shaped them into individuals who knew what they wanted, conveyed what they meant, and acted on their intent. I trust you. In their shared union, their bond was reinforced. Love and trust were renewed like a covenant, to never be broken and to always be upheld. Their connection was stronger than any matrimonial bond, their vows stronger than any ring. I will nurture you. No grandiose ceremony was required. No guests were needed. It was just them, engaged in intimate actions. For them, what others treated casually meant much more. Her hands moved from his shoulders to his cheeks and gently grabbed them. He complied with her nonverbal request and let her pull him towards her for a deep kiss. Chew. Sensual, deep, full of life and passion. He was hard. She was soft. Together they complemented each other in a pleasant symphony. I will protect you. His strong arms snuck beneath her and gently picked her up. He was on his knees while she sat atop his thighs. Her legs remained firmly wrapped around him, trapping his warmth within her. His arms roamed her back, pulling her closer to him so he could feel her heat. I will cherish you. Their hearts synchronized with each other. Their lips parted and their eyes locked once more. Slow and gentle, that is how they connected with each other. The only audible sound in this room was one of applause. I will never abandon you. His gentle thrusts, her hitched breaths, her hold grew ever tighter and his arms held her up. Her head lay over his shoulders, her eyes closed in pleasure. Her hot breaths passed over his ear, igniting a fiery passion in his body. His member penetrated deeper, and her pants turned to soft mules of passion. Han. It was toe-curling pleasure. Her body felt numb, but it was a pleasant numbness. The pleasure she derived from his member was almost maddening. All sense of time was lost. All she could feel was the heat of his body, the warmth of his hold, and the tingly sensation stemming from his member entering her cavern. I'm NNNGH. Her body quivered. She didn't know how much time had passed, but she erupted in a deluge of pleasure, a pleasant orgasm that had her tightening his hold over him. He didn't stop. She didn't want him to stop. His thrusts were steady and sent shockwaves careening through her body. She spasmed multiple times before losing all feeling in her limbs. Woo! Her head fell limply on his shoulder. A silent moan escaped her lips when she felt his essence flood her. The feeling of it rushing deep into her womb triggered another wave of pleasure throughout her body. Her legs straightened like rods before falling limply on the bed once more. Huff, 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 huff. When she raised her head, she saw the bite mark she left on his shoulder. But more importantly, badump. She saw his crimson gaze laden with carnal desire. Her breath hitched. There was something she couldn't explain, the feeling of knowing she was responsible for those eyes. She took pride in bringing out his baser desires. Igor. She cupped his face and met his gaze with half-lidded eyes. Again. DxD. Dizzy, tired, and in desperate need of a bath. That was Asia's current status. Apart from the first, Akino was also tired and wanted a bath. The two girls finally landed on the grass with hunched backs. Their battle attire was damaged far beyond reusability. The amount of patchwork required made it easier to have new ones. The girls tread lightly. Akino supported Asia, slowly pulling her sister towards the door. Come on, Asia. We're almost there. Ooh. Asia only groaned in response. The stake she had was threatening to come back the way it came in. All she wanted was a phoenix tear and a long nap. Dakang. Akino pushed open the door and stepped into the house. The television was on and playing the European dramas she and her mother loved to watch. Nonetheless, she made her way down the passage towards the stairs at the end. The house was eerily quiet, but it was quite normal. She sensed Aurelia, Igor, and her mother upstairs, so she'd go to them. Can you make it up the stairs, Sia? Yeah. It was a weak confirmation, but a confirmation nonetheless. For safety, Akino kept her muscles ready. She was dirty enough as it is. She didn't want Asia's vomit all over her too. Okay. Let's go up. She supported her up, one stair at a time. It was a bit anticlimactic. Here they were, two individuals who could travel beyond the speed of sound, now taking 10 seconds to move up a step. It couldn't be helped. Every movement caused Asia's stomach to jiggle and gurgle. That'd teach her sister not to use such an advanced technique so soon. Goo, 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 goo. As they made their way up the stairs, they'd reached the halfway point when Akino started to smell a particular scent. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Her weird actions drew Asia's attention. What are you doing? Akino frowned in confusion and surprise. You don't smell that? Question mark. Asia took a few curious sniffs herself, but in the end, she shook her head. No. I don't smell anything weird, Akino. Akino took a few more sniffs. This scent wasn't so faint Asia wouldn't be able to smell it. Weird. She ignored it and continued trudging up the stairs. Perhaps it was due to her fallen heritage that she was able to smell it. I'll ask Papa when he comes to visit. A few minutes later, she finally made it up the stairs and trudged towards her mother's room. It's at its strongest here. She'd just passed Igor's room and knew the scent came from here. When she faced Asia, she found her friend didn't show any reactions. This sealed the deal that maybe she was the only one who could smell it. Goo, 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 goo. Akino was curious, but dared not let her senses stretch into the room. Her brother would give her a thorough beating if she did. Maybe her mother knew something. DxD. Stirring a pot full of ingredients was a delicate process. At low temperatures, one must let the ingredients simmer, only occasionally utilizing the spoon to stir the ingredients. At moderate temperatures, the pot must be stirred routinely, yet gently. The ingredients have yet to harden, so care must be taken not to break them apart and destroy the whole meal. At higher temperatures, this was when a pot must be stirred vigorously. The spoon must constantly stir around the edges and scrape the bottom so the ingredients don't stick to the bottom. Everything must be quick and made with precise movements. Mistakes could not be made at this stage, for it was the most important. A single delay and the chances of a cooked meal coming to fruition decrease. The higher the temperature, the more the pot would bubble. The oil would occasionally pop and splatter outside. It was important for whoever was cooking to not be fazed by this. The food wasn't ready yet, but it was close. If they let go of the spoon in fear of being burnt, all their previous efforts would have been for naught. Now was the critical stage, and it was important they didn't stop. The food was close to being cooked. The food was close to being cooked. The food was close to being cooked. NNNGH. Tsawaya. Shuri collapsed on her bed with a satisfied sigh. Her chest heaved up and down as she took deep breaths. Her hand laid on her forehead. She wiped off the sweat covering her, enjoying the sweet sensation brought by her release. She couldn't be bothered to move or think of the consequences of her actions. Her duvet would need a quick wash, but she'd clean it using magic, along with her garments. Sigh. She could fall asleep right here. Knock, knock, knock. Mama. Can we get some phoenix tears, please? Anne. Don't mind me. I'm taking notes. Chapter 306, Chapter. She couldn't be bothered to move or think of the consequences of her actions. Her duvet would need a quick wash, but she'd clean it using magic, along with her garments. Sigh. She could fall asleep right here. Knock, knock, knock. Mama. Can we get some phoenix tears, please? DxD. 2000/05/17, May 26, 2000, Friday, Devil Territory, Underworld. The Underworld had entered a prosperous period. After the events of 1999, the second millennium saw a drastic boost in economy, culture, and overall citizen satisfaction. The DevielNet was still rife with activity and testimonials from freed devils. Secret Aurelia fan pages and continuously grew in number, and hedonistic content involving Igor continued to see thousands of viewers a day. Old devils enjoyed this new rising sun brought about by the change of times, grateful that change came while they still lived. Still, this prosperity could all be taken away by the very blonde who helped bring it to them. The young may not know, but the old understood what the four Satans did was a very massive risk. Letting such a powerful entity hold such influence came with its own risks. They could only hope the son of Demori would not bear his fangs upon them. However, their silent wishes might just take a dark turn. Tsui. Today was Friday, leaving only 5 days until Igor would leave to begin his training with Shiva. Before he left, he needed to sort out some affairs, and those affairs involved getting certain parties in line. The devils were a wild card he couldn't bring himself to trust. No matter how many times Surzek smiled, he'd never trust the men, because he was weak. Weaklings could never be trusted, for when the going gets tough, they will be the first to betray you. He needed to remind Surzek and his friends that in his time of absence, they better not try any tricks. The Underworld. He had no qualms in destroying it. He hovered in the skies, his golden gaze stretched across the horizon. He sensed Surzek just a few dozen kilometers away. The man was traveling to his office, and he couldn't sense someone was watching him. His instincts have waned, if he had any. For months, Igor advised Surzek to train, but it's clear the Crimson Satan and his friends were too lazy to do so. At least Suji was willing to train harder. Let's get this over with. I still need to see the old man. Sue. He appeared inside a rather large office. It looked like a banker's office from the 16th century and was decorated with red. Surzek had taste. Igor could admit that much. He wasn't a fan of all those modern techie things. Krrr. He pulled the chair, intentionally scraping it across the floor so the guards outside would hear someone was inside. Bang. The door burst open and armored men wielding spears charged in. Magic circles formed on the tips of their spears, ready to deal with the intruder. But once they saw that shade of blonde hair and that unique blue coat, they immediately lowered their weapons and bowed their heads. We humbly salute you, Lord Demori. He only gave them a cursory glance before looking forward again. Where the seat was empty, Surzek sat on it once more with a smile. The guards would never be able to see him, but Surzek's fluid motion were completely visible in his eyes. You two may leave. Surzek idly commanded the two men to leave. This was the 10th time Igor slipped past his guards. Yes, Lord Lucifer. They closed the door behind them and resumed standing guard outside. With their departure, the time for talks arrived. I wonder what you're here for, Demori-kun. Igor didn't reply, but closed his eyes. He spread his senses outward, looking to find a suitably sparse location before speaking. Not here. Rooftop. Sue. He vanished without giving Surzek a chance to reply. The Satan only chuckled lightly before following behind him. Sue. DxD. When Surzek appeared, he found Igor to be standing on the precipice of the tower. His hair blew in the wind, unbound from its usual ponytail. From behind or even a slight side view, Igor could genuinely be mistaken for a beauty. Though he doubted few could live to tell the tale after that insinuation. What is it you need to talk about, Demori-kun? He didn't reply. He only took a deep breath, savoring the prosperous view before him. This city really was beautiful. Lucifer. I've always had this question I wanted to ask you. What is it? Surzek had terrible premonition. If I wanted to destroy all of this, what would you do? Upon Surzek's silence, Igor turned to give him a sideways glance. His golden gaze was tainted with red as demi-ki circulated throughout his body. If I perhaps woke up on the wrong side of the bed and decided to wipe out the entire devil race, what protocols do you have? It was time for the stick. A powerful seal. I can break that. The four of you. You can't defeat me. Mobilize your army. Not even worth cannon fodder. Kidnap my sisters. You better be faster than me. Ask for allies. More cannon fodder. Igor slowly turned to face Surzek. The killing intent he mustered over the years made itself known in the form of a subtle, yet overwhelming force of power and pressure. Surzek Lucifer. What cards do you have to stop me from destroying your people, your family, and everyone you hold dear? Igor touched upon a reverse scale. He levied Surzek's weaknesses right in front of him. Family, to be more precise, Rias was a subject Igor touched. It was well known how much the Crimson Satan loved his sister. Demori-kun. What are you trying to say? He maintained his composure, but his clenched fists revealed the anger he contained deep within. You are weak. Congratulations could be given to Surzex for not flinching when the voice came from behind him. In your state, you can forget about protecting anyone. Igor had his arms crossed, his back almost touching Surzex's. He was so fast Surzex didn't even notice him. You, Ajuka, Seraphal, and Falbium, all of you are weak. Left unsaid were two other super devils he sensed. There was a time when I could barely match you. Then came a time where I was equals with you. Then I surpassed you. Then I became strong enough to fight all four of you. Now, I can kill all of you. A blatant threat. This was a blatant threat. Surzex had to hold back every single nerve of his body from launching an attack. These words Igor said, they infuriated him. But he had to keep calm. Igor most likely wouldn't launch a meaningless attack. He must have some agenda other than wanton destruction. State your intentions. Igor wasn't one to sneer, for such a disgusting smile belonged to politicians, but he almost laughed condescendingly when Surzex still tried to talk his way out of this. He has no liver. His guts are dry. Scheming took the place of pride. If the roles were reversed, he'd have attacked on sight. No one could threaten him with Asia to his face like this. I will be direct with you, Surzex. At some point in the future, be it 10, 100, or 1,000 years from now, my strength will continue to reach higher and higher peaks. Should I still be alive by then, there will come a point where the devils will consider me a threat. You will consider me a threat to your superiority. For a long time, Igor had thought this through. My continuous increase in power will soon make you restless, if it already hasn't. His gaze narrowed at the last part. Surzex. You and your friends are good people as far as I'm concerned, but the supernatural world changes people. All four of you can end up betraying me and our people, be it coerced or willingly. The only constant in this world of ours is strength. I can never trust you until you wield sufficient strength. In an instant, Igor appeared in front of Surzex and grabbed his shoulder. His previously neutral expression now displayed cold ferocity. The heinous amount of killing intent spilling out of him made Surzex feel true fear for the first time in centuries. Behind Igor, a massive silhouette of an indiscernible beast formed. Surzex. I do not take kindly to plots. The moment you endeavor to harm my family, I will destroy everything you've ever loved, and leave you for last. Anne. Isn't this too excessive? This is no longer a stick. This is an iron rod. The carrot might not be enough to wash away the grievance at this point. Chapter 307, Chapter. In an instant, Igor appeared in front of Surzex and grabbed his shoulder. His previously neutral expression now displayed cold ferocity. The heinous amount of killing intent spilling out of him made Surzex feel true fear for the first time in centuries. Behind Igor, a massive silhouette of an indiscernible beast formed. Surzex. I do not take kindly to plots. The moment you endeavor to harm my family, I will destroy everything you've ever loved, and leave you for last. DxD. Igor had one thought when it came to Surzex and his friends. They were frogs in a well. Strength in the realm of supreme class was nothing in front of those truly powerful freaks. A housewife like Parvati easily handled him like a disobedient grandchild. His punch could trigger earthquakes, yet he couldn't even touch her dress. The four Satans, especially Surzex and Ajuka, were so comfortable being listed on the top 10 they didn't advance in strength for centuries. They were lazy and engrossed in useless politics. They worked to gain the recognition of weaklings when they could be working to stand shoulder to shoulder with the strong, perhaps even surpass them. They had the potential. All four Satans had the potential to reach the peak of supreme class like he did. If Seraphal could just dedicate perhaps 50 years, she could challenge him. It was pathetic, really. Their laziness was the core reason why he would never truly call them his allies. He could get along with them while his power still roughly matched theirs, but as he continued to grow, estrangement was inevitable. As apathetic as he was to the devil race as a whole, he still had some inkling of appreciation for the four Satans. Him coming here today was his attempt at trying to get them to shape up. He didn't want to be forced to kill them over the years. His anger coercing method was harsh, but he hoped Surzex would direct his anger into training, not scheming. Are you angry, Lucifer? Are you angry at how easily I can dictate your life and death? I could decide to kill all four of you now and spare myself the trouble. Was his statement illogical? Yes. Yes, it was. His whole operation relied on the context of what if. But what could Surzex do about it? He was strong and might makes right. You're breathing because I've decided it's not worth it. Understand. Your entire life, the only reason you continue to exist as we speak, is due to my whim. One wrong word from you will turn you into an obituary. Grit's teeth. Insulting. He was insulting him. Surzex tried to maintain his composure, but it was hard when he was being humiliated like this. He was on the verge of outrage. Igor was treating him like a tool, a stray dog he could put down whenever he wished. Demorikuin. He had to maintain proper modicum. He couldn't get angry. He had to rein in his aura. Do you intend on waging war against us? It wouldn't be much of a war, Lucy. Igor gave him a friendly pat before walking away. Listen. I didn't come here just to show you how big I am. I'm also here to give you advice. He stepped towards the ledge and folded his arms behind him. For a moment, his amiable expression was replaced by a stern one. Right now, I am the biggest threat to the underworld. You know it. Your friends know it, and some other smart guys know it. The Aryans bring you benefits, but Igor von Demori is simultaneously the biggest threat to devil sovereignty. Who knows? He subtly turned to face Surzex. Perhaps in a decade or two, I might just decide to declare myself an overlord. I'll publicly kill all four of you and I'll rule the underworld with an iron fist. You won't. It doesn't fit your character. Surzex was absolutely sure this was a ruse made by Igor. It was an infuriating ruse, but a ruse meant to make him train. Igor would not dest. Sue. The blonde suddenly appeared above the city, his hand stretched out towards the ground below. His palm was open, and a small gold orb formed within it. Vwomp. Igor turned to face Surzex. A few dozen meters of distance was between them, but he didn't need to raise his voice. You're right, Lucy. I don't like to rule. It's much easier to destroy something, don't you think? A cheerful, yet equally dark smile spread on his face. He was goading Surzex into action. He wanted to not only see what cards the Satan had, but also prove a point. Let's do it like this. I'll be lenient for once. You have 10 seconds to stop me from charging an attack and destroying this entire city. Millions of lives will be lost. Children will become orphans and parents will become childless in 10 seconds. What will you do? Once again, Surzex was rendered silent. He knew Igor was testing him. The blonde wouldn't do it. Meaningless slaughter didn't suit his personality. But still, what if? Just, what if? Where are your politics now, Lucy? You can't pressure me. Your glib tongue certainly can't convince me to stop. If you cook up a plan, I might just change my mind and destroy it in less than a second. The seconds dragged on slowly. The denizens underneath were unaware of the catatonic concoction of destruction hovering above their heads. If Igor did not contain this orb, the unrestrained pressure would either root down or crush everyone below, including buildings. That is what Surzex was mostly afraid of. Sue. Once more, Igor appeared in front of Surzex. The energy sphere still swirled within his palm, and only now did Surzex feel how powerful this seemingly innocuous orb was. This wouldn't just destroy the city. It'd destroy all the landmass within thousands upon thousands of kilometers around them, equivalent to a country. In this world, Lucy, only power matters. I've told you this for the past few months. You've been complacent. The sooner you start training, the better. Because when it comes down to it, the strongest fist speaks. For a moment, Igor paused to let his words sink in before releasing a sigh. Surzex. If you think I am this world's plateau, then you're wrong. I've seen the strong. Compared to them, I'm not even in the top 100. This strength you have, Lucy. You aren't in the top 500. In front of the real monsters, you're nothing. He silenced Surzex before he could interrupt. Look, Surzex. This game of politics you're playing. Stop it. Or at least leave it to your wife. What you and your friends need to do is train. You need to train very hard and increase your strength. That way, you can be assured I won't be able to kill you and I'll have capable allies. Once more, he gave Surzex a shoulder pat. This time, his expression was kinder. If you can't do it for yourself, do it for Rias. You can't afford to remain weak anymore. Otherwise, I'll continue to bully you like this until you get into shape or I'm forced to end you. Surzex didn't know whether to laugh, curse, or cry. Igor said the last part with such kindness it left his emotions in a jumble. How can you tell someone you'll kill them with such a smile? In the end, he just shook his head helplessly and sighed. Igor didn't need to say anything. Both knew the words sunk in. I hate you, Demorikuin. DxD. Surzex was left alone on the rooftop of his tower. It's been over an hour since Igor left, yet he still felt conflicted. Igor was a very, very realistic threat. From the moment he proposed an alliance, he knew Igor was not someone he or his friends could contain. His only safe bet was Igor's character. He was someone whose sole dedication and desire was getting stronger. He never hid his disdain for political subterfuge nor did he harbor desires to become a leader. Those two qualities were what Surzex made his bet on when he brought this ever-growing behemoth into the fold. Sigh. There was one thing Igor got wrong, however. From the beginning, Surzek and his friends never had the intention of betraying him, be it now or in the future. Maintaining amiable relations with him was the best possible scenario for them. His continuously increasing power would aid them greatly in the political sphere. Any voices of dissent could easily be crushed and propaganda campaigns subverted. The only thing that couldn't be crushed were Igor's doubts. Ha 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 ha. Surzek sadly laughed to himself. These 2 hours took him for a whirlwind of emotions he's never felt since the Civil War. Igor's threat to destroy the city made him feel fearful, angry, and helpless. Maybe it's time I put down my pen. This was no longer about them trusting Igor, but him not trusting them. He was weary because they were much weaker than him. His caution against betrayal was real, and that needed to be addressed. At least do it for Rias. Perhaps it was time the weeds in his old training field were cleared. And so far, we know Baraquiel and Azazel have begun training. If the 4 Satans train too, I fear for heaven. But maybe heaven will have a breather because I don't think it's possible for all the 4 Satans to disappear for training. They don't have a Shemhazai who's trustworthy enough to leave all affairs to. Grafia is trustworthy, but she can't be expected to handle the whole workload. Chapter 308, Chapter. Maybe it's time I put down my pen. This was no longer about them trusting Igor, but him not trusting them. He was weary because they were much weaker than him. His caution against betrayal was real, and that needed to be addressed. At least do it for Rias. Perhaps it was time the weeds in his old training field were cleared. DxD. Kuo Town, Japan. It was a lovely late morning in the town of Kuo. The forest was filled with all sorts of little critters active throughout the day. Big or small, there were no lack of creatures that scurried around the fence surrounding the Heimjima household. Today, Shuri was alone. Aurelia had taken the girls on a day off to the park where they'd play with their friends, and Igor had gone to the Underworld on some short business. Thinking of him made her heart flutter in worry. There was less than a week remaining and she hadn't made a decisive move. Her plan to take them all to the pool was gone since apparently he didn't like swimming. It didn't make sense at the time and she accepted his refusal. But upon thinking on it later, she knew he only didn't want people ogling Aurelia or the kids. She only wondered if she fell into his concerns. There were no natural lakes in the forest and he would definitely not agree if she proposed a lake beyond the barrier. That left her major options cut off, and as the days passed, it only increased her anxiousness. She'd done a great job of hiding it, until today. She didn't know how or when, but Aurelia pulled her to the side just after Igor left and advised her. Shuri-sama. Please come forward with your feelings. My lord will not infer your thoughts towards him from your continued subtleties. Only through direct conversation will you finally have a chance. Aurelia had said nothing more and left with the children, leaving her alone with a head clouded in thoughts. It's been dozens of minutes since then, and the prospect of telling him her true feelings made her very nervous and afraid. Part of the reason why she tried so hard to make him see her as Shuri and as a woman was to set up that foundation. Her subtle attempts at seduction was to implant that seed of desire within him, desire for her, so when she confessed, she'd have a greater chance of success. But Igor was too straight. That man's politeness was near infuriating. Even when drunk, he still maintained boundaries between them. Couldn't he at least touch her or something? Wasn't alcohol supposed to lower his inhibitions? Sigh. Her thoughts shifted sporadically. The only reason she hadn't shoved aphrodisiacs in his food was because he detected if it was too strong or wouldn't work on him if it was too weak. Skimpy attire would designate her as a whore, but respectful attire wouldn't make him glance at her. She had the body of a 20-year-old with creamy white legs to die for and luscious thighs that offered a very nice lap pillow experience. Her curves were on point and her derriere was plump. Her stomach was well-toned and her chest was lusciously filled out. Her lips were a light shade of pink and her amber gaze was seductive. She always maintained her hair well and aimed to be natural. She was a goddess, at least according to what those high school boys say, but this stinky man wasn't affected. Many would do anything to lick her feet and be dominated, but this damned blonde probably wouldn't touch her even if she bent over the counter for him. He was good, but he was too good. Couldn't God or whoever his maker was add that bit of pervertedness in him? He inherited a lot of things from the heavenly realm. Couldn't he also inherit his best friend's solidity? Couldn't he? She was tempted to take his head and shove it into her chest. Maybe he'd take her right then and there, but he wouldn't touch her after that. Whatever extreme methods she had, they were one-time cards that'd forever sour all relations between them. Sigh. She sighed once more. Her thoughts continued to veer left and right in an attempt to release her frustrations. Her mind was addled and it was vital she remained calm for what was to come. She was on the porch in front of her house, sitting neatly on her chair waiting for Igor to come back. She sipped a cup of tea, a try at keeping her calm and collected. No matter what, she had to let Igor know of her feelings and her intentions. She didn't just want to date. She wanted to marry him and bear his children in the future. Standing alongside him as his second wife was something she needed to state clearly. For him, it was only a few months. For her, it's been years. The time she spent observing his memories could not be ignored. Whatever happens, happens. Perhaps he'd reject her. The possibility was high, but at least a door would be opened, right? Trickle, trickle. Question mark. Shuri was brought out of her thoughts when she felt something wet stain her cheeks. Upon lifting her fingers to check, she was surprised when she realized it was her tears. Fufufu. She wiped them away with a small smile. It was one thing to know. It was another to accept. She feared his rejection, but she comforted herself by knowing as long as Asia remains here, he will inevitably come back to visit. During those times, she'll advance forward until he accepts her. It might seem like a sick thought to have, but she wouldn't let him go. Whether it takes a decade, a century, or a millennia, she'd already chosen him. The life she has could only exist because of him. In this lifetime, she would repay him by offering herself, whether he wants to or not. I won't give up on you, Demori-kun. DxD. Igor secretly remained in the underworld for a few more hours. He'd gone full stealth by utilizing his origin state. What he wanted to know was what Surzex's next actions would be. If the man failed to heed his words and began plotting, he'd kill him right there and exterminate all the Satans and nobles. Aurelia would hound him. Years of planning would go down the drain, and in the political sphere, he'd be treated as a minefield. But he'd rather attend meetings for the next decade than shoulder a timed bomb for the next century. It was fortunate it didn't have to come to that. Just an hour after he left, Surzex met up with the rest of his compatriots and relayed what he said to him. Igor somewhat expected it, but he was still surprised when Surzex mentioned the word training. From what he knew, these four were already born gifted. As deviants of their people, their power was exponentially strong from birth. Throughout the years, the most they had to do was learn how to control their power. They won the war, and after that, they wasted time playing politics. But, who knew all of that were just his preconceived notions? It turned out all four of them had plans of training once everything in the underworld stabilized. From what he heard of their conversation, they would have worked on improving themselves around the 22nd century. That was when they estimated everything would have calmed down and their successors would have been chosen. From their conversation, he'd interrupted their plans by forcing them to train 100 years earlier than expected. Igor could admit he felt a bit sheepish in that moment. Triney's teasings didn't help matters since the old hag seemed especially fond of annoying him these days. Nonetheless, he was pleased with their arrangements. He didn't have to worry about backhanded schemes, at least not entirely. Maybe they weren't a bunch of pansies with glib tongues after all. What did surprise him was during their arrangement, they had Serafal be the one who'd train the most intensely. Out of all four of them, her job was no longer the most vital. At least temporarily, Grafia could take over the day-to-day running of things while she secluded herself for the next few years. Igor half expected Surzex would be the first to begin isolation training, but it did make sense. Ajuka still needed to work with his sister on modifying every reincarnated devil's evil piece. Falbium needed to maintain security and guard against underhanded tricks from the old Satan faction. Surzex was the liaison between the devils and the Shinto pantheon and also needed to maintain the overall situation at optimum levels. They could afford to train routinely, but disappearing for more than a week would allow spies and dissident to grow. He didn't stay behind to hear the rest of their arrangements, but he knew Ajuka would help in creating an environment similar to his time chamber. They might not be able to get the time aspects, but a combination of Phoenix tiers, intense training environments, and science should be able to shorten the time needed for Serafal to grow by years. He looked forward to seeing how strong that short stack would become. Maybe he'd grow taller for all he knew. Regardless, he was satisfied with this outcome. He'd see about going to Grigori tomorrow, but for now, he was going back home. Tsui. Anne. Finally. I was worried about Shuri when I saw the date. Maybe Igor will accept her. She should at least get him drunk, though that's no longer an option due to Triney. What I can say is, while I do understand her reasoning, she delayed for too long. Confessing right before he goes into his training will undoubtedly affect him, regardless of whether he accepts her feelings or not. Chapter 309, Chapter. He looked forward to seeing how strong that short stack would become. Maybe he'd grow taller for all he knew. Regardless, he was satisfied with this outcome. He'd see about going to Grigori tomorrow, but for now, he was going back home. Tsui. DxD. Tsui. A small plume of dust was kicked up by his landing. This place is way better. Igor had just returned from the underworld. Comparing the nature energy from there to here was the same as comparing muddy water to tap water. The energy in the underworld was filled with uncomfortable resentment. Earth might not be perfect, but it was many times better. Hey, Shuri. Igor idly greeted the pretty lady sitting on the porch. Her purple kimono fluttered gently in the breeze. He guessed she must have come back from Kyoto. Sue. He appeared in front of her and began sniffing her for the scent of whoever dared bully her. It was an invasion of privacy, but those minor things mattered not when it came to her well-being. Demori-kun. He ignored her. Apart from her lilac scent, there was no other scent heavy enough to single out. It was all just a mishmash of smells in his nostrils. What happened and who did it? Shuri was rendered mute. His arms were grasped her shoulders and, he was too close. Wait. Kami-sama. She was going to turn into Aurelia at this rate. But those sky-blue eyes laden with concern, seriousness, and decisive viciousness made her feel tingly all over. Nothing happened. Calm down, Demori-kun. She had to get herself in control. She couldn't afford to mess this up. Oh. Shuri's words didn't completely erase his concern, but he nonetheless let go of her shoulders and stood up. Then I'll go and check on my sisters. No. No. Shuri quickly grabbed his arm, but realized how hasty she was. If she had a third hand, she would have palmed her forward for acting like an idiot teenager, but she couldn't let him go. Just, please stay with me for now. Igor wasn't buying it. Something was wrong. He instantly increased the presence of nature energy in his body and entered origin mode. Su 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 su. Blue eyes bled away to reveal a sharp yellow gaze. Golden aura steadily fluctuated around his body, announcing his power. Igor spread his senses and let them cover the entire prefecture. Hundreds of squared kilometers were visualized in detail. Nothing could be hidden from his perception. Demori-kun. Igor placed his finger on his lips to silence her. His eyes were closed in focus, to see if there were any hidden enemies lurking nearby. Lia, Sia, and the little chick are fine. Nothing is off about their surroundings and no strong presence is focused on Kuo. Perhaps. He opened his eyes and looked at Shuri. Her flushed face, abnormal body temperature, and constant shuffling could indicate embarrassment, disease, a need to relieve herself, or body possession. He didn't feel any sort of energy linking itself to Shuri, but he'd rather take no chances. He focused his perception on her and probed her body, particularly the link between her and the beast inside her. If the vermilion bird was pushing to control her body or influencing her thoughts in any way, he'd definitely show this bird who's her father. But? Question mark. There was nothing. He glanced from her stomach to her eyes and saw her cheeks were a little flushed. Oh. He finally realized what happened. He was too close to her, even going southwest far as to place his finger on her lip. Such an intimate action would no doubt embarrass her. He let his state disperse with all its power, reverting back to normal. My mistake, Shuri. I didn't mean to intrude in your personal space. He stepped back and gave a light smile. He hoped she wouldn't regard him as a pervert like Hayadu. Don't worry about it, Demori-kun. She gracefully stood up from her chair and picked it up. Would you like me to make you something to eat? There's still some leftovers from yesterday. Thanks, Shuri. I'd appreciate it. MNN. She nodded and retreated inside. DxD. Breathe in, asterisk breathe out asterisk breathe in asterisk breathe out asterisk breathe in asterisk breathe out asterisk. Shuri silently steadied her breaths in the kitchen. 2 plates of food were prepared, one for her and one for Igor. She felt a lot more nervous today because of what she had to do soon. She was almost tempted to back out, but Aurelia made it clear she wouldn't provide another opportunity. Haiya. She let out a deep breath and composed herself. You can do it. You can do it, Shuri. She psyched herself up and took the 2 plates. The path to the living room was short just as it was long. Her heart was beating so quickly she was sure he'd hear it with his sensitive ears. But when she turned the corner into the living room, she found quite an unexpected sight. Bunch of pansies. Just take the damn gun and shoot, you bloody idiot. Igor sat on the couch with a calm, yet disappointed look on his face. Upon walking in, Shuri recognized the movie. This scene was where a young boy was being offered the chance to shoot his father's killer, but he was too afraid to touch the gun. If I had a son like this, I'd beat him to death. Seeing his deep frown, most of her apprehension was gone. Fufufu. I've brought the food, Demori-kun. Oh. Thanks, Shuri. He took the plate, shoved a spoonful and swallowed before ranting once more. Look at this retard. All he has to do is point the gun and shoot, not crucify him. I swear to God if he spouts that forgiveness I won't do it. Let the law take care of him. Walks over to the men. I hope you rot in prison forever. Igor almost threw down his food. Useless waste. Foo. Shuri couldn't hold back her giggles. He always had the most interesting reactions to any movies they watched. She could however understand his reaction. As someone who grew up in the supernatural world, there was no such thing as law enforcement. For that boy to shirk his responsibility of revenge would undoubtedly not sit well not with just Igor, but numerous denizens of the supernatural world. Demori-kun. If you had a son, how would you raise him? Igor paused mid-thought. He was just about to say he'd chuck his boy into the time chamber once he turned 7 or 8 and leave him for a few years. But that sort of action would make his son mental. There's no doubt he'd begin training as soon as he turns 4. No breaking bones yet, but he'll definitely hate me while he's young and thank me when he's older. As for other stuff, Leah can handle it. I'll make him a warrior and she'll keep him grounded. He stroked his chin while nodding to himself. Yeah. That sounds like a good plan. Though, why do you ask, Shuri? Are you planning on becoming a surrogate mother like Yasaka? You know that's not a good idea. No. Shuri hurriedly refuted him by waving his arms. His thoughts were too far ahead. My position does not require me to foster an heir as a successor, Demori-kun. However, there are social expectations for me to take a husband from my clan. She lowered her head when she said that. She'd become the de facto matriarch of the Heimjima after the Vermilion Bird chose her. She has no love for the clan, especially since she has no memories of them. Since it was a crossroads, voices have been raised pressuring her to choose one of the young remaining males as her husband. And who's the orchestrator behind the scenes? Question mark. Shuri raised her head when she heard Igor's seemingly casual tone. But, his eyes were red. She could tell at a glance. He was keeping himself calm for her sake, but his anger subconsciously showed through his eyes. He was angry. He was angry for her. Badump. It was already hard not to jump him right then and Shuri. Who are the ones pressuring you? I only want to talk to them. In all honesty, she'd forgotten about that matter for a moment. If he Jewist held her, she was sure she'd forget about it completely. Please don't worry yourself, Demori-kun. I'll handle it. Out of question. Your job is to raise a Kino. My job is to make sure you can do that stress-free. I still have 5 days before I have to leave. Give me names and I'll make sure you won't have to worry for these next few years. Words couldn't escape her lips. Did he not know he just described the duties of a husband? If she didn't know better, she'd think he was confessing to her. Cammy, did she hope that was the truth? Her body almost quivered in anticipation. But, this stupid oaf did not know the effects of his words, and unless she did something, he'd keep triggering reactions in her body and not take care of them. Demori-kun. There might be something you can help me with. Chapter 310, Chapter. Words couldn't escape her lips. Did he not know he just described the duties of a husband? If she didn't know better, she'd think he was confessing to her. Cammy, did she hope that was the truth? Her body almost quivered in anticipation. But, this stupid oaf did not know the effects of his words, and unless she did something, he'd keep triggering reactions in her body and not take care of them. Demori-kun. There might be something you can help me with. DxD. Forest region, Kuo town. Something was wrong. That much was plainly obvious. But what was it? Igor couldn't figure out what was eating Shuri so much on the inside. It's been a short while since they left the house and entered the depths of the forest. They'd encountered the odd bear, a few deer and a troop of monkeys, but none attacked or showed any apprehension at their presence. They walked for a few kilometers at Shuri's insistence ever since she said she needed help. Igor didn't know what she needed help with so much that it involved entering the forest. He couldn't sense anything unusual in this entire forest, so his focus moved back to her. She walked slightly ahead and would only occasionally glance at him without saying a word. She was pensive. Be it her smell, her heartbeat, or her aura, they all betrayed her unstable mood. If he didn't know Shuri's character, he'd believe she was leading him to some sort of ambush. He triple-checked multiple times to make sure this was indeed the real Shuri and not some trickster god trying to assassinate him. Still, Igor didn't have an inkling of what's wrong with her. He'd been thinking on it ever since they left the house, but he had no clues on her sudden unusual actions. Did she perhaps find someone? It's possible. He wasn't confident on his prognosis, but he couldn't come up with another reason that could make her this nervous. If his thoughts were true, perhaps she was leading him to a spot where the men she's chosen would teleport to. But can it really be a matter of her male? Shuri had been acting somewhat strangely these past few days. She'd gone to Kyoto a bit more frequently than usual. There was the matter of her family pressuring him so. It's no use thinking like this. I'll find out when I get there. They trekked on deeper and deeper. The minutes trickled by in the dozens until finally, Shuri stopped just a few kilometers from the town barrier. By her approximation, they were outside Aurelia's passive area of surveillance. She didn't want the woman listening in on her soon-to-be-made confession, especially since it involved certain secrets she only wanted Igor to know. Demori-kun. Her voice slipped. This moment hit her like freight train. What she was about to do could potentially place her on bad terms with the Shinto, but she needed him to trust her without scruple. Igor was behind her and fully lucid. They were alone and this moment was perfect, so perfect she wished she didn't have to do this. Shuri. Her body shivered despite being immune to the cold. I. The words weren't coming out. Her heart thrummed so much she could feel it through her cheese. Shuri almost collapsed when Igor's heavy hand landed on her shoulder. His palm on her shoulders was like a sledgehammer to the wall of her crumbling composure. Trickle, trickle. 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. She felt fear of what if he rejected her. Please give me a moment. She didn't want to cry. The last thing she wanted to do was cry because if she did, Igor would feel she was manipulating him or worse, he'd accept her out of pity. She tried to wipe her face, but they kept pouring out. Her breaths became choked and the luster in her eyes was blurred by the watery curtain of her tears. Shuri. Igor unhesitantly pulled her into a hug. Her erratic heartbeat, rapid breaths, and fluctuating aura worried him greatly. He had to hold himself from asking and instead, comfort her. I'm here. I'm for whatever you need, Shuri. I'm sorry. I didn't want it to be like this. I really didn't. They were far from civilization, far from the devils or the church's monitoring wards. They were outside Aurelia's perception and it'd take 10 seconds at the very least for any energy fluctuations to be sensed. Did she lead him into a trap? For a moment, his heart sunk. Did you betray me? For a long time, Igor told himself repeatedly that he'd kill anyone who betrayed him. But, if Shuri led him here into an ambush, he didn't know what he'd do. He couldn't even think at this moment. Shuri looked up in both confusion and trepidation. It took her some time to process Igor's casually spoken sentence. But when she saw his completely neutral expression, she could feel something dark within him on the verge of breaking out. What? No. No, I'd never betray you. You hear me? Never. She quickly cupped his cheeks with a teary gaze. Her insecurities were completely blown away by his statement. How could he even think such a thing? Did he not know how much she owed him? Listen to me. Listen to me, Demori-kun. No matter what you do, I will never ever betray you. Because. Her fervor was lost. His blue eyes penetrated her so deeply she had to lower her head. I love you. Her voice was silent, but it resounded loudly in his ears. She raised her head to meet his eyes once more, and for a moment, his breath hitched when her gaze met his. I love you, Demori-kun. DxD. Igor could expect many things, but nothing, absolutely nothing prepared him for Shuri's words. He wasn't prepared. He truly wasn't prepared. Those 3 words were like the spark needed to start an engine. His awareness of her suddenly rose. Her soft hands on his cheeks, her rosy lips pursed in worry and anticipation, and her eyes. He was utterly and completely rendered stupid. Her confession was something he'd never guess in a million years. For her to love him romantically, it was a sudden blow he never saw coming. Demori-kun. He saw it in her teary gaze. Shuri actually loved him. Those amber eyes let out such warmth and care he didn't know how to react. Shuri. Do you understand what you're saying? The dynamic between them would inevitably change. He could never go back to seeing her the same way again, not when she showed him those eyes, that amber glow that she still continued to show. I do. I know deep in my heart that I love you with all my heart and soul. For a moment, Igor felt disbelief, indignation, and helplessness all in that order. His brows were furrowed and his thoughts ran aimlessly without direction. Shuri could see his displeasure. It stung how he took it. She perhaps expected his confusion, not his vexation. But, she wouldn't stop now. She couldn't stop now. Demori-kun. She took his hands and gave him a bit of space. I've thought this through for months now. I know exactly what I'm saying and I promise you there are no lies or half-truths. She had to do her best to maintain a steady voice. She had to convince him, show him she was ready and willing to accompany him for thousands of years. He had to know he could trust her, would never betray him, and would not hold him back. Demori-kun, Igor. She mustered the will to look into his eyes. This very life I have exists because of you. My daughter continues to have a mother because of you. I've been elevated from a woman barely worth anything to a priestess under Amaterasu-sama because of you. She took a deep breath. Her eyes were still stained with tears and his frown threatened to make them come out, but she held on. At some point in the future, you will figure out Amaterasu-sama has long since been wanting to match you with me. She desires to tie you to the Shinto through me. This is why she resurrected me, trained me, and elevated me to a high position. All of this was so I could become the ideal woman for you. Igor didn't say anything, but Shuri could see his eyes glow red. He was angry, very angry. He he heavily suspected even her current words were orchestrated by Amaterasu. He'd suspect this was all a ploy, that even the love she had for him was because of Amaterasu's compulsion. She could have remained quiet and kept the truth to herself, but she didn't. It was inevitable he'd see through Amaterasu's plans one day. She didn't want him to distrust her when that time came. Demori-kun. She sighed helplessly. That crimson glow leaking distrust told her any words would be futile. I can guess you won't believe me no matter what I say after this. So. She let go of his hands and lowered her head. Please search my soul. I won't hide any secrets from you. Fush. Bright flames erupted around her body. The vermilion bird inside her was rebelling. She could hear it scream incessantly in her head, warning her against such an action. I've already decided. She suppressed its flames and ignored its voice. Baring her soul to Igor was the same as allowing him to do anything to her. He'd not only be able to see all her memories and secrets, he'd also be able to modify her personality. Should he so wish, he could turn her into a crippled woman or a slut. She was giving him the keys to her entire essence, because she trusted him. Please search me thoroughly, Demori-kun. I will not resist you. Anne. Dear people. Shuri's gambit is stupid. If it were me, I don't care how much I love you or trust you. If you could access my memories and soul, I wouldn't need to think about it. It's an instant no followed by a beatdown for even asking such a thing. Shuri is drunk and I stand with the vermilion bird on this one. Giving someone administrator rights to your existence is just asking for trouble. Chapter 311, Chapter. She suppressed its flames and ignored its voice. Baring her soul to Igor was the same as allowing him to do anything to her. He'd not only be able to see all her memories and secrets, he'd also be able to modify her personality. Should he so wish, he could turn her into a crippled woman or a slut. She was giving him the keys to her entire essence, because she trusted him. Please search me thoroughly, Demori-kun. I will not resist you. DxD. A few moments earlier. Rage. Confusion. Despair? Igor didn't know what to feel. He was angry at how he was seemingly being manipulated by a god. His confusion stemmed from whether he could believe Shuri's words. His despair was, what if her very words were further manipulations? Gods could never be underestimated. Their divinity allowed them to do things beyond all logical reason. They shouldered concepts themselves. If Amaterasu enlisted a god of deceit, even he might find it difficult to nigh impossible to spot any falsities. If this Shuri in front of him was a honey trap, a sleeping agent designed to capture him through feminine wiles, he didn't know what he'd do. Her very words could be lies, a lead up to his doom. Was he too cautious? He had to be. Vasco's words still rang true to this day in his head. The supernatural world had many means. Not all of them would fight him head-on. If Amaterasu's goal was to pull him into her camp, then was Shuri only a puppet? He couldn't hear a word Shuri was saying. Or rather, he could hear them, understand them, but couldn't process them. His eyes remained layered on her figure. She looked every bit the same as the Shuri he knew from 96, just a bit younger. The eyes were the same. The color of her skin was the same. Her smell was the same. Her soul was the same, just stronger with a taint of fire. No matter how he looked at her, she felt every bit the same as the woman he knew. But, what if? Just, what if? That what if not him constantly? If she was truly the same Shuri magically compelled into loving him, then what would he do? If her existence centered around manipulating him, what should he do to combat that? Should he kill her? He could do it right now. Her strength was paltry compared to his. He could incinerate her body and prevent the immortality of the vermilion bird from potentially reviving her. Aquino would hate him for a few years and Barakwil certainly wouldn't forgive him, but he'd eliminate Amaterasu's pawn and the goddess herself in the future for daring to defile Shuri's body. Clench his fists. Nothing could describe the indecision in his heart. He sincerely hoped it wasn't a trick, but it was true he couldn't trust her anymore, at least not for now. He'd take her back to Aurelia. His sister might have a seal she could use to verify Shuri's words. I can guess you won't believe me no matter what I say after this. So, please search my soul. I won't hide any secrets from you. No matter how muddle-headed he was, it was impossible for him not to freeze when he heard, search my soul. Searching someone's mind was very easy, but also unreliable. Searching someone's soul, the very core of their existence, was impossible or at least overwhelmingly difficult. At his level of strength, Igor would not be able to prowl a normal human soul. He could read their memories, but could never read or alter the core of their existence. It was the same with Shiva. The god could destroy his soul, but never read or alter it without his permission. Please search me thoroughly, Demori-kun. I will not resist you. You. He couldn't believe she was casually offering the chance for him to delve into the deepest recesses of her existence. Something so intimate is something one should never show to even their closest twin. So it stood to reason this could very well be a trick, a fallacy designed to make him take her words at face value and trust her. As if it would be that easy to trick him. Fine. He decisively grabbed her cheeks and pressed his forehead against hers. Tentacle markings spread from the diamond mark on his forehead and bridged towards hers. Ah. Shuri was surprised. She could feel something seemingly prickle her skull, but she was rendered mute by Igor's overwhelming presence suddenly entering her body and mind. If he wanted to search her memories or harm the vermilion bird in her, she wouldn't be able to stop him. She relaxed her defenses and opened up a pathway to her soul. There was no going back now. Once he entered, he could do anything to her. But, she trusted him. DxD. A person's soul most often would reflect their deepest desires. Igor knew his soul depicted a battlefield coated in blood, corpses, and ownerless weapons. Each of those weapons would hold some unique information about him that could easily be modified. For instance, a bloodied sword could hold information about his love for meat. A person could change that and make him a vegetarian. When he entered Shuri's soul, he was not surprised to see her home. The two-story house looked the same as in the real world. Her soul realm was very small, completely incomparable to the size of his or Aurelia's soul. Sniff, sniff, sniff. He took a whiff of the air. The scent was fragrant, too fragrant perhaps. Just like Leah's. Igor lowered his head with a chuckle. There was no doubt about Shuri's intentions. She actually loved him, or at least cared enough about him that her very soul was receptive to his presence. If it were the opposite, the smell would be pungent and he would feel as if someone was pouring acid on him, at least according to the books he read. Sigh. He'd have to sort out this matter with Shuri when he came out. The longer he stayed here, the more he'd be influenced by her love. He didn't want his decisions being influenced by a hallucinogenic effect on a spiritual level. I don't sense any compulsion factors influencing her decisions. So let's see if I can't flush out any foreign entities here. It was the least he could do. He wouldn't be surprised if Amaterasu left something nasty within her. He stood on the lawn with his eyes closed. Her presence was slowly melding with his own, slowly erasing parts of him and replacing them with hers. She was attempting to soul bond with him, but he wouldn't allow it, not when he didn't share the very same feelings. Su 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 su. Golden aura came to life around him. He was in his soul state, but that didn't prevent him from using his origin mode. He wanted to go further and use his kaioken, but her soul would not be able to bear his presence. Regardless, it would be enough. Foolish. His senses spread like a torrential wave. Her soul was barely the size of a large mansion, including the forest, so his senses covered every single corner. Shuri would hear an uncomfortable screeching sound because of his actions, but he hoped she could bear it, at least for a while. There's no doubt he'd have to make it up to her after this, but he had to know she could be trusted indefinitely, that her soul wasn't left with a ticking time bomb designed to harm her, him, or anyone else. And what would you know? There was indeed a foreign energy signature, a divine energy signature. A god. Killing intent flashed around him. Having a god's fragment in one's soul was rarely a good thing. Before he could chase it down, it took the initiative to come to him. Woo! A small whirlwind of golden light formed before Amaterasu appeared out of it. She was dressed in golden robes befitting her status as a sun goddess. She hovered above the grass, her fair feet unstained by dirt. She oozed beauty and regality, yet there was a hint of seductive beauty in her godly visage. Oh my! It seems you found me. Sue. Die. A parasite was a parasite. It could be gilded in gold and be the most perfect beauty, but fancy dresses and makeup wouldn't change its core essence. Boom. He landed a powerful gut punch on her stomach, completely surprising her. Her body bent over his fist, but that wasn't the end. Drew. Right from his fist, Igor released a powerful energy wave that pierced right through her. Her body was tossed far into the air, a gaping hole the size of 3 heads in her abdomen. She could be dead, but Igor didn't take any chances. Sue. He appeared right above her with a massive golden orb the size of a room above him. It rotated menacingly and the pressure it released rattled Shuri's soul. He'd make it up to her in the future, but he needed to completely eliminate Amaterasu as quickly as he could. Final son. Amaterasu's limp form was engulfed by the cruel sphere. The powerful energy contained within broke her body into pieces which were further incinerated. Igor was apathetic to her demise. Her divine power was too small to resist raw might. It was overkill. She'd barely completed her sentence and her presence was erased. The tiny fragment of herself had no chance in stopping him. The skies cleared from the blinding golden glow. Igor had made sure he tossed Amaterasu far enough into the skies to ensure the house didn't get damaged in the controlled explosion. Amaterasu would hate him for what he did, but he didn't want anything in Shuri's soul, including himself. There shouldn't be anything else. If there was something else, he would have sensed it when his sphere exploded. He'd have to visit Amaterasu before he left for Mount Kailasa. He'd probably lose a limb or three, but she wouldn't kill him because he was Shiva's heir. Regardless, he'd be going to Kyoto soon. Su'uu. Anne. Did he just use Shiva as his backing? This counts as a political move, right? It has to. Surzex would have a field day if he was privy to Igor's thoughts. Chapter 312, Chapter. If there was something else, he would have sensed it when his sphere exploded. He'd have to visit Amaterasu before he left for Mount Kailasa. He'd probably lose a limb or three, but she wouldn't kill him because he was Shiva's heir. Regardless, he'd be going to Kyoto soon. Su'uu. DxD. A few moments earlier. Deep in the forest of Kuo, a man and a woman were holding each other intimately. His hands were on her cheeks, hers on his chest. They were hidden beneath the shade of the trees, and only a trace of sunlight was able to penetrate the canopy and illuminate their lips. Shuri fought to keep steady breaths. It's been minutes since she stood with Igor like this. She could feel his soul traveling deep into her very being. Very soon, he'd reach her core. While he was down there, he wouldn't be able to feel any intense sensations on his body. This meant, pant. This meant for the time being, she could feel how it was like to kiss him. Flush. She had to control herself, but it was hard. Restraining herself was like asking a devout fan to restrain herself from jumping the most famous pop star in the West. Here was Igor, completely vulnerable to her ministrations. At least for the next 5 or 10 minutes, he wouldn't be able to defend himself against her. Best of all, he wouldn't remember. She could feel what his lips were like and experience the feeling of intimate contact. It's only fair. Since he dove deep into her soul, the least she could do is claim his body. Her head tilted upwards slowly. The movement caused his mouth to near hers. Their foreheads were connected and soon, their lips would too. For a moment, Shuri's breath hitched. They were so close, not even a pencil's width apart. Someday, I hope you'll love me too. It was a heartfelt wish. Shuri had no illusions. If she were provided the opportunity with zero chance of consequence and enough time, she'd strip him down right here and lay with him on the forest floor. It was a terrible thought and realization to have, but she loved him to the point of obsession. No matter what, no matter how long it takes, she will have him. For now, however, she could only satisfy herself with this. I'm sorry, Demori-kun. Her eyes closed as she leaned in. The distance between them was closed until finally. Chew. She claimed his mouth with hers. Her eyes were tightly shut, blissfully savoring his taste. The missing pieces fell in and everything felt so right. Her hands gently grasped the back of his head and pulled him towards her, deepening the kiss between them. She stood on her tiptoes, eager to just savor him while she could. Yet, it wasn't complete. As much as she wanted to continue, what she desired the most was for him to reciprocate. Having him like this, it wasn't terrible, but it also wasn't fulfilling. Still, she'd continue. Her eyes shot open. Igor's hands framing her face suddenly tightened. She'd wanted to pull back, but was rendered frozen when he suddenly returned her kiss. MNNG. She mewed both in surprise and pleasure. The feeling of him pressing against her was indescribable. This single moment was 1,000 times better than her one-sided contribution. She eagerly replied to his actions, her hands grabbing fistfuls of his hair. She'd done it. He accepted her. He actually accepted her. No. As sudden as it came, the pleasant feeling of his mouth was replaced by the coldness of the forest. I can't do this. It isn't right. Igor pulled away from her, a heavy frown sporting his face. I can't do this, Shuri. The world collapsed, her world collapsed. She heard his words, saw his expression, but she couldn't process it. Just a moment prior, she'd ascended to the high heavens. Now. Why? Her composure was on the verge of breaking. Tears clouded her vision, threatening to trail down her cheeks. She regretted it. She regretted ever kissing him. Shuri. What I feel for you is lust. I do not hold the love you wish for me to have for you. Disgust filled Igor's mind. It wasn't aimed at Shuri, but at himself. She was Barakwil's old flame, and he kissed her. I can't in good conscience accept you. I can't. Shuri remained silent, but her tears said it all. It hurt. It truly hurt. She'd fell from the stars right down to the cold earth. She'd expected to get rejected. It was a possibility she had to factor in, but she never thought it'd hurt this much. I love you. She raised her head expectantly. I love you, Demori-kun. She quickly took his hand and placed it on her chest. Feel my heart, Demori-kun. Feel it. Feel my love for you. You should know how much I love you, right? Right. How could he not know? When he killed Amaterasu's fragment, he was truly and utterly made aware of everything she felt. The floodgates were opened and he swore he never expected she'd hold such deep feelings for him. They were deeper than what he initially felt, to the point he thought he'd be overwhelmed. For them to be this much, it didn't make sense. His own heart thrummed with budding affection when he realized he could actually see a potential future, but he couldn't do it. Is it because of Barakweel? Shuri tentatively asked. Her entire soul was laid bare before him. All her knowledge and secrets were there for his digging. She'd never betray him, never forsake him, and would always love him. This should have completely bypassed the 10-year requirement Aurelia told her of. So, it could only be that man. That man must be preventing her from truly living her new life. Please tell me, Demori-kun. Is it because of him? For a moment, Shuri's eyes darkened with immense hatred, but it was only for a moment. Shuri. You don't understand. I owe that man a lot. I will not spit on him by accepting your feelings. Igor did spot Shuri's killing intent. No matter what, he would not let her disrespect Hai. You're right. I don't understand. Because he's no longer my husband. He's Akino's father. Yet he abandoned. Grew. Chaotic red aura flamed around Igor. The pressure from his power alone sent her flying backwards. Only a tree stopped her flight path, crack. Though it was worse for wear. Don't you dare say that, Shuri. His actions were less than desirable, but do not undermine his love for you and Akino. He glared at her with subtle rage. He's seen Barakweel's efforts over the months. The man truly was doing his best to make up for his actions and has been the best father for Akino thus far. He gave Shuri her space and rarely bothered her, but it could not be denied he still loved her, and would do anything to earn back her trust. He let the aura around him subside. He'd admit the storm of emotions he was feeling caused him to operate with less composure than usual. So he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them once more. Look, Shuri. He regretted his earlier outburst. He knew he hurt her deeply with his actions, but that didn't mean he'd stop what he was about to say. Matters like this, it was best they were cleared and nipped in the bud before misunderstandings rose. I cannot take you as my woman. It isn't because of Aurelia, nor is it because I still see you as your past self. It's because I do not want to be responsible for breaking a family. Akino has her father. I do not wish to replace him. I respect the old man. I do not want to humiliate him nor bring shame upon his name. Igor was solemn, but he wouldn't stop. I do not expect you to get back together with the old man, but please do not expect me to give you what you wish for. I can't do it. Anne. I don't know whether to salute or slap the nonsense out of him. He's got a perfect wife standing right in front of him, completely willing to be number two, and he rejects her because of her ex-husband who she had every right to divorce. I get it. Barakweel was his first teacher and taught him how to fight in the supernatural world, a world where martial arts mean nothing when your opponent has 16 limbs, can fly, and can fart rainbows out of their arses. But, come on man. Just bed the woman already, for crying out loud. What kind of man denies dessert when it's right in front of him? Chapter 313, Chapter. I cannot take you as my woman. It isn't because of Aurelia, nor is it because I still see you as your past self. It's because I do not want to be responsible for breaking a family. Akino has her father. I do not wish to replace him. I respect the old man. I do not want to humiliate him nor bring shame upon his name. Igor was solemn, but he wouldn't stop. I do not expect you to get back together with the old man, but please do not expect me to give you what you wish for. I can't do it. DxD. A mess. Everything was a mess, and it just had to happen right before he left for his training. It was a massive blunder he had no clue how to solve. He was used to killing things, not talking about feelings all day like a goddamn sissy. Igor had just dropped Shuri home via instant transmission. There was no need to stay with her, nor did he want to, for he needed to sort out his thoughts. The fact that Shuri actually loved him was incomprehensible. He could be given 100 years and the thought would never cross his mind. He didn't consider himself the modern ideal husband he sees on television these days. He wasn't one for dates, couldn't be bothered with poetry, and sure as hell didn't know nor wish to learn how to sing. For years, he thought Shuri preferred those types of men. But in hindsight, Barakweel was not like those sissies either. Sigh. His mind was a mess and he needed some time to untangle it. It was a lovely afternoon and hordes of students left school for the day. Igor was on his way to the park and couldn't be bothered with the people looking at him oddly. His robe and absence of undershirt made him look like a wandering samurai without a sword. His visible abdomen drew many gazes, some admiring, some amazed, and some hostile from the students, and the latter dared not act on their feelings. Maybe it was because of his towering physique or intimidating gaze, but he was given a wide berth wherever he walked on the sidewalk. Whoa! Who's that guy? I don't know. I haven't seen him in school. He's cute though. You think I have a chance at getting his number? But what school is he from? He's probably some rich heir. He doesn't need school. Aren't all the rich kids in Kuo Academy? Beats me. But I did hear from my mom he beat a kid once in the park. Really? Igor heard their hushed voices and didn't care for them. He was fairly well known in Kuo, especially for his eye-catching blonde hair and unique dressing style. I'll have to leave for Kyoto by next week Wednesday, so on Thursday I can leave for Mount Kailasa. He could put Shuri's matter aside for now. What he needed to do was calm a potentially angry goddess or die trying. There's no doubt Amaterasu would take what he did as provocation. At the very least, he needed to direct her ire towards him solely. Maybe it's best if I leave tomorrow. That way, I won't, he. He chuckled to himself in disbelief and amusement. I, the last scion of Demori, am thinking of avoiding my problems. He. What a disgrace. On weekends, everyone would be home. No work, no training, no nothing. For him to actually consider using the weekend to avoid Shuri, it was nothing short of pathetic. I'm a man. I shouldn't be afraid of a skirt like a pansy. Well said, Igor Kuindot. Just because he was talking to himself didn't mean he was unaware of his surroundings. His quiet murmurs wouldn't be audible to any of the students walking around him, and he'd definitely know if someone had their sights on him, except God's. Amaterasu. He turned to face the pretty teenager in school uniform standing behind him. Her black hair trailed down her shoulders all the way to her chest where her bountiful assets stretched her white shirt. A coy smile was on her face, far from the anger and rage he expected. Oh. No, Sama. Truthfully, Igor respected Amaterasu and owed her for resurrecting Shuri. But, what was her fragment doing in Shuri's soul? Get to the point, sun goddess. Irregardless, he wasn't afraid of her. If push comes to shove, he'd use all his energy to send her to the dimensional gap. Perhaps Ophis and Great Red would team up with him to kill her. Fufufu. Don't get angry, Igor Kuin. I can feel your killing intent from here. If you want, I can tell you how to kill me. But. She stepped closer and placed her hands on his shoulders. Only if you show me what was so good about you that Shuri-chan could be so obsessed with you. Her intentions were clear. She was seducing him. Fewish. At this very moment, Igor cared not for the dozens of students on this street. He cared not for the parents, children, or anything. He only cared that this woman was threatening his pride. No. A dark killing intent spread from Igor. Everyone on the street suddenly grasped their necks and fell to the ground collapsing. Most had already passed out cold and would die in less than a minute from lack of oxygen. The pressure he released was so heavy no one could breathe, never mind scream for help. His eyes were blood red, his crimson gaze piercing the smiling figure before him. Oh my god. Amaterasu reeled her hands back when the black mist emanating from him actually corroded her skin. It was only a graze, but she was injured by a mortal. You're very interesting, Igor Kuin. I can see why Shiva-tan made you his heir instead of his other sons. Igor was in no mood to reply. He was truly considering going full power and fighting this woman to the death. He was confident he could at least take her arm and use it as his tombstone. Relax, Igor Kuin. I'm not here to fight you, especially not in a populated area like this. Some of my worshippers are here, you know. She still had that smile of hers, but he'd admit fighting here would not benefit either of them. Fine. Shoo. He retracted his killing intent and activated his origin state. At any given moment, he was ready to burn his lifespan and go Kaioken X100. This wasn't Parvati who would only knock him out. Amaterasu was a genuine threat. So cautious, aren't you? Would you believe me if I said I only want to talk? He was inclined to believe her. He could feel time has stopped, or at least flowed so slowly anyone below supreme class wouldn't be able to sense it. He guessed Aurelia would be able to react to this change, though her strength would make it impossible for her to move. Shuri's soul. Your fragment was in there. His simple sentence hit a question. You want to know why I put it there? Well. She curiously placed her finger on him once more, only for that same black aura to suddenly flash and corrode her skin once. Very, very interesting. She couldn't exactly sense what was causing it, but she felt another existence merged alongside Igor's soul. Dot. A golden glow covered her finger before it healed like nothing ever happened. Well, how do I put it? It was a one-time insurance policy for Shuri-chan, a countermeasure should anyone wish to harm her. You see, she's very important to me. How so? In getting you, Igor-kun. She pushed her finger against his chest, and that same black aura erupted on the spot and tried to corrode her whole hand. Neither reacted to the sight of corroding flesh. Both locked eyes with each other, one with subtle amusement, and the other in budding rage. Before you get angry. She removed her hand once more, but didn't heal it. Instead, her jovial expression slowly became stern and serious. You should know your worth, Igor-kun. You're what is known as a pivot point. The Christians, Hindu, and the Shinto are linked to you in one way or another. In the future, should you live long enough to see it, I suspect there'll come a point where there could be peace between all pantheons like the times of old. You, Igor-kun, are that pivotal point, the very key needed for those coming times. The serious expression on her face faded for a more casual one. Be it the Christians or the Hindu, you have a very strong link with them. It's unfair how we Shinto don't. So what better way than for you to have a child with Shinto origin? I could even bless them, Dot. And I don't know how to process Igor's behavior with Amaterasu. He's roughly acting the same way he did with Indra 4 years ago when they first met. I get he has pride, but he has to simmer down a bit, you know. It's actually a bit unfair to Amaterasu since she revived Shuri, only for him to regard her with hostility and wariness. I can't know whether she had more ulterior motives, but my main point is, Igor should calm down a bit. That's still a supreme goddess. Chapter 314, Chapter. You should know your worth, Igor-kun. You're what is known as a pivot point. The Christians, Hindu, and the Shinto are linked to you in one way or another. In the future, should you live long enough to see it, I suspect there'll come a point where there could be peace between all pantheons like the times of old. You, Igor-kun, are that pivotal point, the very key needed for those coming times. The serious expression on her face faded for a more casual one. Be it the Christians or the Hindu, you have a very strong link with them. It's unfair how we Shinto don't. So what better way than for you to have a child with Shinto origin? I could even bless them, Dot. DxD. A few moments earlier. Aurelia was in the park with Akino and Asia. The two kids played around with Irina, Issei, and a few other random children. She was content sitting on the bench and enjoying the innocence of youth. Perhaps she was old now, at least in human terms. She was already in her 60s this year, 63 to be accurate. Most human women her age would already have grandchildren or even great-grandchildren. Yet here she was, being hit on by men 40 years her junior. Hey, pretty lady. You must be new to this place. What'd say I show you around a bit, yeah? Aurelia looked at this arrogant youth. His thick accent and pale skin made him of European origins, perhaps further west with that dreadful punk hairstyle. He was probably some daddy's boy and a rock star wannabe. Did he truly believe a decent woman would choose him? Perhaps whores might. Leave me be, young man. This one is spoken for. Head. The boy sneered and swaggered right in front of Aurelia. His hands were in his pockets and he pulled his pants back so he could emphasize his thing. Really? Are you sure you don't want some of my superior genes, honey? He was really terrible at this. Either that or women have been throwing themselves at him his whole life. The level of ego this boy has was truly unprecedented. Superior genes. Tell me, young man. She gave him a once-over with her senses. His body was riddled with drugs. There were already signs of cancer development from excessive smoking. His arms were so skinny even her small hands could wrap around them, not to mention Igor's. You speak of superior genes. Where might they be from? Because from my perspective, you may very well not live past 36. By age 29, you will be unable to walk. And that is all assuming my husband doesn't end your existence for daring to court me. The boy was silenced by her casual comments. This woman only looked at him once, mesmerizing him with her deep blue eyes before closing them once more. Since then, not once has she looked at him, but instead predicted his death and even threatened him. Lady. I may call you pretty, but don't disrespect me like this. Do you know who my father is? Your father could be a god and he wouldn't dare provoke my husband for you. She opened her eyes. Not to mention me. Aurelia subtly circulated her mana, an action that caused a steadily building pressure to build up. She wanted to scare him off because unlike Igor, she was far less prone to killing on a whim. But, whether this boy grew up spoilt or his shriveled kidneys finally tightened and straightened his spine, he didn't retreat in the face of instinctual danger. Lady. You threatened me and I'll remember your face. I'll make you pay for tea. Suddenly, he felt a firm hand grasp him on his shoulder and a gentle masculine voice penetrate his ear. Really now? Young calves truly know no fear. The boy quickly turned to see a young man in his early 30s. His purple outfit was weird, reminiscent of Italian men from the Renaissance period. Who are? Shush. Go to your father and tell him you provoked Lady Aurelia. He will tell you what to do then. Don't forget the name now. Ah, yes. The youth dazedly replied before walking away under Shemhazai's spell. He didn't glance at Aurelia and walked as if he was under control. Well, that should settle it. Thank you for not killing him, Aurelia-san. He took a seat on the bench next to Aurelia, being careful to keep a respectable distance. He's only a child, Shemhazai-san. Let him spend his last decade in peace. Aurelia maintained a dignified appearance from beginning to her end. Her long white dress was without blemish or creases. Her beautiful snow-white hair was neat and naturally let down. Her hands were clasped on her lap and her eyes remained closed, rarely opening for observers to see. Regardless, his father is an important informant of ours in Serbia. If his son was killed, it might affect his efficiency. Might, he said. Such statements were not uncommon in the supernatural world. In front of long-lived races, humans with their meager lifespans were like pets, on a good day, *. Nonetheless, I won't waste your time, Aurelia-san. The monthly report has not been finalized, but trends suggest queries regarding Aquino and Asia will not lower anytime soon, especially for Demori-san. Requests on his information continue to rise, especially queries of his weaknesses. Understood, Shemhazai-san. Please spread the word my lord has attained power equivalent to the heavenly dragons in their prime. Shemhazai wondered if this was true, but he then remembered Igor's last outburst of power. Rumor suggested it was uncontrolled, but after this much time and with his time chamber, Igor must have learned to control it. Very well. This will not be included in any official records and shall be left to disseminate as a rumor. Any requirements for the rumor's origin? I shall leave it in your capable hands, Shemhazai-san. As payment, I shall visit Grigori and offer my services to Azazel-san, discreetly of course. Shemhazai smiled. Thank you, Aurelia-san. Now, in regards to that thing. Unfortunately that shall have to be postponed until my lord's return. Optimally, he should return by 2003, but the latest is 2005 should everything go well. I see. If I may be so bold, what is the reason for his departure? Aurelia opened her eyes and regarded Shemhazai with a light smile. My lord is Shiva-sama's heir. It is only natural he receives training from the god of destruction, yes. Another bomb of information. He already knew it, but such information wasn't largely known in the supernatural world. At most, it could be regarded as a rumor. For Aurelia to say this with such confidence. Do you wish for me to add this information into our archives? Aurelia didn't reply, but her smile said it all. There was no point in hiding Igor's departure. By the second year, the supernatural world would know he was gone according to her estimations. Rather than have the world thinking he died or had an accident, it was better it be known he was being tutored by Lord Shiva himself. The might of his name and the Hindu pantheon should keep the majority of unsavory parties in check. Please don't be too detailed, Shemhazai-san. Only letting it be known my lord has departed will be more than enough. This should buy us perhaps a decade of peace, more than enough time for Aquino and Asia to grow into strong young women. Indeed. They watched the kids innocently play, ignorant of the tumultuous dangers on the verge of befalling them. The innocence of youth truly was worthy of jealousy. The ability to be carefree, perhaps that's also another reason Igor hated thinking. I envy them. Aurelia felt time suddenly grind to a stop around her. To be accurate, she felt Amaterasu's divine energy force every single thing's perception, metabolism, particle movement everything was slowed down on a subatomic level. Even her body was slowed down, but Amaterasu's energy couldn't penetrate through to her soul. She was essentially frozen to her seat, fully aware of outside happenings. Phewish. Oh no. It was then did she finally sense Igor's killing intent. She tried to mobilize her energy, but it was completely out of her grasp. It was like she was a toddler trying to reach the top cupboard. Without preparation, such an action was impossible. Shemhazai was completely frozen without any chance of resistance, along with the children too. What is happening? Why did Amaterasu-sama come to Kuo? She was more confused than worried. She was working with no information, but she could deduce the root of all of this was most likely Shuri. Unfortunately she couldn't stretch her senses outward. Everything in her perception was like a stilled image, a paused video. Please, Igor. Don't do anything untoward. She loved the men to death but sometimes, his stubborn head made it hard to predict his reaction to any shows of power and dominance over him. But just as quickly as the time stop came, it vanished, along with a very familiar sound. Tsui. We need to talk. Now. An. One might, he said. Such statements were not uncommon in the supernatural world. In front of long-lived races, humans with their meager lifespans were like pets, on a good day, asterisk. Explanation, I just want to offer my take on this. Yes, it's offensive. Yes, it's uncomfortable, but it's also a simple fact. If your lifespan is in the thousands of years, you will see humans constantly die. Humans are sentient. We can agree on that. But after some point, maybe after the first few hundred years, you will begin to disregard human life. So many friends have died, their sons have died, and their descendants have died. You've seen legacies formed and destroyed, observed the changing of kingdoms and dynasties, and in your long-lived life, you will inevitably regard humans as subspecies. This is not me being racist, supremacist, or whatever, cyst. I'm only being realistic. A nap for you is 20 years for them. If you go into a deep sleep, centuries pass. Your old friend has turned to dust and his lineage was cut off because his great-grandson decided to be gay joking. Nonetheless, once a couple thousand years pass, humans really won't be any different from talking ants. Once again, I'm also human, but I'm also realistic. It is what it is. To me, Runia's Gremory, the progenitor of the Gremory clan for example might be a normal gal, but to her, I'm some guy who'll be dead the moment she accidentally dozes off. Chapter 315, Chapter. Please, Igor. Don't do anything untoward. She loved the men to death but sometimes, his stubborn head made it hard to predict his reaction to any shows of power and dominance over him. But just as quickly as the time stop came, it vanished, along with a very familiar sound. Tsui. We need to talk. Now. DxD. Aurelia was smart. That was an undisputable fact. Her decades resulted in major breakthroughs in sealing and favorable political conditions for the Shinto, especially the yokai. So Igor knew for a fact she was aware of Shuri fancying him. He had no qualms in dragging his woman home to sort this out. He technically solved this by rejecting Shuri, but he wanted no hard feelings to remain. There would be no stopping the awkwardness, but maintaining a friendly relationship would be best. Now the problem was, how to start all of this. Igor, Aurelia, and Shuri sat around the table in the kitchen. Both women sat opposite him next to each other while he was alone on the other side. Asia and Aquino were left in the park with Lena, Cleria's queen. There was a somewhat uncomfortable silence between all three of them. This wasn't a situation he could bulldoze like always. It involved touchy-feely squishy stuff he always hated. It'd be nice if it was some random woman. He wouldn't bother giving them the time of day. But this was Shuri and bloody hell did she pick the worst time to confess. Sigh. It was best to get this over with. He didn't know how, but he'd try someth. I won't give up on you, Demori-kun. Shuri was the first to break the silence. Her head was lowered, not meeting anyone's eyes. But after she uttered her controversial yet daring words, she repeated them again, this time meeting Igor's eyes. No matter what you or anyone says, I won't stop pursuing you. Silence. Shuri's words were beautiful and mesmerizing, but she said them to the wrong person. For a moment, Igor's thoughts strayed. Her words, he didn't like them. To others, they might sound as proof of her heartfelt affections, but to him, they were no different from her exercising control over him. My lord. Shuri-sama's words were out of line, but she didn't mean them in that manner. Aurelia rushed to control the situation. Igor's expression didn't change, but she knew how prideful Herman was. Shuri's words were a threat to that pride. Asterisk. What she meant is she cannot bear to let you go. Please do not underestimate how much she cares for you. Igor's frown eased slightly, something Aurelia was grateful for. It was a bit embarrassing acting as a mediator for the very woman who wanted her husband, but she owed it to Shuri. My lord. Before we proceed any further, I would first like to confess. She looked at Shuri from the corner of her eye. The woman appeared calm, but her hands were clasped so tightly around each other the grip alone could crush steel. Just before our first night together. Her breath hitched slightly, but she continued. Just before our first night together, Shuri-sama confessed to me her feelings towards you. Back then, I promised her I would help her earn your affections. Aurelia knew what her words entailed. It was an extreme way of putting it, but she essentially admitted to treating him as a political piece to further ties with the Shinto. He would not interpret this any other way. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr slow, almost unfeeling when he looked at Aurelia. 2.2 kilometers east. Meet me there. He then faced Shuri. I will give you my final answer once I return. Do not dispute it once I give it to you. Didamoriku. Do not dispute it. Tsui. Igor vanished just like that, not even giving Shuri a chance to speak. Her composure was cracking at visible, her breaths increasing rapidly. Aurelia-san. Aurelia-san, please help me. Please help me. She tearfully grabbed her by the shoulders, her eyes pleading deeply. I can't lose him. Sigh. Aurelia slowly stood up. Things were turning out for the worst. Igor's reaction was not the best, and if this kept up, Shuri could forget about reaching him, for once he made a decision, reversing it was nigh impossible. Nonetheless, she had to try. Shuri's second life deserved some light after the first one. Shuri-sama. Please don't follow behind whatsoever. I promise I will do my best to salvage this situation. Vuong. DxD. 2,000 kilometers east of Japan was vast expanses of ocean. The time was slowly approaching evening, and just a few hundred kilometers off, Igor could spot a container ship heading for America by his estimations. Sometimes, he wished he could have a simple life, but then he remembered ordinary people had their troubles too. Sigh. He missed the heavenly realm. He missed fighting with Added, and he missed training like he had no mind. Those things were much more desirable compared to dealing with whatever this mess was. If Added heard of this mess, he knew the idiot would laugh at him till kingdom come. Nonetheless, this was a mess he had to get himself out of. But first, he had to see what Aurelia had to say for herself. Vuong. She appeared behind him through a magic circle. He wanted to spank her for planning his life without his approval, something she knew he hated. But considering it happened almost a year ago, he wouldn't hold it over her. What he wouldn't wave off, however, was how she'd kept this matter secret for months. Aurelia. I trust you. He slowly turned to face her, his feet barely touching the water's surface. I've always trusted you. That's why I never cared if you used my name and influence for your own reasons. I don't care if you start pulling strings or meet certain people. I know you have plans in that head of yours, and I know at some point, they require my name. I never asked you about them, not because I don't care, but because I trust you. I don't like politics, but I value my name more, and not once have I stopped you from using it. He slowly stretched out his hand. But. Grabs shoulder. If it comes to personal matters, and I'm sure you know this by now, but do consult me. I do not like how you never told me your plan regarding Shuri. Look at where we are now. A matter that could have been solved months ago before it had time to fester now has to be cleared quickly. I'm leaving on the 1st. This is not nearly enough time to wean Shuri out of her current feelings. If there was one thing Igor was clear about, getting together with Shuri was impossible. The love she had for him was strong, but its basis was in that he saved her life. She fell for him because of the hero saves the beauty nonsense. He'd stepped in, avenged her whilst risking vengeance from gods, was willing to protect her from a god much stronger than him, and he accepted her for who she was. He was like those stupid superhero figures who wore underwear over their pants to her. In short, what she had was an enhanced form of admiration she confused for love and deluded herself into believing for months. Fascination could quickly turn into obsession if left unchecked. Shuri was a kind woman at heart. She didn't truly know the kinds of atrocities he's committed and was willing to commit. She had no clue of the number of bodies he had. She didn't know his true personality, of how cold he could get when in war. Mothers, fathers, siblings, children, he'd killed many without batting an eye. Aurelia was no different from him. They both bathed in the blood of many and understood each other. If Shuri knew his true dark side, she'd never be able to stay with him. They were too incompatible, and it was best for everyone if she stopped liking someone like him. Igor. Aurelia cut off his inner thoughts. Please don't underestimate Shuri's love for you. Wean her off. It was impossible, and she knew it. The eyes never lied, and Shuri would never bury her love for him, unless she herself was buried. Let me tell you everything. She waved her hand, and 2 couches formed behind them, steadily hovering above the ocean waves. From the beginning. DxD. Love, a topic he found so annoying and embarrassing he swore to never speak of it. Every time he watched those cheesy romance flicks, he felt like dying every time he heard those 3 words repeated over and over and over again. Yet who knew, just a few years into this world, he found his own cringy soulmate. He still didn't know what came over him that night. He could have gone to sleep like usual, but for some reason, his liver experienced a shot of adrenaline, and just like that, he said those 3 words he swore he'd never say in his life. He was very sure of his love for Aurelia. He had years to delude himself out of it, but found himself falling in all the same. He cherished and trusted her completely, to the point where he willingly let her into his soul. So when Aurelia said, "My lord, Igor, please believe me when I earnestly tell you, Shuri Heimjima loves you," he was rendered silent. And 1. Aurelia rushed to control the situation. Igor's expression didn't change, but she knew how prideful Herman was. Shuri's words were a threat to that pride. Asterisk. Explanation: I found it a bit redundant how Igor could intentionally misinterpret her words. It was childish until I sat down and thought about it. The power difference between Igor and Shuri is so vast it isn't even a joke. He might treat her as an equal, but she's lower than him on the scale. It's like the relationship between a father and son. The father might treat the son like a friend, but there are some things a son must never say, even in a joking or lighthearted manner. That becomes disrespectful. My comparison doesn't do much justice, but that's how I broke it down after thinking about it. You're free to provide your take on this pride thing. Chapter 316, Chapter. He was very sure of his love for Aurelia. He had years to delude himself out of it, but found himself falling in all the same. He cherished and trusted her completely, to the point where he willingly let her into his soul. So when Aurelia said, "My lord, Igor, please believe me when I earnestly tell you, Shuri Heimjima loves you," he was rendered silent. DxD. Igor felt he was old-fashioned, at least if he compared himself to the ideals of today. To him, taking a woman never ended at just the girlfriend stage. Marriage, children, lifelong partnership, all of that were important to him. What was more important to him was strength. The supernatural world was dangerous and he was high-profile. Partnering with someone much weaker than you was asking for tragedy in the future. When Shuri saddled him with her confession, he was prepared to let her down, but he now found himself having other thoughts. Aurelia was a great talker. She shut down any arguments he could have made before he said them. Shuri wasn't just looking for a date. She wanted what he wanted, a family. More importantly, her strength was rapidly rising to meet the demands of raising a family in their dangerous world. There was no doubt if she was still high class, he wouldn't have entertained the thought no matter how appealing it sounded. It nearly broke him when she died, and they weren't even together. He couldn't dare imagine what would happen if he let her in. It helped put into perspective how Barakwil felt when he lost her. Being broken was just the beginning. But she was improving. He didn't want to consider it, but she was improving, rapidly at that. Aurelia made sure to emphasize that point so many times he found himself wondering if it was possible. Sigh. I can't believe I'm even considering this. Igor was alone on the ocean's surface. 2 hours had passed since Aurelia left him behind. He told her he'd remain alone for now and think things through. Funnily enough, he felt he was thrust into the role of a woman. It's usually them who have to consider a man's confession and whether it was worth accepting them, not the other way around. His most pressing issue currently was Barakwil. No matter what he did, it would be disrespectful to the old man, his first teacher. Going to the underworld and informing him of Shuri's confession would be a slap to his face. Having your ex's prospective husband come in person to tell you of her confession would make anyone want to punch them in the face. But if he just accepted Shuri, then there'd be a very awkward visit. Enough. Enough, enough, enough. Prancing around like an indecisive idiot wouldn't get him anywhere. It's been 2 hours and the last thing he wanted was donning the moniker of a hesitant good-for-nothing pansy. All right, Igor. Let's set this straight for once. Do you like Shuri? Don't be a pansy and say maybe and all that other nonsense. Get straight to the point or you're queer and your brother will shrivel. He spoke as if there was an invisible twin standing next to him. Talking to himself like this was stupid, but it certainly would get the job done. All right. Let's see. Shuri was a wonderful woman. She was caring, soft, and kind-hearted. She made great food, was a great conversationalist, and was fun to hang around with. All right. I like her in that weird, vomit-inducing fashion. Done. No take-backs. I said it and I meant it. Now what will I do about that? Barakwil and Aquino would be problems. Becoming a stepfather was not something he would entertain and he had to make it clear. Confronting Barakwil was inevitable, but he'd do it with as much respect as possible. Perhaps there'd be conflict. Perhaps there wouldn't be. He could only do his best. Just to finalize, do I agree to take Shuri? An important question, one that mustn't be answered callously. No. I like her but I don't love her. A simple conclusion. She was nice to hang around with and he lusted after her body. That was it. Most would mistake this for love, but it was only a deeper level of attraction. All right. I sorted my thoughts out. It's time to give Shuri my answer. He didn't even let the thought of hesitation form in his head. Thinking was for smart pansies who could afford to waste daylight. Tsui. DxD. Kuo Town, Japan. Shuri remained alone in the kitchen in silence. She never moved from her spot and waited for him. Aurelia had come prior and told her all would go well with a smile, but she couldn't shake the crumbling feeling she had in her heart. Aurelia spoke with such confidence, but what if? She was afraid to hope. It was easier to expect disappointment than. Tsui. Silence. He was too close. And why were his eyes so intense? Igor had her rooted to the spot. His hand was on the chair, the other on the table. He'd bent over and leaned in just close enough that their noses nearly touched. It was one thing if he was unconscious, but Shuri couldn't bear being the receiver of his gaze. Don't look away. He removed his hand from the table and gently cupped her cheek. I want to see something. Igor was unusually serious. There was one thing he needed to see, something crucial that would decide if he would wholeheartedly accept her. Shuri didn't want him to bed her and be done with it. She wasn't looking for a casual fling or a temporary relationship. She wanted more, and he had to know if he could give her that. A tense silence followed. Shuri didn't know what he wanted, but Igor knew what he was looking for. He needed to know if that vital spark would ever come to be. Could he turn that familial love he had for her into real love? Maybe. It was better to just test it out himself. He promised her a straight answer and he'd give her one. DxD. Beautiful amber eyes, moist pink lips, and her flushed cheeks provoked all sorts of reactions within him. Shuri wasn't just pretty. She wasn't eye candy or hot. She was simply beautiful. That was the word he could use to describe her. Simple, yet she fit all of its criteria. The minutes dragged by as he looked at her, and she had the most interesting reactions. It was cute how she'd bite her lower lip in nervousness, or how her nose would twitch when she felt his breath on it. Igor wasn't doing this to get these reactions out of her. He was doing it to see if she could provoke a reaction out of him. Could she make his heart throb? Even if it was just a bit. She may be pretty, but if he saw her as a sister, then he'd have to reject her, for he could never truly give her what she desired. It was one last check, a very important one, to see if they could build anything long-lasting. Shuri. I want to try something. If at any time you don't like it, pull away. Shuri was too out of it to reply, so she dumbly nodded, unaware of the keywords pull away. Chew. All of a sudden, Igor pressed his lips against hers. It was gentle, sensual, and innocent. He felt Shuri freeze, but he didn't stop. He only sought to truly understand his position, to see if he could, badump. Feel more than just lust and admiration for her. Badump. She returned his kiss. Her lips were soft with a subtle taste of grapes. Badump. He was falling in. It was supposed to be a chaste kiss, one that'd last maybe 10 seconds at best. But, badump. He was finding it hard to stop. Wait. Krrrrrr. He pulled away from her, but Shuri chased after him, sending the chair tumbling to the floor. Chew. Her arms swiftly wrapped around his neck, preventing him from pulling away. He stood up in surprise, but she wrapped her legs around his waist. Badump. She took the initiative and absolutely wouldn't let him go. Igor had more than enough strength to pull her away. But, he couldn't. If he was truthful, he didn't want to. Badump. Shuri moved his hands from her back towards her rear, then slowly disengaged her core and let his fingers sink into them. Bam. Igor slammed her against the wall. His fingers clenched against her rear, plunging themselves deep into her softness. Lust was taking over. He hungrily devoured her, savoring the taste of her mouth and the unique scent of her arousal. He grinded against her pelvis and roughly clenched his hands around her derriere. She awakened the beast inside of him and he would devour. Wait. Slam. I said wait. Igor pushed Shuri against the wall with both hands after she tried to forcefully kiss him. Her legs were still stubbornly hooked around him, but he had bigger concerns to worry about. Badump 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 badump. It was getting harder and harder to restrain himself. She'd been grinding her nether on his member, agitating him and siring his instinct to seed. Huff 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 huff. His chest was heaving not because he was tired, but because he had to hold himself from taking her right here and now. Shuri. He raised his head. His eyes were red and completely filled with lust and desire. Not like this. Shuri forgot to breathe when she saw that crimson gaze. He wanted her. He really wanted her. I don't mind, Demori-kun. You should. I don't love you yet. He spoke through gritted teeth, silently begging Triney to release nature energy so he could calm himself down. Unfortunately, it seemed the old hag was intent on enjoying the show and hoarded it away. Bloody. Drip, drip. Igor was brought out of it when he felt Shuri's tears hit his arm. But when he looked at her, she was fondly smiling at him. You said yet. Words couldn't describe how much joy she felt. There was actually a chance. There was actually a chance for her. Sigh. Igor's raging lust was calmed with that one look. That teary smile was so innocent and cheery he didn't want to disappoint it. He wanted to put her down so he could explain things, but her legs refused to budge from his waist. Please, let me hug you, Demori-kun. Just for a while. He silently acquiesced to her request by removing his arms, finally made aware he was grabbing her chest the entire time. Shuri didn't mind and leaned closer. Thank you. She placed her head on his shoulder and wrapped her arms around him. Now that she knew he liked her, the heavy weight in her heart was lifted. I'll wait for you, Demori-kun. Shuri. He returned her hug, holding her closer to him. Listen. I said I would give you my answer, so here it is. You are a very wonderful woman, Shuri Haimjima. I do find you attractive and I do like you. I will not lie and say I love you. He twisted his neck to meet her eyes. But I am willing to try with you. And that brings an end to this arc. Thank you for taking the time to read. I hope you enjoyed these chapters. I'm aware my writing still has much to improve on and I'll reflect on it during this hiatus I'm taking. I'd like to give my thanks to all of you for your support. It truly means a lot to me and I would never have had the motivation to come this far without all of you. With all that said, thank you so much for reading and until the next chapter.